Shyam Benegal is among the most respected names in world cinema. He is a filmmaker who believes in cinema with a social cause and one who never compromises with his inner voice. His glorious career spans over more than 25 years, in which he has made over 1,400 advertising films, 65 documentary films, 25 feature films, and many television serials, including the epic Bharat Ek Coach. He won several national, international awards and critical acclaims for his outstanding work in film and television. It will be interesting to know about such a prolific personality. We pay tribute to this living legend through a series of 3 episodes highlighting his works and thoughts. He talks to Dilip Ch-33, a noted poet, artist, and fellow line traveler about his voyage in cinema. So, let us see our first episode, Making of the Director, in which Shyam Benegal speaks to us about his childhood influences over his personality as a filmmaker and describes his path to the world of cinema.
Shyam, it's a pleasure to meet you here in these circumstances. Both as a person who has been watching you since the mid-60s and our paths have often crossed, and I've with great interest watched your career, your filmmaking. And now the purpose of this interview is to use that advantage of having known you as a parallel line traveler to ask you questions in which a younger audience would be interested. And the first question that I would like to ask you is, I know half the answer, but I want you to fill in the other half, is how you came into filmmaking. Well, I think when you came to Bombay, you already had a latent desire to make films. And I think your career in advertising was merely a kind of a learning process. That was your film school, in fact, as I've seen. So, did you always plan to be or aim at being a filmmaker right from the start?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I wanted to be a filmmaker from the time I was very, very young. You see, it has a beginning in the sense that there are several influences that were at work when I was a child. I come from a very large family, you know, the 10 children, and my parents had 10 children. My father was a still photographer. He also was an avid home movie maker. He had a 16mm camera, and he used to make films about his children. And the pattern in which he used to work was that he used to, when each new child came, he would follow the progress of that child until the next one came, and he lost interest in the earlier one, and it carried on like this. So you can imagine, we used to have reels and reels of film about us growing up. And and he was also a very avid sort of filmmaker of different things. Like, you know, we were living in a cantonment, Sikandrabad cantonment, and which meant that army parades, cavalry exercises, you know, artillery exercises, all these things he used to film. And they became our essential staple entertainment when we were children. Added to that was the fact that just 2 minutes away from where we used to live was a cinema that belonged to the army. It was called the Garrison Cinema. And the Garrison Cinema used to have 2 changes every week of films. But of course, they mainly showed Hollywood films and an occasional film, Hindi film or Tamil or Telugu film or something like that. And this was on the way to where we used to go to our playground when we went as children to play, and also to where we went to swim. So it became natural, curiosity to go and see films there. Of course, since we weren't the kind of children who got pocket money, so it was very rare that we could actually pay for our tickets.
Yeah.
So the next thing was like in Cinema Paradiso, was to befriend the projectionist. And got to see, I would see every change of film there, ever since I was maybe 6 years old. Mm-hmm. And later when the projectionist changed, we drove a wedge into the door on one side, so we could watch the film that way. And so this interest grew. First, of course, like everybody's interest is usually stars and so on. Then slowly it grew to wanting to know who had made the film, which meant interest in directors grew. So although like every other child, my initial ambition, like most children, was to become an engine driver. But it changed soon enough to wanting to be a filmmaker. Yeah. And that ambition remained all the way through my school, college, everything. So you see, all these things had become more or less familiar to us. Film was not something exotic and far away. And all this was obviously being absorbed. And when I went into school, to the higher classes in school, by the time I was matriculating, my oldest brother, who had gone to settle in Calcutta, he was a great cineast. And he used to subscribe to what used to be in those days called the Penguin Film Review, which is the precursor of Sight and Sound magazine. That's right. And Penguin Film Reviews, he used to read and send them across. So I had developed a huge collection of Penguin Film Reviews. So one got even more seriously interested. Then it so happened that at the age of 12, I decided, because we had a fairly large house, so we used to have cousins and so on coming to spend summer vacations with us. So one particular summer vacation, which was when I was about 12, I decided that I was going to make a film myself. So I made a film called Chuttiyon Mein Maaj Mazak, which was a film about fun in holidays with other kids, and in which the storyline was very thin, but there was a storyline, like one of the kids gets lost and the whole group go searching for him and eventually find him. So, and it had lots of little tricks like, things going backwards, kids diving into pools but going back, trains going in reverse and so on. So these little tricks. But it was properly scripted, shot and edited as a silent film. Now, when that happened, then of course, but living in Hyderabad was a great disadvantage because there were no film schools. There was no FTII during that time. Also, if one had to be in films, one had to be close to where the film industries were, which was either in Bombay or Madras.
Yeah. You're talking of 1946, 47 now.
No, even after. I'm talking now of, yes, that of course, but now, when I made my film, it was about 46, 47. But what I'm saying is now, into 50s, early 50s, that's right, and middle 50s, there wasn't, because when I was in college, there wasn't anywhere where I could think of joining. Also, my parents couldn't have afforded to send me to a film school.
There was no film school.
There was no film school, but even if there was, they wouldn't have been able to afford to send me. So I nurtured this ambition somewhere in the back of my mind, yet like any lower middle class person, decided to pursue some kind of a career that would give me a livelihood. So I did economics. And after doing MA in economics, I thought for a while that I might teach. But of course, the pull of this was very great, and something happened there, which I consider was a very important point in which a decision was made by me. That was when I had gone to the Inter-University Youth Festival with a play. There used to be Inter-University Youth Festivals in Delhi during that time, and I'd gone from my university taking a play. And there Nehru spoke. And he, in his speech, he was talking about mass communications. And he made a very interesting point about hidden persuaders, about subliminal messages. And that got me very, very interested. And I said, this is an area I never thought of.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of persuasive abilities
Yeah.
that people possess, even though you may not consciously see them as such.
That's right.
But there are other aspects to it. So when I heard that speech, I really mulled it over in my mind and then made a decision that I was not going to remain in Hyderabad and do this business of lecturing in a college, but I would come to Bombay and seek a job in mass communications, which automatically meant advertising. And I had a certain facility with the language, use
You
of
became
language.
a copywriter first.
Yes, I became a copywriter.
And the first things you wrote connected with cinema were scripts for 1-minute films.
Yes, they were. And then, of course, being a copywriter, I carried on being a copywriter, but only for about 6 months where I was only writing copy. But within 6 months of my being in Bombay, I joined Lintas. Lintas at that time had just started to make advertising films. So which meant automatically that I could script and direct films. So then writing scripts and directing became part of my work, just as much as writing copy was part of my work. Now, but that's where I learnt the essential craft of filmmaking. I learned how to write scripts, I learned how to direct films, I learned how to direct actors, I learned how to use the camera, I learned about lenses, I learned about laboratories, recording, editing, the whole works. And that was very good training ground for me because, you know, it allowed me a period of time when I could really feel confident about making films. But it wasn't too long either. You know, of course, I made over 1,400 advertising films, but that was not the main thing. After the first 3 years of my being in advertising and making advertising films, I got the opportunity to make documentaries. So then I was making slightly longer films, not just
I
1 minute
remember the
films.
one you made about a street urchin.
Yes, yes.
And that was your most impressive sort of documentary.
Child of the Streets.
That and the Bastar one, which you did 2 years later.
Yes, about the same time. They were all done within the year. Then there was one on youth also. It was 1967. It was 20 years from the time of independence. So
Child of the Streets was very remarkable for its photography, basically for the use of incidental sound, because it's mostly shot on railway platforms and
streets of
Bombay, and it has a texture which is breathtaking.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the things I would compare with Los Olvidados, you know, which is in that genre a tremendous thing.
Yes. So anyway, that was what was I got to do those things. But you see, I was also succeeding in advertising, and which meant that I was climbing up the ladder. And which was being successful in advertising meant that it could also be demotivating to me in wanting to be a filmmaker.
That's right.
I could continue happily to make advertising films, maybe a few documentaries now and again. I came up to a point where my next step was to head the agency. But fortunately, what happened at that time was that I applied for a Homi Bhabha fellowship, which I got. Having got a Homi Bhabha fellowship, which was essentially to do with cinema and particularly children's educational programming, both for television as well as films, gave me 2 years to think about which direction I was going to go. And it is
in this topic, we are going to talk about PID tuning. So we are basically going to look through Ziegler-Nichols method and Cohen-Cohn method, and we have just given an idea of all these things, and you can try out with all these formulas. There are a lot of formulas for PID tuning. Like there is a lot of ways in which you can tune the PID controller. So these are some of the most commonly used methods. So you can also try using these things, and you can refer the literature. Like there are a lot of tools for PID controllers, how to tune the PID controllers. So you can use any of the methods and see like what each method claims, etc. So basically you will get an idea of what these two methods are. So again, we take the system to be some process which is going to have a transfer function 1 by s cube plus s square plus 2s plus dot 0.1. So again remember when we say this is the transfer function, this is the transfer function of the system or the process. So we are the process, so we get a linear model of it around the operating point. So why I am telling this is because like so let us say I have to maintain the temperature of the boiler to be like at 200 degrees Celsius. I am just telling some numbers, random numbers. So this if you take a boiler to be a nonlinear equation, like it's if you take it to be a system which is nonlinear, then basically this transfer function will vary when you if you linearize the boiler around say 200 degrees Celsius or 150 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Celsius. So it is important like this transfer function is like around which point you get this transfer function. So what we normally do is we linearize the system around the point at which we tend to operate, so at which we decide to operate. So that's what we say, that's the operating point. So I want to maintain the temperature of the boiler at 200 degrees Celsius. So what I will do, I will tune the PID controller like around the operating point. So I will linearize the model around the operating point, and then I will get a model of it, and then I will try to use that model to find the PID gains. So there are different methodologies when you have a very nonlinear model, but this is the idea you have to have. Like basically you linearize system around the point at which we decide to operate it. So if you use a basic PID controller structure. So and this is the system which we have already seen, and we found like okay we found the ultimate gain value to be 1.9. Ultimate gain value is the gain at which system will start going into the oscillations. Basically it is the gain at which the poles of the closed loop poles are on the imaginary axis, if you can remember the root locus, and it's also the gain margin of the system. So everything is related, right? So that's what we saw in the previous thing, and the critical frequency is approximately 1.4. So this is what we have seen before. So now from you can use Rauter criteria. We already solved it, but again we can solve it like you can put s cube, s square, s1 and s0, and then you can put like 1 2 here and then 1 and 0.1 here, and basically we have to remember we have to use Rauter criteria for a closed loop transfer function. So basically when we have a transfer function like this is a set point, and this is the summer block, and this is the gain transfer function, and then you feed it back. Basically what you have is closed loop transfer function is nothing but k by this is g of s. So basically s cube plus s square plus 2s plus 0.1 plus k. That's what we already saw in the previous lecture, this one, but still again we are writing it down so that this becomes 1 by kp. And we also saw that when this will become 0, it's becoming like you have like 2 minus 0.1 plus k by 1. So that is when this will become equal to 0, and this we say like if this is positive, this doesn't care. So basically we can take like k equal to from this, if you equate this to 0, we get k equal to 1.9. So this is the ultimate gain value from Rauter criteria. So we already saw this in detail in the previous lecture, so you can go back and see, but this is the simple thing to find what is the ultimate gain value. So again also like taking the root locus or taking the body plot, whatever technique you use, it has to come the same thing, right? So basically if the same system, if you draw the root locus is drawn using the open loop transfer function. Okay, so as we vary the gain, it crosses the imaginary axis at a certain point, and if you see what is the gain at the imaginary axis at this point, then it basically it's like 1.93. It's not exactly the imaginary axis, it's somewhat little towards the right of the plane, but you can imagine like it's less than the gain, it's increasing the gain, right? So to on the imaginary axis somewhat close to 1.92 or something, because that's what this pole is not on the imaginary axis, so this is somewhat tilted towards the right of the plane. So if you decrease the gain so that you will get on the imaginary axis, and you can see here from Bode plot again, like at minus 100 degree, what is the gain? The gain is nothing but minus 5.58 dB, which is nothing but which is telling that to make the system unstable, then we have to add an additional 5.58 dB gain. That's what the gain margin says, which is nothing but if you convert into multiplicative gain, it is nothing but 1.9. So everything gives the same value, and if you see here, the Bode plot also gives the frequency. Frequency is 1.41, and here also if you can see here, the frequency is 1.41. So approximately 1.4. So basically, like all these methodologies should be giving the same values of the critical frequency and the same value of the ultimate gain. So by doing different methods, you should not get different values. So that keep in mind that one. So now again, like what is this omega c equal to 1.41? What does that imply? It implies that when gain is not equal to 1.9, the system is going to oscillate at this frequency of 1.41. So that's what we saw before also. So when we increase the gain by 1.9, when we multiply the gain by 1.9, then that is when the system will go into oscillations. And at what frequency will it oscillate? It will oscillate at the frequency the angular frequency of 1.41. So why if you ask the question why, because that is when we can see the Ball-Costen's rule, and then you say this comes around the sine wave goes in phase at that frequency, it comes around the loop in phase, and then it has the gain of equal to 1. So it keeps oscillating at the frequency of this particular omega c, at which the phase is in the sine wave is in phase around the loop. So that's what we saw. So this critical frequency is nothing but will tell the frequency at which the system will oscillate when the gain is increased to 1.9. So that's what, when the gain is equal to the critical gain, that is when the system will oscillate at the critical frequency. That's something you can think of. So this is in omega c is nothing but angular frequency. So we'll convert it into normal frequency. So we know that 2 pi f is nothing but omega c. So f is nothing but omega c by 2 pi, or the frequency is nothing but 1 by time period, right? 1 by time period equal to 1 omega c by 2 pi, which means time equal to 2 pi by omega c. So if you can calculate the time comes around, I think around like 4.48. You can substitute the values of 1.4 and then see all these things. It comes around 4.48, which we can see here. Basically we can pick this waveform, we can pick this period. So a sine wave starts here, it completes one oscillation here, and then it completes one oscillation here. So basically within 10 seconds, basically it completes 2 times, and it has some more gap. So basically 4.48 should be working, right? So that's what we can see, approximately 4.48. If this is 4.48, this is 4.48, it's value. You can zoom it and see, basically it will become equal to 1.48. That's what you can see here. So so basically that everything, see, even if you plot and see, you will be able to find the value of the critical frequency. Even by plotting, you can find the time period of one sine wave here, and then with this time period you can find omega critical frequency by just back substituting. You know the time period, and then you can find omega c, and that should be around 1.41. So just remember this, all these methods should give the same value. That's what we are seeing. And then Ziegler-Nicholas method, there's a table. So from Wikipedia I have taken this table, that lot of tables. So basically what you do, once you find the ultimate gain, that is Ku, and once you find this is T, nothing but the period of oscillations, the Tu is nothing but time period, which is nothing but Tu is nothing but what you we have derived in the previous slide, what you have seen, 2 pi by omega c, basically 2 pi by omega c. So we have calculated the Tu value. So once you know the value of Ku and Tu, Ku is nothing but the gain at which the system will go unstable. So once you know the value of Ku and Tu, you can just substitute these values and then just find the value of Kp, Ti, Td, and etc. So that's what you can directly substitute, and you can Ti is nothing. So basically you can write Ki is nothing but Kp by Ti, and Kd is nothing but Kp into Td. So that's what you can just substitute and see here. It will be like you will be getting the this K and KD value. So basically lookup table, you can just have it in a paper and then just find these values of KU and TU and then just substitute this into that and then you can see that. So there are a lot of rules, like this is not the only rule that we have, a lot of rules that we have. So basically that's what. So and one more thing that we can say here is like there are some kind of like some other tables, no? So it says like some overshoot, no overshoot. So this you can just substitute once you find the KU and KTU, you can just play around this with and then see whether this whether this gives no overshoot. So what is overshoot basically? So when I want to give a step change in my I want to change the control variable from say 50 degrees Celsius to 60 degrees Celsius. I want to give a step change and then the control variable actually goes around and then comes like this. So to what temperature it will reach more than the steady state temperature, that's what is called the overshoot. So one way to visualize this overshoot, why it is important is suppose you have a tank, okay, and then you want to change the level from 50% to 80% of tank level. Now you are interested to ask like if it has a overshoot, whether the tank will like whether the water will flow out of the tank or not. So basically if you have a tank something like I'll just use this. So if you have a tank it's having like 50%. So you want to give a step change from 50% to say 80%. Just we'll take that. So you want to see whether the level will go outside of the tank level or not. So if it goes out, what happens? If it causes 100%, what happens? The water will flow out of the tank, right? Which is not desirable. So overshoot is kind of like you can think like overshoot, why it is important in such sense. And so this when you don't want to overshoot, basically you can use this particular formula. You can check this and simulate and see what happens. So all that you have to calculate is KU and TU, and you can use different methods for KU and TU. You can use route array, you can use root locus, you can use Bode plot. So everything works, everything should give the same value, and then you find these values and then you substitute, you use this any of these formulas, whatever you desire, or not. This is not the only set you have. You have a lot of rules available. You can do the literature survey and then you can find it out and then you can substitute and then see what happens. And this classic PID is another thing that is like mostly people why it is like interesting is because what it says is like I will have a decay ratio of 1/4. So if you have something like this and then settling like this, but what it basically says is if you see this amplitude and this amplitude, say you call it as a A and you call it as a B, then what it says is B will be nothing but it will be like 1/4 of the A. That's what it says. So that's what 1/4 every time it decreases by 1/4 value, 1/4 times it decreases basically. So A will be 4 times bigger than the B. That's what it says. So this is another way of tuning. So all these things are for different. All these things are like some formulas for some objective. So there are a lot of ways you can get this gains of PID controller. So you can just play around with all these things and then you can try it for yourself. For illustration, we have just taken a simple PI controller. Basically we have used this particular formula and then this is what the output we got and then this is the response we got. So this is just for illustration. You can just try with yourself and with something and then you can verify how each things behave. That's what so all this is for getting an intuition of what these things do. So when we did a lecture on what the effect the PID gains have on system. So now we use different tuning methodologies and then say okay, this is better for this thing and for this application this seems better and this application this seems better, etc. And everything has its own advantages and disadvantages. So only like there are a lot of rules available. So that's you can just see. So now next method we are going to see is like Cohen-Kuhn method. So why this method is like interesting is this is the next widely used method. Cohen-Kuhn is next widely used method that you are going to have. So here what we are going to do is we are going to get a FOBDT model. So FOBDT model is nothing but the first order and plus dead time process. So any system you can represent it something like 1 by k by 1 plus tau was into e power minus ds. So this is something that you can represent any system. So let us say like you have been given a plant and let us say you are having say boiler. We'll take the boiler as example again. So let us say I am giving you a system. I'm giving you a system. I ask you to tune the PID controller for it. So what is that you're going to do? We may not actually from first principle start deriving all the things, like the heat equations and then energy balance equations, energy conservation, etc., and finally derive. That is one way of doing this. The another thing is, like, I have a system, I have it now. Like, can I do something quickly to tune the PID controller? And because, like, for my first method of deriving from first principles is using approximations, and then even that is not a very great methodology, because that also uses some approximation. So why don't I just use the system I have and then I play with it? So that's what I can do. So what I'm going to do is, basically I wanted to maintain the set point to be like around 80 degrees Celsius. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to give a step change around, like, close to 80 degrees Celsius. Okay, so what I'm basically doing, I'm using the g of s. I am giving a step change. I am giving a step change in the inflow, like the manipulated variable. So I am giving a step change in the manipulated variable of g of s, and then see how the output changes. For example, if it is a boiler or something, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just put more fuel to it, so that I'm giving a step change in the fuel, and then I'm going to see how it is going to, how the temperature is going to vary. So this is going to vary something like this. So, and now with this, can I get a model? So my objective is to do this experiment to get a model, basically to get some coefficients, and then use this coefficient or model to get some PID values, so some Kp, Ki, Kd values. So that's what it's happening here. So this is the Cohen-Kuhn method. So we will try to see for the same system, for a system like this, what is the like, let us say, like, this is what I have got the response. So basically what I have done, I have given a step change in the manipulated variable at time equal to 0, and this is what I have got as a response. So basically this is how my output is going to vary. So what are the values I am going to get from this, and how I am going to use these values for getting the controller's parameters. That's what I want to see here. So now here, if you can see here, basically I will just read all things here so that it will become easy for explaining. So I have given a step change in the manipulated variable. So this is what I am giving a step change in the manipulated variable, and now what happens? This is u, okay, and what happens? My output is going to change like this, okay. So it's going to go to like this. So it's something we can see. And first thing what I am going to see is, see, this actually looks like it starts after some time, right? But actually maybe actually it started here, but it was not growing so fast. So this is one thing I see, and then I can visualize this as something like it's a first order response. I can visualize this as a first order response. See, I will say this is a first order response which is starting after certain time. So this I will call as a dead time. So I can consider this as a first order response with a dead time. So that's what I can think like this. So actually this is not a first order with the dead time. Basically this has started increasing here itself, but it is slow enough, and then after a while it starts behaving like a first order system. But I will, for everything is an approximation. Here also I am just approximating things, and then what I am going to do is I am going to just take this as a dead time, and then a first order system. So it's basically like the first order system responds something like this, and I am just shifting it. I am delaying it by time, by a dead time. That's what I am visualizing this like this, and then I am going to find what is the first order dead time process model. So basically what it means, I am having first order model which is actually having a delay of d seconds, the ds. So this is what the dead time is about. This is the dead time basically. D is a dead time. So now what is the way I can look at? What I basically do is I will draw a slope, basically maximum in this line. What is the maximum slope I can draw? So basically I can draw something like this. So in this time I can just draw something like this slope, and that point at which it intersects the x-axis, that distance, that time, what time it intersects the x-axis, that time I call as dead time. So I can do this as a d, and then what I can do from first, since it's a first order, I assume this is a first order response. What I can do, I can tell like at 63.2%, right, or 0.623, of the total value. So if here it is 2, so at some value around 2 into 0.632, which is like 1.2 something. So here somewhere around, this is what is the time that is there, that is the time constant, right. So that time constant I measure after the dead time. So after dead time, whatever is the measurement, that is what I am going to do. After dead time, what is the time constant, that is what I am going to see here. What is the time that reaches after dead time, I estimate for dead time, what is the time that that it takes to go to 0.632 of the total steady state value. So steady state value is 2 years, so this is nothing but 1.2 something. So this we have seen from the first order response thing. So the time, what is the tau is, the time constant is nothing but the time taken to reach 63.2% of the steady state value. That's what we observed from the first order systems thing. So that's what we are applying here, and then we can find tau like this. And what is the gain? Gain is nothing but for a step change in the input. So this change is u is 1, I increase by 1. What is the final change I get here? So basically let us call it as delta y, and let us call it delta u. So if I give a delta u change, how much change that delta y has happened in steady state conditions. So steady state conditions is like this here. So if I give a step change, if it has become 2, so basically it means for u delta u equal to 1, for a unit step change I am getting delta y equal to 2. So gain is nothing but 2. So I get a gain equal to 2, and dead time equal to around say 0.5, and this tau looks like around 1, right. So my so this is like 0.5 to 1.5. So this is like tau is 1. So basically this particular system is nothing but approximately 2 by 1 plus s e power minus 0.5 s. So this is how we get the various values of dead time, time constant, and gain. So gain is the delta y by delta u input, like how much fuel I added, that is the input, that I changed the fuel, that is delta u, that is the input. So delta u is the change in the input I have given, and delta y is at steady state or it is the output change that has happened. So that is the gain. Delta y by delta u is the gain, and then d is nothing but if you draw a slope where it intersects, that's what the dead time. After what time it started responding, that's what basically it means. And then tau is nothing but after this dead time, to reach 63.2% of the final y value, that's what is the time it takes, that's what the tau is nothing but. So this is how we can find the FOPDT of the system, and that's what basically is given here. Maybe you can go through this, and then once we have the value of k, tau, and td is nothing but dead time, we can use this table to find the values of kp, ka, and pad, kp, ka, and kd. So that's what we can do it here, and so this is nothing but so ka is nothing but kp by tau y. So that's what we have already seen how to convert from time constant to the gains of integral and derivative when we did it for Ziegler-Nichols. So yeah, that is what. So you can try this Cohen-Kuhn, and then you can see how it works, how it performs. So it's just some play with values, and take some system transfer function, plot the graph, and then take the FOPDT, and then see what happens, etc. And then if you are interested, there are lot more concepts in PID controller, even in industries. Like when we use if you go to the actual plant, like there are lot more practical constraints in implementing a PID controller, and something is called bumpless transfer. What is bumpless transfer, and what is the integral windup? So we have integration. If you have a PI controller, it has an integration in it, and what happens when this integrate, this goes to a very high value, and like you can just read through all these things. These are all like some interesting things you can just read through, which we are not covering, but just some it's all available in the internet. You can just go through this, what is a bumpless transfer and what is integral windup, etc. So basically you can play with all these things, and you can try to implement something in MATLAB using this bumpless transfer and integral windup and see what happens. So which may be some exercise for something interesting to do. So yeah, thank you.
Shyam Benegal is among the most respected names in world cinema. He is a filmmaker who believes in cinema with a social cause and one who never compromises with his inner voice. His glorious career spans over more than 25 years, in which he has made over 1,400 advertising films, 65 documentary films, 25 feature films, and many television serials, including the epic Bharat Ek Coach. He won several national, international awards and critical acclaims for his outstanding work in film and television. It will be interesting to know about such a prolific personality. We pay tribute to this living legend through a series of 3 episodes highlighting his works and thoughts. He talks to Dilip Ch-33, a noted poet, artist, and fellow line traveler about his voyage in cinema. So, let us see our first episode, Making of the Director, in which Shyam Benegal speaks to us about his childhood influences over his personality as a filmmaker and describes his path to the world of cinema.
Shyam, it's a pleasure to meet you here in these circumstances. Both as a person who has been watching you since the mid-60s and our paths have often crossed, and I've with great interest watched your career, your filmmaking. And now the purpose of this interview is to use that advantage of having known you as a parallel line traveler to ask you questions in which a younger audience would be interested. And the first question that I would like to ask you is, I know half the answer, but I want you to fill in the other half, is how you came into filmmaking. Well, I think when you came to Bombay, you already had a latent desire to make films. And I think your career in advertising was merely a kind of a learning process. That was your film school, in fact, as I've seen. So, did you always plan to be or aim at being a filmmaker right from the start?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I wanted to be a filmmaker from the time I was very, very young. You see, it has a beginning in the sense that there are several influences that were at work when I was a child. I come from a very large family, you know, the 10 children, and my parents had 10 children. My father was a still photographer. He also was an avid home movie maker. He had a 16mm camera, and he used to make films about his children. And the pattern in which he used to work was that he used to, when each new child came, he would follow the progress of that child until the next one came, and he lost interest in the earlier one, and it carried on like this. So you can imagine, we used to have reels and reels of film about us growing up. And and he was also a very avid sort of filmmaker of different things. Like, you know, we were living in a cantonment, Sikandrabad cantonment, and which meant that army parades, cavalry exercises, artillery exercises, all these things he used to film. And they became our essential staple entertainment when we were children. Added to that was the fact that just 2 minutes away from where we used to live was a cinema that belonged to the army. It was called the Garrison Cinema. And the Garrison Cinema used to have 2 changes every week of films. But of course, they mainly showed Hollywood films and an occasional film, Hindi film or Tamil or Telugu film or something like that. And this was on the way to where we used to go to our playground when we went as children to play, and also to where we went to swim. So it became natural, curiosity to go and see films there. Of course, since we weren't the kind of children who got pocket money, so it was very rare that we could actually pay for our tickets.
Yeah.
So the next thing was like in Cinema Paradiso, was to befriend the projectionist. And got to see, I would see every change of film there, ever since I was maybe 6 years old. Mm-hmm. And later when the projectionist changed, we drove a wedge into the door on one side, so we could watch the film that way. And so this interest grew. First, of course, like everybody's interest is usually stars and so on. Then slowly it grew to wanting to know who had made the film, which meant interest in directors grew. So although like every other child, my initial ambition, like most children, was to become an engine driver. But it changed soon enough to wanting to be a filmmaker. Yeah. And that ambition remained all the way through my school, college, everything. So you see, all these things had become more or less familiar to us. Film was not something exotic and far away. And all this was obviously being absorbed. And when I went into school, to the higher classes in school, by the time I was matriculating, my oldest brother, who had gone to settle in Calcutta, he was a great cineast. And he used to subscribe to what used to be in those days called the Penguin Film Review, which is the precursor of Sight and Sound magazine. That's right. And Penguin Film Reviews, he used to read and send them across. So I had developed a huge collection of Penguin Film Reviews. So one got even more seriously interested. Then it so happened that at the age of 12, I decided, because we had a fairly large house, so we used to have cousins and so on coming to spend summer vacations with us. So one particular summer vacation, which was when I was about 12, I decided that I was going to make a film myself. So I made a film called Chuttiyon Mein Maaj Mazak, which was a film about fun in holidays with other kids, and in which the storyline was very thin, but there was a storyline, like one of the kids gets lost and the whole group go searching for him and eventually find him. So, and it had lots of little tricks like, things going backwards, kids diving into pools but going back, trains going in reverse and so on. So these little tricks, but it was properly scripted, shot and edited as a silent film. Now, when that happened, then of course, but living in Hyderabad was a great disadvantage because there were no film schools, there was no FTII during that time. Also, if one had to be in films, one had to be close to where the film industries were, which was either in Bombay or Madras.
Yeah. You're talking of 1946, 47 now.
No, even after. I'm talking now of, yes, that of course, but now, when I made my film, it was about 46, 47. But what I'm saying is now, into 50s, early 50s,
that's right,
and middle 50s, there wasn't, because when I was in college, there wasn't anywhere where I could think of joining. Also, my parents couldn't have afforded to send me to a film school.
There was no film.
There was no film school, but even if there was, they wouldn't have been able to afford to send me. So I nurtured this ambition somewhere in the back of my mind, yet like any lower middle class person, decided to pursue some kind of a career that would give me a livelihood. So I did economics. And after doing MA in economics, I thought for a while that I might teach. But of course, the pull of this was very great, and something happened there which I consider was a very important point in which a decision was made by me. That was when I had gone to the Inter-University Youth Festival with a play. There used to be Inter-University Youth Festivals in Delhi during that time, and I'd gone from my university taking a play. And there Nehru spoke. And he, in his speech, he was talking about mass communications. And he made a very interesting point about hidden persuaders, about subliminal messages. And that got me very, very interested. And I said, this is an area I never thought of. You know, in terms of persuasive abilities that people possess, even though you may not consciously see them as such. But there are other aspects to it. So when I heard that speech, I really mulled it over in my mind and then made a decision that I was not going to remain in Hyderabad and do this business of lecturing in a college, but I would come to Bombay and seek a job in mass communications, which automatically meant advertising. And I had a certain facility with the language, use
you
of language.
You became a copywriter first.
Yes, I became a copywriter.
And the first things you wrote connected with cinema were scripts for 1-minute films.
Yes, they were. And then, of course, being a copywriter, I carried on being a copywriter, but only for about 6 months where I was only writing copy. But within 6 months of my being in Bombay, I joined Lintas. Lintas at that time had just started to make advertising films. So which meant automatically that I could script and direct films. So then writing scripts and directing became part of my work, just as much as writing copy was part of my work. Now, but that's where I learnt the essential craft of filmmaking. I learned how to write scripts, I learned how to direct films, I learned how to direct actors, I learned how to use the camera, I learned about lenses, I learned about laboratories, recording, editing, the whole works. And that was very good training ground for me because, you know, it allowed me a period of time when I could really feel confident about making films. But it wasn't too long either. You know, of course, I made over 1,400 advertising films, but that was not the main thing. After the first 3 years of my being in advertising and making advertising films, I got the opportunity to make documentaries. So then I was making slightly longer films, not just 1 minute.
I remember the
films.
one you made about a street urchin.
Yes, yes.
And that was your most impressive sort of documentary.
Child of the Streets.
That and the Bastar one, which you did 2 years later.
Yes, about the same time. They were all done within the year. Then there was one on youth also. It was 1967. It was 20 years from the time of independence. So
Child of the Streets was very remarkable for its photography, basically for the use of incidental sound, because it's mostly shot on railway platforms and
streets
of Bombay, and it has a texture which is breathtaking. I mean, some of the things I would compare with Los Olvidados, you know, which is in that genre a tremendous thing.
Yes. So anyway, that was what was I got to do those things. But you see, I was also succeeding in advertising, and which meant that I was climbing up the ladder. And which was being successful in advertising meant that it could also be demotivating to me in wanting to be a filmmaker.
That's right.
I could continue happily to make advertising films, maybe a few documentaries now and again. I came up to a point where my next step was to head the agency. But fortunately, what happened at that time was that I applied for a Homi Bhabha fellowship, which I got. Having got a Homi Bhabha fellowship, which was essentially to do with cinema and particularly children's educational programming, both for television as well as films, gave me 2 years to think about which direction I was going to go. And it is
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India. discussing about the polyvinyl chloride and polycarbonate, that is also the one of the very important thermoplastics, and other one of the important class of the polymer, that is thermoset resin. So in that we will be discussing about the phenol formaldehyde, urea formaldehyde, melamine formaldehyde, and also epoxy resin. The coverage of the lecture, that will be introduction, we will be discussing in detail about the polyvinyl chloride. So the polyvinyl chloride, PVC manufactured in India, polyvinyl chloride end uses, polyvinyl chloride historical review, sector wise use of polyvinyl chloride, what are the monomer for polyvinyl chloride, PVC process, and hazards of the polyvinyl chloride. This is one of the important issue in case of the manufacture of the PVC, and at the same time not only the hazard, also because it is requiring huge amount of the chlorine, and so the transportation of the chlorine and then the other products, hydrogen and sodium hydroxide, that is also creating some issues regarding the probability of the this PVC plant. And hazards, so for the hazard is concerned, because we are handling the chlorine, we are handling the when the explosion that is reported in the vinyl chloride reactor also. So these are the, from the environmental point of view also, the PVC, there is some of the major issues are there. We will be discussing about the polycarbonate, its uses and manufacture, thermoset resins, and then in this class the formaldehyde resins are very important. In formaldehyde resin we will be discussing about the phenol formaldehyde, urea formaldehyde, melamine formaldehyde, and then melamine epoxy resin. Polyvinyl chloride is one of the most widely used thermoplastic with diverse application in construction, wire and cables, pipe and fittings, film, packaging. Despite pressure from the environmental concern, which I told you, there has been constant growth in the demand of PVC, and the demand is increasing. Polycarbonate, another important thermoplastic, is the one of the fastest growing engineering plastic and is finding wide application in electrical and electronic industry and in optical grade of the optical glasses that we are making from this. The phenol formaldehyde, urea formaldehyde, melamine formaldehyde, the important thermoset resin, and phenol formaldehyde, as you know the name, it started the backlight, and with the commercial name backlight, and the earlier all the electrical switches and other materials, phone, they were all made of the phenol formaldehyde, although that as the other resins are also now we are using. Let us now discuss in detail about the polyvinyl chloride, then we will discuss about the thermoset resins. Polyvinyl chloride is second largest after polyethylene and most versus balance being the hydrocarbon. So the chlorine, that is one of the very important raw material for the PVC, and you see what happened in case of the Middle East. There when the PVC manufacture was started, they started the caustic chlorine plant, and there was less use of the caustic and hydrogen than the chlorine, and so this is the reason why they call it the chlor caustic and not the caustic chlorine industry. So that is one of the issue in case of the polyvinyl chloride, because the manufacturing point will be at one place and your user will be at another place. Only some of the petrochemical complex like Reliance, they are having their own caustic chlorine plant at Gandhar. So PVC has outstanding combination of durability, stability, flame retardancy, heat electrical insulation properties, recyclability, excellent long term weather ability, and lower price because of the coming of the, you see there has been the one of the major driver for the PVC production, that has been the availability of the ethylene from the naphtha cracker, because earlier it was the ethylene from the molasses route, or it was from the calcium carbide route, acetylene and acetylene to then your vinyl chloride. So this was the actually one of the major issue in case of the polyvinyl chloride. With the addition of plasticizers, fillers, reinforcement, lubricants and stabilizer, PVC may be formulated into flexible, rigid, elastomer or the foam compound. Global production and consumption of the polyvinyl chloride in 2010 was approximately 34 million metric tons. So for the vinyl industry in India is concerned, vinyl industry in India is valued about 20,000 crore. India's imports are slated to increase to 19% by 2016. Construction sector is major consumer of the PVC, because you see now the pipings, pipe fittings and the insulating material for wire, this all the PVC flooring. So the one of the major consumer is the construction sector. Indian PVC market is characterized by the dominant pipe market, which I told you, the pipe and pipe fittings. The major end use application of the PVC can be broadly classified in two groups: rigid PVC application and flexible PVC application. Rigid PVC find application in the pipe fittings, conduits, films, bottles, etc. Flexible PVC finds application in wire, cable insulation, seats, hose tubes, footwear and other uses. Building, construction, agriculture sector, as I told you, are the major consumer of the polyvinyl chloride. This is about the sector wise consumption of the, you see the one of the major consumer is the pipes and fitting, calendering, films and seat, wire cable, footwear, prop, and then your bottles, others. So this is the in all the total, even worldwide, the percentage of in pipes and fitting, that is around in India 68 and in the other part of the world that is the 37%. PVC and capacity and demand in 2011-12 was about 1.3 and 2.08 lakh tons respectively. Demand of PVC by 2016 and 17 in India is expected to be 3.1 lakhs ton per annum. So you can just imagine the requirement of the PVC, the figure which we are having in 2011 and 12 and the figure which is expected, projected in 2070. So definitely we need more PVC plant. Per capita consumption of the PVC in India was 1.2, that is the 2006 figure against the world average of 5.1. PVC in India 2009, this is the installed capacity and the production, that is 1,279,000, that is the installed capacity and production is 110. PVC production. Now let us some historical review of the polyvinyl manufacture in India, because the early stage before coming of the this petrochemical complexes or the naphtha cracker, PVC was manufactured. So PVC production in India was started in the year 1961 by Calico, and you see the after that the cracker plant came, that is the vinyl carbide cracker plant or the NOCL or the IPCL, now Reliance in Vadodara. They were all during the 65, 66 and 70. So the PVC production in Calico, that was based on the acetylene produced from the calcium carbide. This is the route. Still, even the Serum chemicals and fertilizer they are making by this route. First alcohol based PVC plant was started by Chemplast in 1967. This was the first alcohol based plant, because the alcohol to ethylene and ethylene to vinyl chloride, that was the EDC, and EDC to vinyl chloride, that was the process, because even at that time 1966 ethylene was not available from the petrochemical complexes. Siram Chemicals and Fertilizer at Kota, Rajasthan is another unit which is based on the PVC by calcium carbide. They are using making the calcium carbide and calcium carbide to acetylene, and from the acetylene to vinyl chloride. First integrated PVC plant based on the petrochemical route using ethylene from cracker plant was commissioned in 1968 by Nosel, which is now closed. It has been taken over by Reliance, and it is now the your corporate office of the Reliance is at this place. Reliance Industry brought a sea change in the production of the polyvinyl chloride with a world scale plant at Hazira and later at the Gandhar in Gujarat, because these are the two major complexes which are making huge amount of the polyvinyl chloride. And Gandhar unit of the Reliance, which was earlier by the IPCL, they are also having the caustic chlorine plant. So the requirement of the chlorine, that is from their own generation, own production of the chlorine. These are the various units: Reliance, earlier IPCL, Phenolex, Hazira. This is the location of the plant. This is the startup of the various plants in India, and this is the, so here if you see the your sources of the feedstock: naphtha cracker, Phenolex vinyl chloride from ethylene, and then the chemiplast ethylene from alcohol, Mature Tamil Nadu. This is the starting year 1967. DCW Tutikon, that is the acetylene from calcium carbide route. DCM Siram Kota, Rajasthan, they are again using the acetylene from calcium carbide route for vinyl chloride. These are the some of the broad application. You can see the of the fittings, pipe fitting. Even it has been reported the along with the polypropylene PVC is also using a appreciable amount of the PVC that is being in the hospital material, that is for the packaging in the hospital, that is even the syringes and other materials. So these are the some of the pipe fittings. These are the some of the other material that we are making. Then the vinyl flooring that you know, and this is the water tank made of the PVC. So this is the how the PVC that is playing very important role in providing many of the items which we are finding used in the even the tires. There was a issue of the PVC tires which was supplied in African country, and that was having some carcinogenic material, and so that was the issue. So that is one of the environmental issue regarding the PVC use, but in the tires also the PVC that we are using. So basic monomer for manufacture of polyvinyl chloride is the vinyl chloride, which is made from either, as I told you earlier also while discussing, the raw material for the chemical industry, and time to time in the even the during the petrochemical, the various routes for vinyl chloride, that is the earlier route. It was the acetylene followed by the ethylene from the ethanol, and then after coming of the cracker plant at Nosel or the IPCL Vadodara, and the later by the IPCL another unit Gandhar and the Reliance Hazira. These all started making the vinyl chloride through the your naphtha route. So this is the sources of ethylene, naphtha gas cracking, alcohol. And now the another actually the interest is there from the FCC gases, because while discussing the FCC gases in recovery of C4, C5, I told you that the FCC gases also contain the lean stream, low percentage of ethylene in the gases, and so that recovery now the refineries, they are just looking for the recovery of the ethylene also from the FCC gases. Sources of acetylene, that is the one route is the calcium carbide, where we don't need any hydrocarbon, that is not dependent upon the petroleum industry. Another route for the acetylene, that may be methane, which is also one of the source of the methane, and already we discussed and these two methods, how we are acetylene, what are the reaction involved in the acetylene from the calcium carbide or the methane route. This is the PVC plant of Sriram Chemicals and Fertilizers Kota, and this is the Sriram Chemicals and Fertilizers Kota. This figure is the PVC plant they are having, that is based on the acetylene from the calcium carbide, and this is the calcium carbide plant. So you can see the environmental condition also in that plant. So this is the route how we are making the calcium carbide. These are the some of the location, already we discussed about the location, but what are the routes they are making for the whether acetylene, that DHCl, that is the calcium carbide, to acetylene, to the vinyl chloride monomer, chem plus molasses, to alcohol to ethylene, and then the ethylene dichloride, what is after cracking vinyl chloride monomer, and the PVC that we are getting. The DCW VCM to PVC, Reliance Vadodara, Reliance Gandhar, Reliance Hajra. These are all using the ethylene from the cracker plant, and the Phenol-X Ratnagiri, they are also using the ethylene for making of the vinyl chloride. So what are the process technology that is available? Although the suspension polymerization is very common, but using a free radical initiator, PVC can be made with any of the four general methods of the polymerization: suspension, emulsion, bulk, and the solution polymerization. However, bulk of the PVC is made by the suspension polymerization. So but all the four methods that can be used, but most of the PVC is made by the suspension polymerization. So most resins produced by the suspension polymerization are in the range of 125 to 165 microns in diameter, while those produced by bulk polymerization are in the range of 1 micron diameter. So this is one of the comparison of the bulk polymerization and the suspension polymerization for the manufacture of PVC. Now let us discuss about the process technology for polyvinyl chloride. Suspension polymerization of the PVC has significant advantages such as low investment, large reactor technology, clean reactor wall technology, low personal requirement, and environmentally safe. So these are the some of the advantages of the suspension technology. With the vinylidene chloride, because that has been, even in case of synthetic fiber also, vinylidene chloride that has been added in case of the acrylic fiber. So the PVC has a higher melting point than the homopolymer and may be spun into a fiber also. So this is the PVC by suspension Cheso Corporation, that the process licensor, and Binolate process by, both the process are based on the suspension polymerization. Let us now discuss the various steps involved in case of the suspension polymerization process of the polyvinyl chloride manufacture. Suspension polymerization of the polyvinyl chloride manufacture involves dispersion of the vinyl chloride monomer in water, as name itself see that the suspension, the monomers are in the suspension form. So the chloride monomer is in the vinyl chloride monomer is in water along with a suspending agent is there, and so the polymerization is initiated by activators at temperature and 40 to 70 degrees centigrade. Heat produces continuously removed using heat transfer media. After the polymerization is completed, the suspension is transferred to the degassing unit, where unreacted monomer is removed, purified, condense and recycle. Polymer from the suspension is separated by centrifuging and then it is further dried by hot air. This is the process for the manufacture of polyvinyl chloride. Here you see the vinyl chloride monomer, and which is again it is recycled, and from the stripper also it is from flash tank, then from stripper also the vinyl chloride monomer that will be recovered and that will go to the autoclave, and then the bottom of this column that will be the PVC that will go to the for the centrifugation and the separation of the PVC, and it will go to the dryer to again the cyclone to separator, and then the screen, and finally the storage. So this is a brief about the PVC manufacturing technology. As I told you earlier, because there are always some hazards associated with the polyvinyl chloride, and one of the reason is because we are using, as I told, the large amount of the chlorine is there in the polyvinyl chloride, and the handling of the chlorine, then the plant, they are not at the site of the unit, so transportation, that is one part, that is regarding the economic part, but in case hazards is concerned, that is because of the your chlorine. The manufacture, use and disposal of the PVC substantial and unique environmental, even the disposal of the PVC, because even if you are going for destruction, distillation, the chlorine vapor that will come. So the this PVC poses substantial and unique environmental and human health hazard which has been recognized all over the world. PVC is the largest consumer of chlorine and consumes about 40% of the total chlorine production. So this is the, you can just see the amount of the chlorine that is being used. But you see the here one of the major changes that is, because always the manufacture of the caustic chlorine that was considered also the hazardous because of the use of the mercury cell process, but after the coming of the membrane cell process for the manufacture of caustic chlorine, that is some of the hazards associated with the caustic chlorine plant that has been minimized, but still that chlorine which is in the PVC, that is create problem. Another problem is in the reactor, vinyl chloride reactor also, some of the explosion that has been reported in the vinyl chloride reactor also. Very large quantity of hazardous organic chlorine byproducts are formed and released to the environment at numerous points in the vinyl life cycle, which are highly persistent, bioaccumulative and toxic. Severe contamination of the communities and water system in the vicinity of the vinyl chloride monomer production facility has been reported. So this is why I was telling the vinyl chloride, it is not as such the PVC, it is the vinyl chloride monomer plant that is one of the major source of the pollution. So VCM monomer induces the aneurysm, coma and a liver cancer. So this vinyl chloride, because that is present in the, because we are doing the polymerization VCM. So that is one of the problem in the utilization of the PVC, and that problem which I told you earlier, and that was in the toys, the hazards of the toys when the children are using it. So that has been there, that has been reported in the literature. Now let us discuss another important class of the thermoplastic, that is the polycarbonates. Polycarbonates are the thermoplastic and are the one of the fastest growing engineering plastic. Global demand of the polycarbonates exceeds 1.5 million tons. So here again the problem, some problem regarding the environment is there, because in the manufacture of bisphenol and the manufacture of polycarbonate, bisphenol we need the phenol, in case of the polycarbonate we need the bisphenol and the phosgene. So the hazardous nature in case of the phosgene, preparation of the phosgene. So that is one of the issue in case of the manufacture of the polycarbonate. So for the polycarbonate, why the polycarbonate has gained so much importance? Because you see, the earlier it was the polycarbonate technology that was not well developed regarding especially the bisphenol manufacture and the your phosgene manufacture. But at the same time, some of the excellent properties of the polycarbonates are there, which are the major driving force for the development of the polycarbonate industry. So the polycarbonate are transparent and are break resistance. Polycarbonates are thermoplastic used in the several applications and have exceptional optical clarity, and this is the reason why we are using in the optical glasses. Impact strength, flame resistance, low rapid, excellent electrical properties and dimensional stability, high heat distortion, temperature, lightness, durability. So these are the some of the important properties of the polycarbonate, which has led to the more and more use of the polycarbonate. Demand of the polycarbonate is growing fast and find application. One of the area which I told you, the lighting lenses, sunglass, eyeglass lens, safety glass, CDs. This is the one of the major revolution in case of the CDs and DVD, which is the raw material we are using the polycarbonate polymer. Automotive headlamp lens, lab equipment and drinking bottles also. Even in case of the because this is having high strength, in the shoe also, in the some of the sports material also we are using the polycarbonate. So for the process technology is concerned, polycarbonate is produced by condensation polymerization of sodium salt of bisphenol and phosgene in the presence of organic solvent. The sodium chloride formed during the process is precipitated and the solvent is recovered by distillation or evaporation. This is the reaction that is taking place, and as I told you that we are having the two important feedstock, that the bisphenol and phosgene. Again in case of the bisphenol, because the raw material is the phenol, and so from phenol then the phosgene, and then after the polymerization we are getting the polycarbonate. So this is the process of manufacture and the reaction that is taking place in the manufacture of the. This is the in brief about the block diagram of the polycarbonate process, that is bisphenol, NaOH and the phosgene, that is going to the the reactor, polymerization reactor, where we are adding the solvent methylene chloride, and then it is going to separator, aqueous layer that is separated, and the organic layer, that is the caustic was and the water was and clear solution, solvent vaporization, and then the precipitation, spray drying and extraction and the pelleting. That is the final polycarbonate that we are getting. Now let us discuss some of the important thermoset agents. This was the polycarbonate and the PVC, about the thermo, important class with thermo. So for the thermoset reagents are there, we are having the three major group of the thermoplastic, which we are finding application. The thermoset reagents are characterized by a high degree of cross-linking, resistance, deformation and solution once their morphology is achieved, and are usually prepared in molds and that yield the desired shape. These polymers once formed cannot be reshaped by heat, as in case of the thermoplastic. This is the basic difference between the thermoplastic and thermoset reagents. Some of the important thermoset reagents are the phenol formaldehyde, urea formaldehyde, melamine formaldehyde, epoxy reagent and polyurethane. They are also coming in the category of the thermoset reagents. Formaldehyde reagents, because we discussed about the three important reagents, which are the phenol formaldehyde, urea formaldehyde and melamine. So formaldehyde reagents are important thermoset reagents. A large tonnage of the formaldehyde is used, and this is one of the we discussed. I told you that by discussing the formaldehyde, because methanol, this is the reason why this importance of the methanol from the petrochemical point of view for intermediate, apart from the fuel and the fuel cell, these are the methanol to olefin technology. One of the major consumer is the formaldehyde manufacture, and this formaldehyde, that is we are using in manufacture of the resin. So the formaldehyde reagents are of the two major groups: the phenolic reagents, where we are having the phenol formaldehyde; amino reagents means the urea formaldehyde and melamine formaldehyde, and thiourea formaldehyde is also there. So this is coming in case of the amino reagent group. Both phenolic and the formaldehyde reagents offer a strong bond and good resistance to high temperature. This is the one of the advantage. The major application of the formaldehyde reagents include binder in plywood. You see the phenolic reagent, that you see you must have even sometimes if you go to any plywood industry, you will find the smell of the phenolic resin. So that is one of the major consumer is the binder which you are using in case of the manufacturing plywood manufacture. In lacquers, varnishes, molding compounds, electrical switches. As I told you, this was in the name when it was manufactured, the name of the backlight was there, and so earlier you must be remembering that now there has been a lot of the changes in the switch configuration, but earlier it was all the backlight that was going to the electrical. Even the color, almost it was the black that was being used, but now the more fancy insulation, your electrical appliances are there. So the change in the use pattern is also there. Decorative plastic, dinnerwares that we are using in the case of the melamine formaldehyde. So these are the raw material for the formaldehyde resin, phenol, urea, and this is the importance why the first generation chemical in any petrochemical book you see it will be the first hydrogen, ammonia and urea, because the ammonia and urea they are not only important from the petrochemical point from the fertilizer point of view, but also from the petrochemical point. Even in case of the melamine, which is the again for we are using for melamine formaldehyde, that is also product of some of the fertilizer plant, and one of the plant that which are making the melamine, that is the Gujarat State Fertilizer Complex. So these are the some of the major raw material which I told you: phenol, urea, formaldehyde and the melamine from the urea that we are making in the fertilizer plants normally. So let us discuss now about the phenol formaldehyde resin. Phenol formaldehyde resin, a product of the condensation polymerization of phenols and formaldehyde, is the oldest condensation reaction, and the product is the most important of the thermosets resin. So I told you that the phenol formaldehyde resin in the name of the backlight, so that was commercialized in 1909 and is made by either base catalyzed addition of the formaldehyde to phenol, that is Rishol formation, single stage process, or by acid catalyzed Novolog formation, two stage process. So this is the two types of the phenol formaldehyde resin. Phenol formaldehyde resin, depending upon the ratio of the reactants, formaldehyde and phenol, molar ratio and the catalyst type, acidic or basic, polymer with different property that we can found. So these are some of the actually important parameters which can be adjusted to make the different property of the phenol formaldehyde. Two types of the products are produced during the reaction of the phenol and formaldehyde, which I told you, the novolic and the resol. Phenol formaldehyde and resol phenol formaldehyde novolic resins are acid catalyzed polymer, while resol are base catalyzed polymers. In no-log process, molten phenol and formaldehyde is polymerized in presence of the acid catalyst. Formal to phenol molar ratio of 0.75 to 1 to 0.85 is maintained. The polymerization is completed in 6 to 8 hours at 95 degrees centigrade. The volatiles and the phenol are recovered and the polymer is recovered and converted to desired form. Now let us discuss about the urea and the melamine formaldehyde. So urea formaldehyde resin is a non-transparent resin and find application in adhesives, molded objects, decorative laminates, textile, paper, fonde and the molds. Because of its high reactivity and good performance, it is widely used as an adhesive for particle board and hardwood plywood. Urea formaldehyde is made by condensation reaction of urea and the formaldehyde. This is the reaction that is taking place in case of the phenol formaldehyde, and this is from the urea formaldehyde, not the melamine but urea formaldehyde. This is the actually you see the I was telling the earlier the now you are having the different types of the, but this was the original phone. If you see, that is the made of the backlight, means the phenol formaldehyde resin. Now let us come to the melamine formaldehyde, because that is the one of the very important resin, and that came into the market and replaced most of the stainless steel normally we used to have in our kitchen. That was because of the cheap, cost was less, and at the same time lightweight, and durability, that was not a problem. It was so it is not breakable as in case of the your glasses and other kitchenware material that were used. So melamine is produced from the urea, which I told you, the and when the molten urea is heated to about 360 to 370 degrees in presence of the quartz, and urea decomposes to isocyanic acid and ammonia. Further, isocyanic acid is converted to melamine in the presence of alumina catalyst. Carbon dioxide produced as byproduct. So this is the actually the melamine structure and process involved in case of the melamine formaldehyde resin. First thing is the melamine synthesis, which is the urea decomposition, melamine scrubbing, filtration and drying of gas stream, and ammonia recovery, ammonium carbonate liquor treatment, mother liquor treatment, and the ammonia reliquefaction and batching. This is the about the not exactly the formaldehyde, but it is about the in case of the melamine manufacture. This is the method that we are using. So the importance why the melamine formaldehyde, I told you earlier also, with the coming of the melamine formaldehyde, that replaced almost the stainless steel in the kitchenwares and other your kitchenware material. So the melamine formaldehyde resin is commonly used as a kitchenware. A melamine formaldehyde resin has low water absorption and better chemical and heat resistance than the urea resin. However, major application is as bonding and the adhesive components. This is the reaction that is taking place, and the condensation of the urea. Melamine react with the urea to form melamine resin. Melamine reacts with the formaldehyde through a, this is for the melamine, for making of the urea to form melamine, and not resin but melamine is fine. And then melamine with the reaction of the formaldehyde, that we are getting the resin. This is about, I told you that how the melamine that is being made. Melamine is made from the urea. This is the reaction that is taking place while making of the melamine. Now let us discuss about the one of the another important thermoset resin, that is the epoxy resin. Epoxies are broad class of reactive monomers and resins containing epoxy functionality. Crude epoxies have good chemical and corrosion resistance, high, now you see in case of the epoxy resin in the paint industry, huge amount of the epoxy resin that is being used. So the high addition to a variety of substrate and low shrinkage during the there. So epoxy resin are made by reaction between diphenol and epichlorohydrin. Here also the involvement of the chlorine while making the epichlorohydrin is there. So most commonly used epoxy resin is made by reaction of bisphenol and the epichlorohydrin. So again here the same problem, handling of the bisphenol manufacturers, where we are handling the phenol and the poison is there. So for the why we are so importance of the epoxy resin. Epoxy resin find extensive application in coatings, adhesives and composite materials. Epoxy resin may be classified into various trade name that has been given: DGBA resin, DGBF resins, BCF resin, epoxy novolac, brominated epoxy resin, linear aliphatic resin, cycloaliphatic resin, cycloaliphatic and the multifunctional resin. Amongst the various epoxy resin, most widely epoxies are those derived from the phenol and the epichlorohydrin. Let us discuss in brief about the process technology, because as we know we need the two important feedstock, that is the bisphenol and the epichlorohydrin. So here in the polymerization for making of the epoxy resin, epichlorohydrin is first fed to the polymerization reactor in large excess to facilitate the formation of DGB. Then bisphenol is added and dissolved, followed by addition of a strong caustic soda at controlled rate and with heating to start the reaction. As the reaction proceeds, a mixture of water and epichlorohydrin distills and is condensed. The water is removed from the separator and epichlorohydrin is refluxed back to maintain the excess molar ratio in the polymerization. After the completion of the reaction, the contents are drained out and the salt is removed by filtration. The filtrate is again charged to the reactor to recover the excess epichlorohydrin by vacuum distillation. Then the raw material requirement per ton of the epoxy resin is the bisphenol, epichlorohydrin, the caustic soda. So this was about the some of the important thermoset resin and also the PVC resin, that the polyvinyl chloride, the importance of the polyvinyl chloride and the method process technology for the PVC we discuss. In the next lecture we will be discussing about the, because these two lectures were based on the polymer. The next lecture that will be on the elastomer, because the elastomers are also playing very important role and we are using in our daily life the various material from the elastomer. So the next lecture of this module will be based on the elastomer, and there will be discussing about the natural rubber, synthetic rubber, historical development which has taken place, and some of the major synthetic rubbers which is being manufactured in India and other part of the world. Because you see the synthetic rubber industry with again the driving force for the development of synthetic rubber, that has been the coming of the cracker plant. But at the same time, and also the your petroleum refining. But at the same time, if you see the historical background which we will be discussing while discussing the SPR, that was through the non-petrochemical route, means it was ethylene from the your molasses.
Shyam Benegal is among the most respected names in world cinema. He is a filmmaker who believes in cinema with a social cause and one who never compromises with his inner voice. His glorious career spans over more than 25 years, in which he has made over 1,400 advertising films, 65 documentary films, 25 feature films, and many television serials, including the epic Bharat Ek Coach. He won several national, international awards and critical acclaims for his outstanding work in film and television. It will be interesting to know about such a prolific personality. We pay tribute to this living legend through a series of 3 episodes highlighting his works and thoughts. He talks to Dilip Ch-33, a noted poet, artist, and fellow line traveler about his voyage in cinema. So, let us see our first episode, Making of the Director, in which Shyam Benegal speaks to us about his childhood influences over his personality as a filmmaker and describes his path to the world of cinema.
Shyam, it's a pleasure to meet you here in these circumstances. Both as a person who has been watching you since the mid-60s and our paths have often crossed, and I've with great interest watched your career, your filmmaking. And now the purpose of this interview is to use that advantage of having known you as a parallel line traveler to ask you questions in which a younger audience would be interested. And the first question that I would like to ask you is, I know half the answer, but I want you to fill in the other half, is how you came into filmmaking. Well, I think when you came to Bombay, you already had a latent desire to make films. And I think your career in advertising was merely a kind of a learning process. That was your film school, in fact, as I've seen. So, did you always plan to be or aim at being a filmmaker right from the start?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I wanted to be a filmmaker from the time I was very, very young. You see, it has a beginning in the sense that there are several influences that were at work when I was a child. I come from a very large family, you know, the 10 children, and my parents had 10 children. My father was a still photographer. He also was an avid home movie maker. He had a 16mm camera, and he used to make films about his children. And the pattern in which he used to work was that he used to, when each new child came, he would follow the progress of that child until the next one came, and he lost interest in the earlier one, and it carried on like this. So you can imagine, we used to have reels and reels of film about us growing up. And and he was also a very avid sort of filmmaker of different things. Like, you know, we were living in a cantonment, Sikandrabad cantonment, and which meant that army parades, cavalry exercises, you know, artillery exercises, all these things he used to film. And they became our essential staple entertainment when we were children. Added to that was the fact that just 2 minutes away from where we used to live was a cinema that belonged to the army. It was called the Garrison Cinema. And the Garrison Cinema used to have 2 changes every week of films. But of course, they mainly showed Hollywood films and an occasional film, Hindi film or Tamil or Telugu film or something like that. And this was on the way to where we used to go to our playground when we went as children to play, and also to where we went to swim. So it became natural, you know, curiosity to go and see films there. Of course, since we weren't the kind of children who got pocket money, so it was very rare that we could actually pay for our tickets.
Yeah.
So the next thing was, like in Cinema Paradiso, you know, was to befriend the projectionist. And got to see, I would see every change of film there, ever since I was maybe 6 years old. Mm-hmm. And later when the projectionist changed, we drove a wedge into the door on one side, so we could watch the film that way. And so this interest grew. First, of course, like everybody's interest is usually stars and so on. Then slowly it grew to wanting to know who had made the film, which meant interest in directors grew. So although like every other child, my initial ambition, like most children, was to become an engine driver. But it changed soon enough to wanting to be a filmmaker. And that ambition remained all the way through my school, college, everything. So you see, all these things had become more or less familiar to us. Film was not something exotic and far away. And all this was obviously being absorbed. And when I went into school, to the higher classes in school, by the time I was matriculating, my oldest brother, who had gone to settle in Calcutta, he was a great cineast, and he used to subscribe to what used to be in those days called the Penguin Film Review, which is the precursor of Sight and Sound magazine.
That's right.
And Penguin Film Reviews, he used to read and send them across. So I had developed a huge collection of Penguin Film Reviews. So one got even more seriously interested. Then it so happened that at the age of 12, I decided, because we had a fairly large house, so we used to have cousins and so on coming to spend summer vacations with us. So one particular summer vacation, which was when I was about 12, I decided that I was going to make a film myself. So I made a film called Chuttiyon Mein Maaj Mazak, which was a film about fun in holidays with other kids, and in which the storyline was very thin, but there was a storyline, like one of the kids gets lost and the whole group go searching for him and eventually find him. So, and it had lots of little tricks like, things going backwards, kids diving into pools but going back, trains going in reverse and so on. So these little tricks, but it was properly scripted, shot and edited as a silent film. Now, when that happened, then of course, but living in Hyderabad was a great disadvantage because there were no film schools, there was no FTII during that time. Also, if one had to be in films, one had to be close to where the film industries were, which was either in Bombay or Madras.
Yeah. You're talking of 1946, 47 now.
No, even after. I'm talking now of, yes, that of course, but now, when I made my film, it was about 46, 47. But what I'm saying is now, into 50s, early 50s,
That's right.
and middle 50s, there wasn't, because when I was in college, there wasn't anywhere where I could think of joining. Also, my parents couldn't have afforded to send me to a film school.
There was no film.
There was no film school, but even if there was, they wouldn't have been able to afford to send me. So I nurtured this ambition somewhere in the back of my mind, yet like any lower middle class person, decided to pursue some kind of a career that would give me a livelihood. So I did economics. And after doing MA in economics, I thought for a while that I might teach. But of course, the pull of this was very great, and something happened there, which I consider was a very important point in which a decision was made by me. That was when I had gone to the Inter-University Youth Festival with a play. There used to be Inter-University Youth Festivals in Delhi during that time, and I'd gone from my university taking a play. And there Nehru spoke. And in his speech, he was talking about mass communications. And he made a very interesting point about hidden persuaders, about subliminal messages. And that got me very, very interested. And I said, this is an area I never thought of. In terms of persuasive abilities that people possess, even though you may not consciously see them as such. But there are other aspects to it. So when I heard that speech, I really mulled it over in my mind and then made a decision that I was not going to remain in Hyderabad and do this business of lecturing in a college. But I would come to Bombay and seek a job in mass communications, which automatically meant advertising. And I had a certain facility with the language, use
you
of language.
became a copywriter first.
Yes, I became a copywriter.
And the first things you wrote connected with cinema were scripts for 1-minute films.
Yes, they were. And then, of course, being a copywriter, I carried on being a copywriter, but only for about 6 months where I was only writing copy. But within 6 months of my being in Bombay, I joined Lintas. Lintas at that time had just started to make advertising films. So which meant automatically that I could script and direct films. So then writing scripts and directing became part of my work, just as much as writing copy was part of my work. Now, but that's where I learnt the essential craft of filmmaking. I learned how to write scripts, I learned how to direct films, I learned how to direct actors, I learned how to use the camera, I learned about lenses, I learned about laboratories, recording, editing, the whole works. And that was very good training ground for me because, it allowed me a period of time when I could really feel confident about making films. But it wasn't too long either. Of course, I made over 1,400 advertising films, but that was not the main thing. After the first 3 years of my being in advertising and making advertising films, I got the opportunity to make documentaries, So then I was making slightly longer films, not just
I
1 minute
remember the
films.
one you made about a street urchin.
Yes, yes.
And that was your most impressive sort of documentary.
Child of the Streets.
That and the Bastar one, which you did 2 years later.
Yes, about the same time. They were
Yeah.
all done within the year. Then there was one on youth also. It was 1967. It was 20 years from the time of independence. So I made
Child of
it-
the Streets was very remarkable for its photography, basically for the use of incidental sound, because it's mostly
Yes.
shot on railway platforms and
Yes. Streets of
streets
Bombay.
of Bombay, and it has a texture which is breathtaking.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the things I would compare with Los Olvidados, which is in that genre
Yes,
a
yes.
tremendous thing.
Yes. So anyway, that was what was I got to do those things. But you see, I was also succeeding in advertising, and which meant that I was climbing up the ladder. And which was being successful in advertising meant that it could also be demotivating to me in wanting to be a filmmaker.
That's right.
I could continue happily to make advertising films, maybe a few documentaries now and again. I came up to a point where my next step was to head the agency. But fortunately, what happened at that time was that I applied for a Homi Bhabha fellowship, which I got. Having got a Homi Bhabha fellowship, which was essentially to do with cinema and particularly children's educational programming, both for television as well as films, gave me 2 years to think about which direction I was going to go. And it is
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
Hi friends, now we will discuss on the topic refining of crude oil for liquid fuels production. So, in the last 2-3 classes we have discussed on the petroleum and then how it is produced, its properties and characteristics, and the different products which you can get through the refining also. Now, we will be discussing more about the refining part, that how the crude oil is refined to get different products, what are the process steps and what are the reactors which are involved, or the reaction steps which are involved for the production of the different liquid products. So, the contents of this: refinery flow sheet, desalting, atmospheric distillation, vacuum distillation and conversion processes. So, if we see the conventional flow sheet of petroleum crude refining, then we see that after taking the crude, it is to some extent processed at production site and then it is transported to refinery, and then refinery performs some preliminary operation or pre-treatment step, then it is sent to atmospheric distillation column, and then residual part of the atmospheric distillation column, it goes to vacuum distillation column for further recovery of liquids from it, and then the residual part of the vacuum distillation column is further processed in as downstream upgradation or downstream processing, and then different heavy lube oil, bitumen, syngas or fuel oil etc. are produced. Now, we will start from here, the desalter, the first step at the refinery. So, the main objective of the desalter is to remove the salts, sediments and water present in crude, because we know this crude oil, when it is getting entry into the atmospheric distillation and fractionated into different fractions into products, that is naphtha, gasoline, kerosene, gas oil etc., Here the salt concentration should be less than certain value, that is 2.9 ppm, but here the crude which is produced in some cases has very high concentration of salt. So, that has to be removed. Now, we will see, prior starting that discussion, we will see the quality of some Indian crude, that means what are the different fractions we can get from Indian crude. So, that is Bombay High, North Gujarat mix, Assam mix. We get gases 1.9%, 0.4 for North Gujarat mix and 2.4 for Assam mix. So, in general this is, which is for LPG, content is very high in Indian crude, not less, and SR, that is vacuum residue part, is also less in this case Bombay High and Assam mix, although it is higher for North Gujarat mix and it is comparable to Middle East crude, that is 30.5. This gives us some idea that we can get different amount of product, different products in different amount, but then if our requirement is specific, say we need more diesel, but these crudes are having certain capacity, if we turn 100 ton then it will give us 24, it is a 19.2, it is 26.6 say, but I need 50 ton. So, I have to convert other product into this specific one. So, that a conversion of this process of the products into the required part is also very important, that we will discuss later. Now, we are coming to desalting part. So, desalting, as you know, the purpose of this process is to remove the undesirable impurities, specifically the salts and water and some sediments also if it is available, and 1 or 2 step process is used for this purpose. And as I have mentioned that 2.9 ppm of salt is allowable in refinery in the distillation column, but in some cases it is having very high, say 2,50,000 ppm and normally it is 200 ppm. So, it is very high quantity of salt. So, if we see the salt content in sea water, it is 35,000 ppm, whereas in some crude it is having more than, much more than this. So, the removal of salt is very essential for its further processing in the refinery, and that is done in desalting step. And what is the mechanism, how it works? So, if we see, the water is present in the crude either as a separate phase or it makes a water in oil emulsion. So, when it is available in separate phase, it is easy to separate, it can be simple, gravity can also separate it. So, gravity, oil water separators or surge tanks or desalting vessels, all those will easily separate this water, but water which is in emulsified form, that is not very easy to separate, and that emulsified water also contains the salt of the crude oil. So, our objective to remove that emulsified water along with the salt from the crude oil, that is the desalting step. And as I have discussed, that salt is present in the form of crystalline solids or soluble in the emulsified water. So, if we want to remove this salt, so one way we can, if we are able to remove the emulsified water, then salt will come, but that salt which is in crystallized and as a solid form, that cannot be removed. For that we have to add some more water. So, water is added, heat is applied, so that the external or the solid salts can be dissolved in it, and heat will also help to break the emulsion, and the emulsified water along with the brine will also, or the salts or the brine solution will come out from the crude. So, this is the principle of this, the desalting step. So, how it is done? The initially salt separation takes place at the production site, as I have mentioned, that is the separate phase of the water can be separated easily, then it is transported to the refinery site and then desalting takes place and water is added and then mixed, and it is using mixing valve or static mixers to ensure a proper contact between the crude oil and the water, and then passing it to a separating vessel where the separation of phases takes place, water and oil phase. Then how much fresh water we will need? That will obviously depend upon the salt content. Normally 3 to 10% is used, and this salt content is also indirectly assumed by its degree API or specific gravity. So, specific gravity also helps to decide how much salt, how much water, fresh water need to be added. So, once we are giving the fresh water, then it will dissolve the solid salts and we need to break the emulsified droplets also. So, how we will do it? Some demulsifier are also added, some chemicals can be added, or heating can also work on it, or some electricity can be applied. So, if we apply electric field, then the circular layer which we saw that brine droplets, this brine droplets as shown here, say water droplets in circle in the crude oil. This is containing different types of molecules which is at the surface of it, and it is giving a stability to this. So, we have to break this. So, now this positive and negative, if charges which are available at the surface, now if we apply a positive and negative field, electric field by using a positive and negative electrode, then these will be oriented, the positive and negative ions will be oriented and it will be deformed and rupture can also take place. If we apply very high voltage, then this will rupture and small particles will form. So, that may be more stable. So, this is the phenomena which can take place in the crude related to emulsified water droplets. So, we are adding fresh water here, and this fresh water when we are adding, this is not having that much of plus minus ions on it, but when it will be getting some time to be in contact and proper mixing will be there, and then there will be some coalescence, the droplets which we are adding, the fresh water droplets and emulsified water droplets can coalesce and it will settle. This is the mechanism for the removal of this, and the mixing of this, that will depend upon, easy mixing of this will depend upon the rupturing of this emulsified layer. So, that emulsion, the breaking of the emulsifying droplets of the water in it, and this application of electric field is used in the desalting devices in the refinery, and the factors which affect the performance of the desalting process are settling time. See, if we have one desalter is a horizontal vessels. So, the crude oil along with water flows horizontally, and then applied then voltage is applied, electric field is generated. So, in this case the settling time of the crude in this, the oil particles in this desalter, then demulsifying injections, how much demulsifiers we are adding, how much heat we are adding, then addition of fresh water, how fresh water we are adding, and effective mixing of oil and water. So, that two different phase, there will be transfer of salts from the organic to aqueous phase, and how many chemicals for breaking the emulsion we are using, as well as electricity. The electricity will also help to break the emulsion. So, now if we see the settling time, so if we consider a Stokes law region, the settling time or settling velocity will be this one, So, now r is the radius of the droplets and del rho is the variation in the difference in the density of the liquid and water and your the oil phase, and then this eta is the viscosity of the oil phase. So, now if we want to get less residence time, we have to get more V. More V we can get by increasing r, the diameter of the droplets, which is done by application of heat or by application of electric field. We can get the more del rho value. So, that more del rho value means rho 1 minus rho 2, that has to be increased. Rho is the oil phase and this is water phase. So, if we use more water, so that the variation, this difference will change. If we increase the temperature, then also density of water will change and oil will change. So, that del rho will also change and viscosity will also change with the temperature. So, when maximizing the size of the coalesced water drops, we can get electric field. So, electric field we are applying, the particles will come together, the water droplets will come together, it will be bigger one. So, it will settle quickly, and maximizing the density difference between water droplets and oil phase by heating and fresh water addition, just we have discussed, and minimizing the viscosity of the oil phase, lesser this more the V. So, we will be getting less resistance time and more efficiency or more performance of the desalting process. But how much electricity we will apply, that will also guided by this formula, F is equal to K into square d to the power 6 by s to the power 4. So, here F is equal to electrostatic force between two adjacent droplets and then E is the voltage gradient. So, how much gradient we are applying, and K is the dielectric constant and D is the diameter of water droplets and S is center to center distance between two adjacent droplets. So, these are the factors which decides what will be the electrostatic force to adjacent droplets. Now, there is some critical voltage. If we apply more voltage, then the particles can be emulsified and water droplets can be broken into smaller one and can be more stable one. So, this critical voltage is given as this formula EC is equal to K into root of T by D, when T is the surface tension, D is the diameter of droplet. Now, we will see the desalting process. So, desalting, as you know that this is a horizontal vessels where separation takes place. So, here we will be adding water, fresh water and our crude oil. So, fresh water is added here, it is going to this place, and crude oil is coming here, and demulsifying agent is also added, and we are giving proper mixing and then through valve and then it is separated. So, oil phase will go up, low density, and water phase will come from the bottom as the density is higher. So, this is the process for the desalting. Now, mixing valve we have used, we have added here demulsifier agent, but some configuration is also there. Without the demulsifying agent, the heat can also be working, can also work as heater emulsifier. So, this in this case unrefined crude and process water enters into this gravity settler, and it where electric field is applied, where electric field is applied. So, we are in some case we are using the demulsifying agent, in some case electric field is applied, and in reality electric field is applied and it has more efficiency for the separation of the salts from the crude oil. So, we will get desalted crude and we will get effluent water. The typical operating conditions of desalting units is temperature around 120 degrees centigrade to 130 degrees centigrade, and it will depend upon, as I have mentioned, that depend upon the API gravity of the crude. So, here it is shown crude API gravity increasing. So, we are having higher temperature, and pressure is around 2 to 3 kg per centimeter square above bubble pressure to prevent vaporization. Typical residence time is 20 to 30 minutes, that is dictated by electrode area, and mixing valve typical pressure drop is 1.07 to 0.05 kg per centimeter square, and wash water addition is around 4 to 6%, somewhere it is 10 to 7% also mentioned. And there may be single step or two step process. So, if the salt content is less, we can go for single step. If it is more, then we can go for double step. If we want to get more purity, we can go for double step. For single step, you see crude storage, then it is we are taking it to preheat exchanger and we are adding fresh water along with chemical injection. So, chemical injection, fresh water and crude, it is coming and heated and it is mixed, then desalting. So, desalting oil phase and water phase. So, brine to dispose and this water we are using, and then we are using for fractionation in atmospheric distillation column, the single step desalting process. Here we can get around 95% of salt removal, and while the concentration is also less, we can go for it, and high concentration we can go for two step to get more cleaning of the salt, pore removal of the salt from it. And in this case, the water which is added in the first step is coming out from the water generated in the second step. So, that is used here, and then in the first step we are getting water. So, this water we are taking some as a disposal and some part we are using here also, and then in the second part it is coming the oil part from the first desalter, it is going to second desalter for further removal of the salts from it, and we also add fresh water. So, this water is again going there and some part is going to this part. So, that way we are getting the removal of the salts from the crude oil with the water, and after heating it comes here to atmospheric distillation. So, this is two step process for desalting. Next we are coming to atmospheric distillation unit. So, atmospheric distillation unit, this here the fractionation takes place. So, vapors are formed at higher temperature, then it goes up and then condensation takes place, then the vapor condensed and it comes here. So, we will get liquid product, and here also in between we can also get different other products, and then pump around is used to get the more purity of this product, different fractions, and this is the after desalting crude is coming here. And normally atmospheric distillation is a very large vertical steel cylindrical column with diameter of around say 65 centimeter to 11 meter and height up to 60 meter, and here normally we are having say 40 to 50 actual trays in it, and we have 2 to 3 trays, there is some pump around, and temperature here 8 to 10 degree above water dew point, that is 120 to 130 degree centigrade typical, and flash zone below cracking temperature, that is 350 to 380 degree centigrade, here 350 to 380 degree centigrade, and here it is 120 130 degree centigrade. And pressure drop we get here, pressure drop in condenser 0.3 to 0.5 kg per centimeter square, and per tray there is some pressure drop that is equal to 0.08 to 0.1 kg per centimeter square. And in this process we get different products, and those products are LPG, light naphtha, heavy naphtha, aviation turbine fuel, kerosene, light gas oil and heavy gas oil, that is a high speed diesel, and then atmospheric residue. We will see now some properties of these different fractions. So, LPG obviously most important is your vapor pressure, that is 16.87 kg per centimeter square, and volatility, evaporation temperature for 95% volume at 760 millimeter mercury level. So, this is the pressure, and at this we will be having 95% of the LPG in vapor form at 2 degree centigrade. And gasoline we get recovered up to 70 degrees 10 to 40%. That we have discussed that this is not a single compound, it is a mixture of compounds. So, if we heat and the vapor which is formed, if we cool it down, then up to 70 degree we will be getting 10 to 40% in liquid, and then up to 100% we will be getting 30 to 65%, and up to 180 degree we will be getting 80% minimum. So, this is the gasoline property, and final boiling point is 215 degree centigrade, and rate vapor pressure at 38 degrees 35 to 70 kilopascal per centimeter square. Similarly, the ATF has its own characteristics, aromatics, how much it is present, then distillation again say 10% 205 degree centigrade, and final boiling point is 300 degree centigrade. It has some smoke point, that is 26 millimeter, that is minimum. Smoke point means when it is burned, if we apply heat, then the fuel will produce smokes, and what is the length of this height, smoke height, that is called as the smoke point. So, freezing point is minus 47 degree centigrade maximum, plus point 38 degree centigrade, that is minimum, and then RVP is 35 to 70 kg kilopascal per centimeter square. So, for similarly for kerosene we are having volume percentage below 200 degree centigrade is 20, final boiling point 300 degree centigrade, and flash point 35 degree centigrade minimum, and smoke point 18 millimeter minimum, sulfur is 0.25 weight percent. High speed diesel, it also has some, this 90% volume should come at 366 degree centigrade, and flash point is 32 degree, sulfur is 0.25%, and cetane number is 45, and these are the revised data. And fuel oil, we have some sulfur content, high sulfur, viscosity is also higher in this case, and flash point is also higher in this case. Now, if we think about the design variables for the atmospheric distillation column, so atmospheric distillation column and desalter both are considered simultaneously. So, desalter temperature and pre-flash, then heater outlet temperature and flash zone temperature, overflash, and then column and flash zone pressure, and type of condenser, what type of condenser we are using for cooling the vapor and to get it into condensed form, and that also influence the performance, and it is also design parameter, and location and number of pump arounds and stripping of stream and number of trays, how many trays are used, that is also important design consideration. Next we are coming to vacuum distillation. So, after atmospheric distillations, after 370 degree centigrade, the residual part we need to process in a vacuum distillation. So, in this case we create some vacuum, that is a 10 to 40 millimeter mercury absolute pressure is maintained in this case. So, once the vacuum is created, so at lower temperature also more than 370 degree centigrade, the some compounds from the residue, atmospheric residue will be vaporized. As the pressure is less or vacuum is created, so more volume will be available. So, the size of this type of column is generally bigger, and diameter is more, that is say 15 meters or more, and height is also say around 50 meter. And in this case we see we need to maintain a pressure gradient from the top to bottom. So, they are less pressure and they are higher pressure, that gradient is also maintained, and here also the packed bed is preferably used in this case, because most of the column uses packing material for the vapor liquid contacting, because such packing has a lower pressure drop than distillation trays. So, here it is coming here. So, we are getting some time, and then different products we are getting LVGO and HVGO, heavy gas oil and light gas oil vacuum obtained from the vacuum distillation column. So, we have gas oil, now we are having LVGO and we are having HVGO, and then residual part we will get from the vacuum distillation unit, that can be further upgraded. And VDU design issues are like say preheat train, say heater outlet temperature, then flash zone temperature, type of column or pressure, type of vacuum, and then steam rates, and then type of internals, top temperature, number of location of pump arounds. Here also just like this, just like atmospheric distillations, we can use some pump around, and ejector versus vacuum pumps or combination. So, how the vacuum has been created as a steam ejector or vacuum pump. So, that also a matter of consideration for its design. And this VDU vacuum distillation unit can produce feedstock for FCC or can produce feedstock for lube plant. So, that way it can be fuel based and lube based process. So, for fuel base the products are diesel, light vacuum gas valve, heavy vacuum gas valve, slope distillates and vacuum residue, whereas for lube base the products are spindle oil, light neutral, intermediate neutral, heavy neutral and vacuum residue. Now, we have discussed how the crude oil is pretreated or desalted and then it is passed through the atmospheric distillation and get different liquid products from it, and the residue from the atmospheric distillation is further distilled in the vacuum distillation column and we get different products LVGO, HVGO and the residue. Now, we have also mentioned that the specific need may be different at different country of a particular product, and accordingly the refinery may not give us the liquid product in the same ratio. So, we need to convert the one type of product to other one to meet the requirement as well as to meet the quality of the product. So, to improve the quality of the product as well as to meet the specific requirement of a certain product, we need to convert one product to other. So, here different operations are used, those are called conversion processes in the refinery, and those conversion processes are some examples are catalytic, FCC process, hydrotreating process, etc. And apart from this alkylation reforming process, all polymerization process are also used in some cases to achieve the target, to fulfill the requirement as well as the quality of different products. So, this way the crude oil is converted to different usable forms, and up to this in this class. Thank you very much for your patience.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India. Hi friends, now we will discuss on the topic conversion of intermediate products. So, in the previous class we have discussed on the petroleum crude, its properties and characteristics, then how we can produce different liquid products from the petroleum crude in a refinery, and we have seen that different liquid products like naphtha, gasoline, kerosene, ATF and diesel or vacuum residue or atmospheric residue we get. So, these products have different applications and requirement of these products may change from time to time. So, meet the requirement in the market,
the refinery needs to convert these products from one form to other form as per the requirement of the market, as well as to maintain the quality of the product and environmental requirement also. So, this conversion processes we will discuss in this class, and the contents are need of conversion of intermediate products, then major conversion routes. There are basically two major routes, one is carbon rejection and another hydrogen addition, and other routes are also we will discuss, that is reforming, isomerization, alkylation, polymerization and blending. The need of the conversion already we have discussed, that we need to meet the market requirement. So, one product to other product conversion is necessary, and also to improve the product quality. I will give some examples that how the some specific property of that particular fuel oil or that particular liquid oil can be improved by these conversion methods. And already we have discussed meet the market requirement of different products and then achieve environmental standards. Now, we will discuss the carbon rejection routes, that is basically cracking. It takes place in presence of catalyst or in absence of catalyst. So, the cracking means the application of heat to crack the bigger molecules of hydrocarbons into the smaller parts, smaller ones. So, the liquid fractions, or we can get more amount of liquid, lighter liquids, and that is the main objective of the cracking. And if we apply catalyst, then the requirement, the process requirements, the high temperature is reduced to some extent. So, we have two types of cracking, one is thermal cracking, another is catalytic cracking, and the thermal cracking temperature is around say 500 to 700 degree centigrade and pressure is around 70 atmosphere, whereas if we use catalyst, then the temperature may be 475 to 530 degree centigrade and pressure requirement is also less, that is 20 atmosphere. If we apply this cracking process maybe in thermal or maybe in catalytic path, so the higher hydrocarbons will be converted to lower one, and the two processes having different mechanism of this conversion. So, one the thermal route that follows the free radical mechanism, whereas the catalytic route follows the carbocation productions or carbonium ion and carbonium ion productions. So, there are two Cr5 plus or Cr3 plus, that is carbonium and carbonium ion respectively. So, the mechanism is different and requirement of energy is also less for the catalytic route, that is why it can take place at lower temperature. Now, we will see the catalytic route, that is fluid catalytic cracking. So, when the catalyst is used in a fluidized bed and then feed is passed through this reactor. So, this is the riser part of the reactor, and this reactor here the catalyst is coming as a recycled. So, this catalyst and the feed is reacting here and then we are getting the product that side, and this catalyst after use in the reactor is coming to the regeneration part, and then after regeneration it is again recycled. So, this is a closed circuit and where the catalyst and fuel is coming in contact and giving us the required product. So, this is our one fuel say which is having less requirement in market. So, we want to convert into other fuel where we will be having more requirement. So, this is the concept of the process, or this is the descriptions of the FCC process. And now, what can be the feedstock we can use in this process? Different types of feedstocks have been used, like say vacuum gas oil, hydro treated VGO or vacuum gas oil, hydrocracker bottom, then coker gas oil, deasphalted oil, reduced crude oil and vacuum residue. So, any one of these feedstocks can be processed through this, so that we can achieve more valuable products
from this. So, what are some examples of these products are, say dry gas, we can have LPG, we can have light cracked naphtha, we can have heavy cracked naphtha, we can have light cycle oil and clarified oil. So, this naphtha, when the naphtha requirement and LPG requirement is high, in that case we can explain the conversion in terms of this, that feed, how much feed you have taken minus this part, then remaining part is here. So, divided into 100 divided by feed. So, this is the conversion of this process. Now, we will see the typical conditions under which this FCC reaction takes place. So, here if we consider here, so obviously catalyst and feed is coming in contact with it. So, what is the ratio of catalyst and feed I am giving, that is important. What is the temperature we are maintaining here? So, here again riser is there. So, at what temperature the regeneration of the catalyst is taking place, that will also influence the degree of regeneration of the catalyst, as a whole the performance of the process. The what type of feed we are using, that will also influence this one. So, we will see catalyst to oil ratio. There are Indian and foreign units, FCC units are there. So, typical properties are shown here, that is catalyst to oil ratio 7 to 9 for foreign unit and 5 to 9 Indian unit. So, reactor riser temperature, that is 540 and this is 490 to 510. Reactor contact time, that is also very important, that is 1 to 8 second, here 1.5 to 3 second. Feed endpoint, then that means what type of feed we are using, that is 600 to 621, here 540 to 560. Regeneration temperature, that is related with the catalyst, here it is 700 to 750, here 640 to 730. And then carbon on regenerated catalyst. So, what is the extent of the regeneration of the catalyst, that is the indicator of the carbon deposited on it. And then this is for foreign units, this one 0.05 to 0.1 and this is 0.3 to 0.6 or 0.01 to 0.02. Regenerator pressure, that is 1.75 kg per centimeter square, here it is 3 kg per centimeter square. So, these are the comparison of two FCC units which is in India and in foreign. Now, we will see the reaction mechanism and how the cracking takes place FCC process. So, in this case there are a number of steps. The first is initiation, the first initiation takes place, then is propagation, then is cracking, and then we go for isomerization and cyclization. So, we will see how the cracking reaction initiates. So, we have one hydrocarbon say, and then we have catalyst. So, protonation can take place with this hydrocarbon. So, one H plus from this is coming here and being added to this CH. So, this CH plus. So, then another process may be possible, this may be catalyst. So, that will take one hydrogen from this. So, R1 CH CH2 CH plus and then we are getting here R2. So, this way hydrogen, that is protonation or hydrogen abstraction takes place, that is the initiation. So, we are getting now the carb cation. So, that carb cation will react with another hydrocarbon and then there will be some hydride transfer. So, this is called propagation step. So, here we had plus charge and another hydrocarbon. So, this charge has shifted here and now we are getting this one and R2 another hydrocarbon and it is this charge is shifted to this one. So, that is why this is called hydride transfer. So, one hydrocarbon to other hydrocarbon it is transferred and then cracking step. So, we are getting this one, this carb cation, there will be some cracking in this chain. So, beta scission it is called. So, beta positions, if we have a positive charge here, so these positions will be cracked. So, we are getting here R3 plus and then CH2 CH and R4. So, this will be there some double bond and then R3 will be separated as R3 plus and then we are getting this other product. So, this is called a cracking step. So, we are getting
a smaller hydrocarbon now from a bigger one. So, that is desirable to improve the quality. And now, the carbocations which is produced here, what type of carbocations? So, we are discussing here that this hydrogen transfer takes place from one to other hydrocarbon. So, if it is more stable, the carbocation is more stable. So, this one and this one, out of these two, which one is more stable, this one or this one? This one we have to decide, and if we can decide, then we can predict that this conversion will take place or may not take place. So, it has been seen that if this carbocation is tertiary in nature, it may be in secondary or maybe in primary in nature. So, it is shown that the tertiary has more stability than secondary and then primary. So, that way product nature will also change. Then isomerization may also take place. So, we have one secondary carbonium ion in this case. So, there may be some isomerization. So, this H plus some you see, so R CH2 and C plus CH3 CH3. So, this can also take place, that is called tertiary carbonium ion. So, secondary to tertiary formation can also take place, and then cyclization, some cyclization reactions can also take place in this process. So, as shown here, so this is our hydrocarbon. So, this is converted to cyclic form. This is also two hydrocarbons, they can make this one. Okay. So, that way the cyclization reaction can take place, and alkylation, condensation and polymerization can also take place. Alkylation may take place, condensation may take place, and polymerization may take place. So, these are the different type of reactions which can take place during FCC process. Now, what are the factors that influence the FCC performance? Already we have mentioned some of those, that is feed rate. Those are the independent parameters on which it depends, the feed rate, then recycle ratio, feed preheat, riser top temperature, reactor pressure, and fresh catalyst activity, that what is the extent of regeneration of the catalyst, and then fresh catalyst selectivity also, the how selectivity, so that we can get a particular product in higher extent. And some dependent variables are also there, that is regenerator temperature, then catalyst circulation rate, then regenerator airflow, coke on regenerated catalyst, and product yield. Now, we will see other type of cracking in which hydrogen is added. So, if we add hydrogen, then we will be getting more liquid, and at the same time we will be able to remove some sulfur, nitrogen, etc. So, that is the advantage of this hydrocracking reactions, and we see different types of feeds are also used for this process, and different products can also be achieved. So, some examples are straight run gas oil. So, gas oil which is produced directly through the fractionations in atmospheric distillation. So, that can be used. Vacuum gas oil which is obtained from the vacuum distillation column, that can also be used. Cycle oil, coker gas oil, thermally cracked stocks, and solvent deasphalted residual oils. So, after solvent deasphalting, then what liquid we get, that can also be used for hydrocracking, and then straight run naphthas and cracked naphthas. So, those are the feedstocks for this hydrocracking process, and some products are liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, motor gasoline, reformer feeds, ATF, diesel fuels, heating oil, solvent and thinners, lube oil, and petrochemical feedstocks. So, once we are getting naphtha, will be the naphtha is converted to petrochemical feedstocks. So, that is the use of this, and we will see the chemistry of this hydrocracking process. So, like FCC process, here also different types of reactions can take place, and obviously hydrogen addition is taking place here. So, we will get some hydrogenolysis. So, we will be adding hydrogen, that hydrogen will break the structure here, say here benzothiazine. So, due to the addition of hydrogen, this structure will be converted to some, this is broken here. So, lysis is taking place. So, there is hydrogenolysis. Due to the addition of hydrogen, we are getting some lysis in the structure of the organic compound, and then similarly quinoline and this one. Then hydrogenation, say polyaromatics hydrogenation. So, we have one naphthalene.
So, if we add hydrogen, so this unsaturation will be removed. So, in one ring it is shown, and in the second step again the both the rings unsaturation is removed. So, that way hydrogenation can take place or hydro dealkylation can take place. Hydro dealkylation can take place here. Say this is one aromatic hydrocarbon, we are adding hydrogen. So, then we are getting hydrogen addition here plus dealkylation, dealkylation also taking place. Alkyl group is removed from this ring. So, that this type of reaction can also place. Another example is here only dealkylation has take place. And then hydrodecyclization. So, if we have this type of compound, if we add hydrogen, then decyclization, this is a cyclic compound, due to this there will be some cracking and then hydrogen addition. So, these two different compounds we are getting here, which is not having cyclic structure. So, here decalin hydrogen, it gives this type. So, these are some typical examples, and numbers of reactions are may be possible during the reaction conditions. And then hydrocracking can take place. So, this is the cracking bigger molecules. So, it is converted to smaller one. Hydroisomerization, some isomerization can also take place. So, this is one hydrocarbon, this can be converted to this one, so isomeric form of it. So, different types of reactions can take place during the hydrocracking process or in the hydrocrackers. So, if we think about the catalyst and their properties, then the catalyst will be having some dual functions. One is cracking, we have to crack it, and another is hydrogenation or dehydrogenations. So, one is cracking, another is hydrogenation and dehydrogenations. These are the basic process which is available during the whole process. That is why the catalyst should have two sides. One will favor the cracking, another will favor the hydrogenation dehydrogenation reactions. So, for the cracking reactions, the active sites is acidic in nature, and say some examples is silica alumina or say crystalline zeolite, modified zeolite along with binder. So, these are the some examples of acidic sites in the catalyst, and there will be some other sites for hydrogenation dehydrogenations, and these sites are basically containing metals, that is noble metals, may be platinum, palladium, or non-noble metals like molybdenum and tungsten, or nickel cobalt has also been used to increase this hydrogenation dehydrogenation capacity of the catalyst, and noble metals less than 1%, non-noble metals 2 to 8%. So, if we use noble metal, the catalyst will be costly, but obviously noble metal in noble metal using catalyst, the requirement of noble metals is less, but non-noble metal requirement is higher than this. For example, 2 to 8% for nickel cobalt and 12 to 30% for molybdenum tungsten digoxide. So, to reduce the cost of the catalyst, the non-noble metals have been introduced and the noble metals have been replaced by this, although there are some comparison between the performance obviously the noble metals catalyst are more than the non-noble metal catalyst. Now, what type of reactions will take place? What will be the product distribution? That will depend upon the extent of this acidic site and this your basic sites of these two catalysts. So, accordingly the product pattern will change, and depending upon the feedstocks also this can be monitored, the active sites, number of active sites can be monitored, and the catalyst can be designed. Some example we will show here. So, this is our desired reactions. We want to hydrocrack naphtha or LPG, naphtha to LPG or gas oil to gasoline. So, this is our say desired reactions, we need to do it. So, our catalyst should have strong acidic side, and then hydrogenation activity is moderate, and then surface area high, porosity low to moderate. But when we go for gas oil to jet fuel and middle distillate conversion, or say gas oil to high viscosity lube oil conversions, then we need moderate acidity and hydrogenation activity is very strong. So, we need to add more hydrogen in this case. So, surface area is high. Similarly,
when we go for hydroconversion of non-hydrocarbon sulfur and nitrogen, then obviously we do not need that acidic behavior, because our objective is to remove the sulfur and nitrogen. So, not to crack the molecules, may not be, the cracking of the molecules may not be that important. So, in that case we are using weak acidity, and then hydrogenation has to be strong, because S and N has to react with the hydrogen to give H2S and NH3. So, that way, depending upon the nature of conversions which we are interested to achieve in this process, we can design the catalyst as per our requirement. Now, we will see the process, how the hydrocracking can take place. So, here we need hydrogen and we need feedstock, we have to provide temperature and pressure. So, here we are make up hydrogen, we are providing some pressure and fresh feed. So, it is coming here. So, that way it is going and heated, preheated, and it again some heating arrangements, and it is coming to reactor stage 1. So, this is one first reactor for hydrocracking. So, after reactions the product is again here cool down, and then it is coming for pressure release to high pressure separator. So, high pressure separator we are getting some gas. So, it will be coming and again it will be recycled with hydrogen. So, it is going to this loop, and then the liquid part which we are having here, that is going for low pressure flask. Again we are doing a reducing the pressure here. So, low pressure flash drum it is coming. So, again we are getting some gas molecules, gas, and remaining part is going there for debutanizer. So, some again some pressure reduction. So, butanizer. So, butane is recovered here, then it is going for different fractionation. So, for fractionation, and in the fractionator we get different products, light naphtha, heavy naphtha, kerosene, gas oil, etc. So, the residual part again it is going and added with make up hydrogen, and it is entering into the, after preheating it is entering into the reactor 2. So, second stage conversion we are taking, the objective is to get more liquid conversions, more conversions. So, then it is coming, and from second reactor again it is cooled down, and then high pressure separation. So, then high pressure separation, so we are making a flask. So, we are getting flash, after flashing pressure reduces. So, then the vapors goes there and it is added with the hydrogen for this recycling of this and helps for further hydrocracking. And then the bottom part of this, it is coming and sent to the low pressure flash drum. So, again for the recovery of the gases from it. So, this is a overall flow sheet which is followed to perform the hydrocracking of different products, intermediate products. Now, we will see the operating conditions. These are mainly dependent on feed characteristics and product pattern which we desire, that we have already discussed, and some typical example are given here. For a hydrocracker processing VGO to produce maximum middle distillates, the reaction temperature is around 370 to 450 degree centigrade, and reaction pressure is 160 to 200 atmospheric pressure, and LHSB that is 0.6 to 3.0. And what is LHSB? That is the liquid hourly space velocity, which is the ratio of liquid volume flow per hour to catalyst volume. So, fractionating section has operating conditions similar to conventional distillation unit. So, these are some operating conditions. Now, we will see the comparison of FCC and hydrocracking. So, obviously, when we are using hydrogen, we need to provide sufficient pressure for the reaction of hydrogen with the liquid part. So, gas phase and liquid phase reaction. So, we need to increase the high pressure. So, pressure is high here. For FCC we do not need that high pressure. Operating temperature, here it is high, but in this case temperature is relatively less because hydrogen is present there. So, construction cost is moderate for FCC, hydrocracker is high because it requires high pressures. So, cost is also higher. Products olefins is high here, here it is nil. So, olefin will not be available because we are providing hydrogen. So, olefin unsaturations will be removed, and then light naphtha octane number, it is greater than 100, but here we get 78 to 81. So, unsaturation is not there. So, octane number is not much with respect to 100 where we get in FCC, but heavy naphtha octane
we are getting 95 to 100, we are 40 to 64, and then distillate C10 index. So, C10 index here it is low and we have 56 to 60, and distillate sulfur content, obviously in this case we will be having moderate to high, because sulfur removal does not take place in this case, but here hydrocracking sulfur removal takes place. So, we will be very low sulfur, we will be bottom sulfur content is also very low in this case of hydrocracking. So, that way we can compare the FCC and hydrocracking process. Now, we will see the reforming and isomerization process. So, reforming means reforming will reform some products to other one. So, basically in this case it helps to produce high octane number reformate. So, it helps to produce high octane number reformate and different type of reactions which we get here, that is naphthalene dehydrogenation and then paraffins dehydrocyclization and the linear paraffins isomerization and naphthenes isomerizations. So, dehydrogenations and isomerizations are desired product, desired reactions, whereas adverse reactions which can take place here, that is hydrocracking, hydrogenolysis, hydrodealkylation and alkylation, transalkylations and coking. So, these are not desired for the reforming, and isomerization is required to produce branch say C5 C6 hydrocarbons, that is gasoline product. So, when we need more gasoline to improve the quality of gasoline, this reactions is preferred. Here also this is also reforming is also preferred to increase the octane number. Then we can add some blending. So, blending is possible. So, that can help to improve the quality of the product as well as to meet the requirement of a specific fractions. So, some example we will show here. So, typical motor gasolines that may consist of straight run naphtha from distillation, atmospheric distillations, the straight run naphtha which we are getting, that plus crack it from FCC crackers which gasoline we are getting. If we can make some proper blend, we may get reformate. Reforming is also giving us gasoline, that part can be blend, alkylate, isomerate and polymerate. So, different reactions can give us some gasoline type product. So, if we can mix it, then ultimately gasoline blend will get, and that may have higher octane number than the straight run gasoline. So, in most cases the components blend non-linearly for a given property. That means, if we mix these different gasoline from different sources, so after the mixing, what will be the property? Normally it is not that linear, it is non-linear, and some correlations are developed to predict what will be the properties of this. Then polymerization and alkylation, another type of reactions which are also used for the conversion of one intermediate product to other form, that is polymerization and alkylation. In polymerization, the light olefins are introduced to combine or polymerize into molecules of 2 to 3 times their original molecular weight. So, smaller molecules are converted to higher one. So, the catalyst employed are acidic, that is phosphoric acids on pellets of Kaisel gur. So, that is used, and we see here it requires high pressure in the order of 30 to 75 bars and temperature is 175 to 230 degree centigrade. And this polymerization derived gasoline may have higher quality. Some example is shown here. Polymer gasolines derived from propylene and butylene have octane numbers above 90. This alkylation reactions also achieves long chain molecules by combination of two smaller molecules. So, one being an olefin and the other as isoparaffin. So, sulfuric acid can also be used, or hydrofluoric acid can also be used for these reactions. This alkylation, when sulfuric acid is used, that is 98% concentration, and say and the temperature is 2 to 7 degree centigrade. The octane number of these alkylates may be 85 to 95. So, this polymerizations, alkylations, all these processes helps to increase the octane number and to give better quality gasoline. So,
we have discussed different type of reactions which can take place or which we can use to convert one form of liquid to other one to meet the market requirement as well as to improve the quality of that particular liquid fractions. Thank you very much for your patience.
Health is wealth. जो तंदुरुस्त है वो धनी है. Different languages, different cultures enunciate the same principle. Nowadays, one may find individuals who are paying attention to their health in terms of regular exercise and proper diet. But the state of health of an individual is dependent on the society's health. And to discuss this question, a complex question, with us we have in the studio today Dr. H.V. Sardesai, a most widely known and respected physician in Pune. Dr. Sardesai, at the outset, could you give us an idea about the state of health prevailing in India vis-a-vis developed nations of the world?
Yes, it's rather an unfortunate situation that diseases which we may consider communicable and therefore have a social bias have a very high incidence in our country. I'll give you the incidence of typhoid fever, which is exceedingly common here. In UK, United Kingdoms, you have one case of typhoid fever per million population in the year. Whereas in India, though the incidences have varied, the minimum incidence is 1000 and maximum incidence is 20,000 cases per million in 1 year. And this necessarily is due to the fact that there is inadequate sanitation. Take the example of neonatal tetanus, the tetanus which is there in newborn child, almost 100% fatal. Only 3 cases of neonatal tetanus were detected in the entire Europe in the last year, and they too came from countries which were not really advanced. In India last year we have reported cases of 87 cases of neonatal tetanus. We have reasons to believe that many other cases were not reported, and therefore the incidence is exceedingly high. So also tuberculosis, which is a very big problem in our country. In our country it is estimated that roughly 17 million cases of tuberculosis are going on at this moment of time, and there would be twice that number of people who have had the infection but have not had the disease yet. So that roughly you might say that 1/3 of population in our country has been either affected or is suffering from tuberculosis, and these figures are staggering.
That's an enormously high figure.
Very
high. Would you say that this is a social problem, not an individual one, and therefore society has to do something about it?
Very much so. We all have our personal health, but we also have a social health, and a society is made up of individuals, and unless each and every individual is healthy, the society is not healthy, and vice versa. Unless you are a part of a healthy society, you cannot remain healthy. I mean, the entire environment may be polluted, and however much you may try to be healthy in yourself, you may get infections. You can get infections from the water that you drink, from the air that you breathe, the food that you eat, and all kinds of pollutants will affect you, even though as an individual you have taken every possible care to remain healthy.
Dr. Sardesai, we have definitions of good health on a personal level. Could you give us an idea about a definition for social health?
You know, a society where a person feels secure for future and a society which has got high standards for entertainment is considered a society which is healthy. So security for future meaning thereby that if I go out of my house for some work, people in my house must feel certain that I will return back home without any difficulty, and I won't have accidents on the way, or nobody will murder me or kill me, or in the houses I can sleep very contentedly that nobody is going to steal or come and make a robbery in my house. If I were to have a society which is unhealthy, then there will be thefts, and there will be robberies, and there are rapes, and there are murders, and everything is going. One part of society is working in a manner which is not in the interest of other portions of the society and taking advantage of each other. These are all signs of unhealthy society. Similarly, as I said, the ability to entertain oneself. The classical example is when the Romans went for war. With every battalion they used to have a hunchback who used to walk with it. When the Roman soldiers got tired of walking, the general would order the hunchback to run. He couldn't run, so he would be whipped, and he would fall down, he would cry, he would bleed, and as he was doing that, the entire Roman soldiers would laugh at it and say they get greater vigor and march with greater force. Even to read this one feels a terrible thing, and one would feel, what sort of an entertainment is this? But we need not be so judgmental. In our own mind, we also take great pleasure in some harm that is seen on the TV screen, on the cinema. There is so much cruelty and so much of harm which is being done to each other, and people seem to be delighted at it. This is not a sign of a very healthy society. A healthy society must have good literature, good entertainment, good drama, good cinema, and so on and so forth.
Society is understood in different terms, communities, clans, etc. But many people would say that the essential constituent of a society is the family. Now, how far does the family play a role in determining the state of individual's health?
To a very great extent, because all habits of physical cleanliness begin in one's family. Take a simple habit of washing your hands before you take your food. The human hand is so made that the palm of our hands has a skin which is impervious to many bacteria, viruses and things. So whenever we are moving around, we come across, we touch railings of staircases, and we come in contact with a number of things which are undesirable. They won't affect us as long as they are on our hand. But without washing our hand, we take the hand near our mouth and eat without washing. That gets transferred onto our mouth. Unfortunately, the lining of our lips, throat is not so strong. It picks up the infection very quickly. And therefore, what is termed as a droplet infection, like ordinary coughs and colds are transmitted this way. I have a cold, I sneeze. My sneezing produces droplets which go and affect all parts around. Somebody else comes, touches that part on the table, goes home, without washing his hand, eats, and he gets the cold. Cold is all right. What happens to more serious diseases? What happens to chicken pox? What happens to other illnesses like shingles, what we call as herpes? They're all illnesses which come like that. Meningococcal meningitis is transferred like that, that a person who has this kind of an infection, by his coughing, sneezing and even talking, keeps on spreading droplets all over. We touch them, they are on our hands, we don't wash our hands and eat it. So the society, the family is the unit where the child is taught the importance from the beginning. Wash your feet before you come into the house, a very vital importance, because there are kind of worms. Take the example of hookworm. Hookworm gets entry into the body by the foot. On the foot it makes an entry and then gets into the body. So if you wash your feet when you are coming from outside, then at least you have prevented an incidence of hookworm, which is otherwise very serious illness inside. So also the way to behave with each other, the ability to share, because the family is the place where you learn these aspects in society. Otherwise, as a child, the attitude is that I want everything, and I want it now, here and everything. Now if that trend is not controlled in that, then the same thing will happen in the adult life. That man will say, I want everything, I want all the money, I want all the authority, I want everything, and I am not prepared to share it. So family is the basic unit of a society.
Well, individuals are asking for all kinds of things nowadays, but one suspects that they are putting a lot of their money and time in wasteful and even harmful habits, which only affect them personally, yes, but also it has a social dimension as a relation of social cost. In the same vein, if a society puts in a lot of money for individual benefit, would it make a substantial difference to the state of the health of that society?
Both factors are very important. I mean, if we were to take simple things like eating supari and eating tobacco and smoking and taking alcohol, even in a city like Pune, it is estimated that 20 lakhs of rupees are spent every day in 24 hours on only harmful habits. So, if people in Pune were to simply say that 1 year we are not going to spend money on something which harms us, we are entitled to have our entertainment by reading books, we can go to good cinemas, we can take picnics out, go to natural resorts, do exercise, play games, whatever else we want to do you are welcome to do, but not smoke and not drink and not eat supari, then you would build a dam around Pune. Every year in one city can do that. Other way around, supposing there are dumps of all kinds of dirt around and flies are there and cockroaches are there and they come on down here, it was a matter of great shame to know that in the later part of 20th century a disease like plague should visit India because it can only come through insanitation. And the illnesses which I referred to in the past like typhoid, like TB, like neonatal tetanus come only through insanitation. Take the example of pollution of the car exhaust. I mean, an individual can hardly do anything about it, but the state and the authorities could do quite a lot to improve the sanitation in that respect.
Is this state of poor health in India reflected in the expenditures in any way?
Very much so. Now, last year 1998-99, we had 16,000 pharmaceutical companies in our country which have produced marketable products and sold 18,000 crore rupees worth of medicines in 1 year. Now, if you were to see that staggering figure and if you were to look at the number of absenteeisms for work, loss of man hours, illnesses, hospitals are absolutely full, no place to get admitted, all doctors' dispensaries are overflowing, this would represent a very poor performance. A very dramatic change is needed in this.
Which would imply that there is a political will. In that sense, the political dimension of social health seems to be crucial and the role of governments. How could they do better, to give some instances?
You know, vigilance is needed. For example, it won't require too much money to have the garbage cleared, or it won't require too much money to be sure that there is not a lot of noise pollution everywhere. I am told that Singapore is one of the cleanest parts of the country, of the whole world, because if you were to throw litter on the road, a fine of 1,000 pounds is put on you straight away. Now, that sort of a monetary deterrent has placed that place absolutely clean like a mirror. If Singapore can do it on a smaller scale, why can't we do it? We should be able to do that. Two basic things are needed to keep good health: a potable water supply and a proper sewage disposal. If these two things are attended to, I think 50% of our illnesses will go, just simply as is this.
So the solution is simple if one pays attention to it.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
Welcome to our continuing series of lectures on fundamentals of transport processes. In the previous few lectures, we had derived conservation equations in different coordinate systems for both concentration fields as well as the momentum fields. For the concentration, we had actually gone through and derived the equations in some detail. So the equation was of the form partial c by partial t plus the divergence of the velocity times c, there is a dot product here, is equal to d times the Laplacian of the concentration. Okay. And for the energy equation, you will get a similar equation. Where alpha is the thermal conductivity, and both of these are valid when the diffusion coefficient or the thermal conductivity and the specific heat are independent of position. Okay. All of these have a common structure. There is the divergence of the velocity times the concentration, or the velocity times the temperature on the left side, and there is the Laplacian of the concentration, the Laplacian of the temperature on the right side. For momentum conservation equation, there were two equations because we have to write an equation for the total mass. Okay. That total mass equation was of the form the divergence of the velocity is equal to 0. Okay. And the momentum conservation equation was of the form I should note that if the fluid is incompressible, okay, if the fluid is incompressible, okay, these terms here, okay, the blue terms, can be alternately written. Okay. I can write down del dot uc is equal to, differentiating using chain rule, okay, u dot the gradient of the concentration plus concentration divergence of velocity. Okay. And if the fluid is incompressible, because of this mass conservation condition, the second term is 0. Okay. Therefore, I can alternately write for incompressible fluids alone, I can alternately write the concentration and the temperature equation as written in this form. The equation is exactly the same as the momentum conservation equation, except, as I said, that I have this additional pressure gradient here. Okay. This momentum conservation equation is for the 3 vector components of the momentum. So there are 3 equations in here included within this one vector equation. I can take the 3 components of the velocity as ux, uy, uz, or ur, u theta, u phi, and I can get the different scalar equations, okay, for the different components in the different coordinate systems. Okay. And I defined for you in Cartesian and in spherical coordinate system or in a spherical coordinate system, it is ER d by dr plus E theta by r. Okay, so that is the expression for the gradient in a Cartesian coordinate system and a spherical coordinate system. And the Laplacian was of the form, okay, d square by dx square okay, or in a spherical coordinate system 1 by r square d by dr of r square So those were the operators that we had derived in Cartesian spherical coordinate systems. You just have to put in those operators into these equations to get the equations in the different coordinate systems. Okay. Note that this divergence operator or the gradient operator has dimensions of 1 over length. Okay. The divergence of the gradient operator have dimensions of 1 over length. Laplacian has dimensions of 1 over length square, because you are taking two derivatives with respect to the spatial positions. Okay. So now, if you look at these equations, okay, and try to scale them, okay, I have an equation of the form dc by dt plus, okay, if it is incompressible, u dot grad c is equal to d del square c. And if I have some configuration, okay, okay, such as for example the flow through a pipe of some diameter, okay, d, okay, with some velocity u, average velocity u, okay, or the flow past a spherical particle, okay, or some other particle, okay. The characteristic dimension in this case is the particle diameter d, and the free stream velocity far from the particle has some velocity u. Okay. And of course, if I have a mass transfer problem where I have concentration C infinity far away and on the surface I have a concentration Cs, okay, as we have been doing in other such situations in these problems, one can write down a scaled concentration one can define the scaled velocity u star is equal to u by the characteristic velocity capital U, okay, which is the flow through the pipe, average velocity of the flow through the pipe for internal flows or flow around the object for external flows. Okay. I can also scale the length scales. Okay. In general, I would scale the length scales as x star is equal to x by d, okay, y star is equal to y by d, and z star is equal to z by d. Okay. Since the gradient operator has dimensions of inverse of length, it is d by dx times ex plus d by dy times ey plus d by dz times ez, or similar expressions in other coordinate systems. I can write a scaled gradient operator as d times grad. Okay. This is dimensionless because the gradient operator has dimensions of 1 over length. So if I do that, okay, the equation is linear in the concentration field, therefore I will get partial C star by partial T plus I have a velocity here times d. Okay, I should say. Okay, times u star dot grad, the scaled gradient operator times C star. Okay. So basically, since I am scaling all lengths by d, this operator also gets scaled by the inverse of d. Okay. So defined this way, this term is dimensionless. Okay. And on the right side, I have two derivatives. Okay. I have two derivatives, that means I will get two factors of d in the denominator. Okay. Okay. So I will get d by d square, okay, del star square c. Okay. When I go from c to c star, I get this factor coming out. Okay. When I change the variable from c to c star, I get this factor of cs minus c infinity, okay, in all the derivatives. But since the equation is linear in c, that cancels out on all terms. Okay. Now, this gives me a way of scaling the time scale, okay, the time scale for variation. Okay. A natural time scale in this case would be this u by d, okay, the time scale for the variation. Okay. And if I do that, okay, what I will get is, okay, t times u by d is now dimensionless. Therefore, I will get u by d into partial c by partial t okay. And if I divide throughout by this factor here, what I will get is and this is the Peckley number for mass transfer. This is the Peckley number for mass transfer. This is the general structure of the equations of motion. Okay. This is how the equations of motion generally look. Okay. If I were to do the same for heat transfer, I would get exactly the same. Okay. It is exactly analogous. Okay. I substitute T for C and alpha for D, okay, and what you would get is u d by alpha into partial T by partial T okay. So, this is the Peckley number for heat transfer. Okay. And I could do the same for momentum transfer. In this case, the only variable that I have is the velocity. Okay. If I were to do that for momentum transfer, okay, the equation is slightly more complicated, but you can scale it nevertheless. Okay. The equation is rho into partial u by partial t plus u dot grad u. And if I define u star is equal to u by the characteristic velocity, grad star is equal to d times grad, okay, and t star is equal to t u by d. What I would get on the left side is going to be equal to rho u square by d. Okay. You can work it out. Okay. Okay. There are two factors of u here, which gives you a factor of u square, and there is one gradient which gives you 1 over d. Okay. So, this is partial u star by partial t star minus 1 over d. Okay. I have not yet scaled the pressure. Okay. I will do that shortly. Okay. And on the right side I have mu, I have one factor of velocity due to the velocity, and there are two gradients. So, that gives me a 1 over d square. Okay. Okay. So, that is the scaled equation. Now, I can divide the equation throughout by either of these coefficients, okay, either the viscous coefficient or the inertial coefficient. Okay. Which one you choose will depend upon what is dominant. For the present, I will choose to scale it by the viscous scales. Okay. And if I do that, on the left side I get rho u d by mu. choose to scale it by the viscous scales. Okay. And of course, I can use this to scale the pressure. Okay. I can use this to scale the pressure and define P star is equal to P by nu u by d. Okay. Then this equation, the pressure term just becomes minus the gradient of the scaled pressure. Okay. And on the left side we have the dimensionless number, the Reynolds number, divided by the kinematic viscosity or the momentum diffusivity. Okay. So, all of these equations have a common structure. On the left side you have the Peclet number or the Reynolds number times the time derivative and the convective terms. On the right side you have the diffusive term. Okay. In all of these equations one can consider two limits. One is where the Peclet number is very small. Okay, when it is very small, diffusion is dominant, and basically you are solving an equation which basically states the Laplacian of the concentration of the temperature field is equal to 0. In the case of the momentum conservation equation, it is a little more complicated because you have the pressure gradient as well. Okay. And this has to be coupled with the mass conservation condition del dot u is equal to 0. Okay. But in both cases, the diffusion operator is a Laplacian operator. Okay. In both cases, the diffusion operator is a Laplacian operator. Okay. On the other hand, in the limit where the Reynolds number or the Peclet number is large, basically these convective terms, okay, will balance the pressure term in the case of the momentum equation, or in the case of the mass and energy equations, these convective terms on the right side, on the left side, I am sorry, the convective term on the left side is much larger than the diffusion term on the right side. Okay. So, one can envisage two limits. Okay. One is the diffusion dominated limit. Okay. Okay. This happens when the Peclet number is much small compared to 1, or when the Reynolds number is much smaller than 1. In that case, diffusion is dominant, convection is negligible compared to diffusion. Okay. And in that case, the conservation equations for concentration or temperature basically reduce to del square C is equal to 0 or del square T is equal to 0. So, both the concentration and the temperature field in this case have to be solutions of the Laplace equation. For momentum transport, it is slightly more complicated. Del dot u is equal to 0 is the mass conservation condition, and if I neglect the inertial terms in the limit of the Reynolds number being small, the conservation equations reduce to minus grad P plus so these have to be solved subject to boundary conditions. Okay. These momentum conservation equations, they call the Stokes equations in the limit of low Reynolds number. These are called the Stokes equations. In the limit where convection is dominant, when the Peclet number is large compared to 1 or Reynolds number is large compared to 1, okay, I could divide the equation, for example, the concentration equation throughout by the Peclet number. Okay. So, the concentration equation, if I divide by the Peclet number, I will get an equation of the form So, that will be the conservation equation in the limit of high Peclet number for the concentration field, and an analogous equation for the temperature field. In this case, you would think simplistically, Peclet number is large, therefore, this number is very small. So, I can just neglect the right side of the diffusion equation and solve an equation of the form partial C by partial T plus U dot grad C equals 0. Okay. You just go ahead and solve that to get the temperature or the concentration field, okay, and a similar equation for the temperature field. However, when you do that, the original equation that you had was a second order differential equation. The highest derivative is in the diffusion term. Therefore, the original equation was a second order differential equation in each of the spatial coordinates. Okay. The second order differential equation in each of the spatial coordinates. That means that to completely specify the original problem, you need two boundary conditions in each spatial coordinate. If you assume Peclet number is large and just neglect that second order term, the equation just reduces to a first order differential equation, okay, along the velocity direction, okay, u dot grad. Okay, so, the variation along the velocity, along the direction of the velocity is first order, and you can no longer satisfy both boundary conditions. Therefore, one cannot solve an equation like this and still satisfy all the boundary conditions in the original problem. You will end up with an inconsistency. We saw that when we were solving the oscillatory flow in a pipe. When you reduce the order of the equation, boundary conditions can no longer be completely specified. Okay. That is the mathematical reason why a solution of this kind is not correct. Physical reason is that this convective term, okay, this convective term transports mass or energy only along the direction of the fluid flow. Okay. At solid surfaces or liquid gas surfaces, due to the no penetration condition, there is no fluid velocity perpendicular to the surface. Therefore, transport perpendicular to the surface cannot take place due to convection. Okay. Transport perpendicular to the surface cannot take place due to convection. Transport perpendicular to the surface has to take place only due to molecular diffusion. Therefore, even in the limit of high Peclet number, it is still necessary to include the effect of diffusion within thin boundary layers close to surfaces in order to be able to predict what is the transport rate across those surfaces. As the Peclet number increases, the thickness of those boundary layers decreases. The gradients increase, okay, in such a way that within that boundary layer, okay, the concentration field, when scaled by the boundary layer thickness, okay, if you scale the coordinate perpendicular to the surface by the boundary layer thickness, the concentration field is independent of Peclet number even in the limit as Peclet number going to infinity. Okay. So, what you need to do is to include the effect of diffusion very close to surfaces by rescaling, okay, the distance from the surface, okay, within a boundary layer of thickness, whose thickness is determined from the requirement that convection and diffusion have to be of equal magnitude within this boundary layer, even as the Peclet number goes to infinity, okay, and the boundary layer thickness goes to 0. Okay. Even as the Peclet number becomes larger and larger, the boundary layer thickness will become smaller and smaller in such a way that convection and diffusion are of equal magnitude within that boundary layer. Okay. So, we will be using similarity solutions here. Okay. A similar situation holds for momentum transfer. Okay. The equation, if I scale it, okay, by the inertial scales, In this case, in contrast to what I had defined earlier, in the earlier case I had scaled the pressure by the viscous scales. In this case, if I take the limit of high Reynolds number, the pressure has to be actually scaled by the inertial scales. Okay. I will not go through the derivation. Okay. If you scale the pressure by the inertial scales and simplify the equation, you will get an equation of this kind. Okay. Once again, in the limit of high Reynolds number, you would think that you can neglect this viscous term in the conservation equations. That is true in most of the bulk of the fluid flow. Okay. You could solve this equation without taking into account the viscous term. However, close to the surface, the retardation of the fluid close to a surface, okay, at the solid surface, the velocity has to be equal to 0. Close to the surface, it is the stress exerted by the surface that actually slows down the fluid and enforces the no slip boundary condition at the surface. If you neglected the viscous term, you cannot enforce the 0 tangential velocity boundary condition at the surface, because the velocity comes to 0 because of momentum diffusion from the surface. So one cannot enforce the 0 tangential velocity boundary condition. In order to enforce the 0 tangential velocity boundary condition, one has to postulate a boundary layer once again, a momentum boundary layer close to the surface, whose thickness decreases as the Reynolds number increases in such a way that there is a balance between convection and diffusion in the limit of the Reynolds number going to infinity within this boundary layer. Okay. In this course, I will deal exclusively with mass and heat transfer. I will in the next lecture start looking at diffusion dominated flows. Diffusion dominated flows, as I said, diffusion dominated transport, as I said, the Laplacian of the concentration or the temperature is equal to 0. So these are basically ways of solving equations for the Laplacian of something equal to 0. And I will go through the ways of solving that starting in the next lecture for diffusion dominated flows. In all these cases, whenever the Laplacian is equal to of some function is equal to 0, the method of solution is by separation of variables. We had seen that for unsteady diffusion, okay, in one dimension. Similar procedures are applicable even for steady diffusion in multiple dimensions. I will first go through an example of how you solve a problem for steady diffusion in 2 dimensions using separation of variables, and then we will look at separation of variables in a spherical coordinate system. So that is going to be the broad program for the rest of this series of lectures. First, how do you solve in the limit of 0 Beckley number or Reynolds number when diffusion is dominant, and then how do you solve in the limit of high Beckley number when convection is dominant. We will continue, we will start diffusion dominated flows in the next lecture. I will see you then.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
So welcome to this our continuing series of lectures on transport processes. In the last lecture, I had derived for you the conservation equations in vector notation for mass, momentum and energy conservation. All these conservation equations have a common form. For the concentration field, for example, dC by dt plus u dot grad c. This is only for incompressible flows where the divergence of the velocity is equal to 0. Okay, it's equal to d del square c. And if I scale, okay, c is equal to c minus c infinity. Where I have, for example, in the case of internal flows, I have velocity u and a characteristic length d. For external flows, okay, this is d, the characteristic length, okay, and this is the velocity u. I will get an equation of the form the Peclet number times partial c by partial t and when the Peclet number is small compared to 1, this left side is small compared to the right side. Okay, this left side is small compared to the right side. Therefore, if I neglect convective effects and consider the transport to be diffusion dominated, the conservation equation becomes del square C equals 0 for the concentration field. Alternatively, del square T equals 0 for the temperature field. These are diffusion dominated transport problems. They reduce to solving a Laplacian operator equal to 0 subject to boundary conditions. Okay. So, we will look at how to solve equations of this kind for diffusion dominated transport. Now, let us take first a Cartesian coordinate system. So, that is the simplest coordinate system that one can envisage. Okay. X, y. The simplest problem that one can consider is, for example, in 2 dimensions, the transport in a square or a rectangular block. Okay. So, I have a rectangular block of a solid or a fluid which satisfies the conservation condition. Let us assume that the length in the x direction is Lx, the length in the y direction is Ly. Okay. And I will assume that the 4 faces are at different temperatures. Okay. The face at x is equal to 0 is at temperature T naught, at x is equal to Lx is at temperature T naught. So, therefore, these 2 faces are at constant temperature. The top and bottom faces are at some different temperatures. Okay. And I want to find out what is the temperature distribution throughout the system. Okay. Therefore, this is a diffusion dominated problem. I need to solve the equation del square T equals 0. In this particular case, I will first consider the system to be at steady state. Therefore, there are variations only in the x and the y directions. Okay. Partial square T by partial x square plus d square T by dy square. This is equal to 0. Is the conservation equation. Okay. And the boundary conditions T equals T naught at x equals 0. Call this as TB. Okay, so those are the boundary conditions that I need to solve the problem with. And whenever you have differential equations of this kind, the natural procedure to use is the separation of variables procedure. However, as I had repeatedly emphasized when we were solving different separation of variables problems, it is necessary in a separation of variables procedure to ensure that there is homogeneous boundary condition in all directions except one. Homogeneous boundary condition means either the temperature is 0 or the derivative of temperature is 0 or some combination thereof is 0. Okay, so those are homogeneous boundary conditions. In this particular case, I can ensure that the temperature is 0 on the surfaces at x is equal to 0 and at x is equal to Lx. Okay. I can do that just by writing T star is equal to T minus T naught. Okay, so if I just write T star is equal to T minus T naught, okay, I will ensure that T star is equal to 0 at x is equal to 0 and T star is equal to 0 at x is equal to Lx. Okay. The inhomogeneous direction then becomes the y direction. Okay. T star is equal to Tb minus T naught at y is equal to 0 and T star is equal to Ta minus T naught at y is equal to Ly. Okay. So, that becomes the homogeneous inhomogeneous direction. So, I have homogeneous boundary conditions along the x coordinate and the inhomogeneous driving is along the y direction, okay, because I have non-zero temperature boundary conditions at y is equal to 0 and y is equal to L. Okay. So, now I have made one direction homogeneous and therefore, I can go ahead and try to solve the problem. Okay. So, the first thing I have to write T is equal to some function of x times some function of y. Okay. Insert that into the equation. Okay. Insert that into the conservation equation. Okay. So, I will get x times partials equals 0 and I divide throughout by x times y. Okay, divide throughout by x times y, in which case I will get 1 over x d square capital X by dx square plus 1 over y. Okay. So, I substitute temperature is some function of x times some function of y, insert into the equation, divide throughout by x times y. Okay. Once you do that, you have now one term which is only a function of y and the other term which is only a function of x. Okay. Therefore, both of these terms have to be equal to constants. Okay. They have to be constants of opposite sign so that they can add up to 0. Okay. In this case, they have to be constants of opposite sign so that the sum of these two is equal to 0. Okay. Now, what constants should they be? Okay. Should they be positive or negative? Obviously, if one is positive, the other has to be negative. Okay. How do you decide which one to choose? Okay. That decision depends upon the boundary condition, which is the homogeneous direction. Okay. Okay. I have one variation in x and the other variation in y. Okay. I have a homogeneous boundary condition at x is equal to 0 and x is equal to Lx. Okay. Therefore, I would expect that in the homogeneous direction, I should have sine and cosine functions so that I can satisfy the boundary conditions in the x direction, the homogeneous boundary conditions. Okay. As you can see, the solutions of this, okay, so if I take the solution of this equation, this is a total derivative because x is only a function of x. Okay. There are two possibilities. One is if it is positive, okay, in which case x will be equal to a e power some constant x plus b e power minus alpha x. Okay. A second order term equation which is positive, the square root of these, so this will be of the form this is equal to, okay, alpha square, a positive number. The solutions will be exponentials. Okay. These exponentials do not pass through 0. Okay. E power plus x is 1 at 0 and it goes to infinity. E power minus x is 1 at x equals 0, it goes to 0 as x increases. Okay. These are monotonic functions. Okay. Therefore, if I were to impose x is equal to 0 at x is equal to 0 and at x is equal to Lx, okay, the only solutions that I will get will be a equals 0 and B equals 0. Okay. So, in the homogeneous direction, if I assume a positive constant, the solutions are exponentially increasing and decreasing functions, and you cannot impose homogeneous boundary conditions. The only solution is for both A equals 0 and B equals 0. Okay. We have seen that when we did the unsteady problems. Okay. Therefore, this does not give you solutions that decrease to 0 at both boundaries. Okay. Therefore, the only solution, okay, that I can get which will decrease to 0 at both the boundaries is if this constant is negative. Okay. Minus alpha square. Okay. In this case, if I solve this, I will get x is equal to a sine alpha x plus b cos alpha x. The requirement that x is equal to 0 at x equals 0. Okay. The first boundary condition here. Okay. T star is equal to 0 at x is equal to 0 will give me that b equals 0. Okay. I also have x is equal to 0 at x is equal to Lx. Okay. And that gives me a value of alpha. Okay, because I have the solutions are in the form of sine functions. Okay, the solutions are in the form of sine functions. Okay. Okay. Therefore, alpha has to have specific values so that the value of x becomes 0 at small x is equal to Lx. Okay. So, the solution for that is that alpha is equal to n pi by Lx. Okay. You can see that when alpha is equal to n pi by Lx, when x is equal to Lx here, okay, when alpha is equal to n pi by Lx, you have sine of n pi and that is 0. Okay. So, therefore, this is a valid solution, okay, a sine function. It decreases to 0 on both the left and the right faces. Okay. So, it satisfies both boundary conditions, okay, where n has to be an integer. Okay. Therefore, the solution for this is that x is equal to a sine n pi x by Lx, okay, and alpha is equal to n pi by Lx. Okay. So, we have got the form of the solution in the homogeneous direction. These are in the form of eigenfunctions. As I told you earlier, these eigenfunctions are the natural solutions in a Cartesian coordinate system, the sine functions. They satisfy the boundary conditions of 0 temperature or 0 concentration on two fixed surfaces. So, they are the natural basis set which can be used for expanding these functions. Okay. And since the Laplacian, so since the operator, okay, is the same, okay, the operator, the diffusion operator is a second derivative. Therefore, you will always get these sine functions as solutions. Okay. Okay, so therefore, I have solved 1 over x d square x by dx square is equal to minus, okay, n pi by Lx the whole square, okay, minus n pi by Lx whole square, which means that the y derivative has to be of opposite sign. Okay. That means that the y derivative has to be of opposite sign, okay, because the x term plus the y term, they have to sum to 0. Therefore, the y term has to be of opposite sign. Okay. Therefore, the equation for y will be of the form 1 by y d square y by dy square is equal to plus n pi by Lx the whole square. Okay. So, that it satisfies the conservation equation that the sum of these two terms has to be equal to 0. Okay. Recall that the y direction is the inhomogeneous direction. Okay. Recall that the y direction is the inhomogeneous direction. Okay. This can now be easily solved. Okay. y is equal to a exponential of n pi y by Lx plus b exponential of minus n pi y by Lx. Okay, so those are the two exponential solutions in the y direction. Okay. So a general solution for this, okay, will be, okay, that the temperature, okay, is equal to a exponent of n pi y by Lx plus b exponent, okay, of minus n pi y by Lx. Okay. This whole thing, this is capital Y, this has to be multiplied by x. Okay. Therefore, I have to multiply this by sine of n pi x by Lx. Okay. So, this is the solution. This solution satisfies the equation. You can easily substitute that into the equation and see. This solution satisfies the equation and it satisfies the homogeneous boundary conditions in the x direction. It satisfies those for any value of n. So, the most general solution is the summation n is equal to 1 to infinity of a n plus b n. Okay. This is the most general solution, okay, because this the product of these two terms, the y as well as the x, satisfies the equation for any value of n. So, the most general solution is when you multiply these two and you can sum up the series from n is equal to 1 to infinity. So, this satisfies the equation, it satisfies the homogeneous boundary conditions. It does not yet satisfy the inhomogeneous boundary conditions. How do we satisfy the inhomogeneous boundary conditions? As usual, we do it using the orthogonality relations. So, let us do that. So, the solution that I had for the temperature field, summation n is equal to 1 to infinity, okay, a n e power n pi y by Lx plus b n e power minus n pi y by Lx into sine of n pi x by Lx. Okay. And the inhomogeneous boundary conditions are that at y is equal to 0, right, T star is equal to Tb minus T naught. Okay. Recall that at y is equal to 0, the value of T star is equal to Tb minus T naught. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, that was the boundary condition. Okay. Which implies that Tb minus T naught is equal to sigma n is equal to 1 to infinity of a n plus b n sine okay. So, that is the equation, and now I need to get an equation for a n and b n. Okay. And how do I do that? I use the orthogonality relation, okay, integral dx, okay, from 0 to Lx, okay, sine of n pi x by Lx we had previously expressed it in terms of x star. So, x was basically 1 over Lx. Okay. In this case, since the length in the two directions are different, I have left it as length itself. Okay. So, that is a slight simplification, but nevertheless you can do this integration and this will just give you Lx by 2 times delta mn. Okay. So, this is non-zero only when m is equal to n, and when m is equal to n, this is equal to Lx by 2. Okay. So, what do? Multiply both sides of this equation. by sine of n pi x by Lx and integrate. On the left side you can do the integration. Okay. This will be equal to Tb minus T naught, okay, into 2 Lx by m pi. Okay. Let me just confirm that for you. Yeah, 2 Lx by m pi. Okay, and this is 2 Lx by m pi for odd m, and it's equal to 0 for even m. Okay, so you can actually write it simply as so this factor here 1 minus 1 to the power of m. Okay. If m is odd, this is equal to 2. If m is even, this is equal to 0. Okay. So this integral is non-zero only for odd m and is equal to 0 for even m. Okay. So that is the value of the integral, and on the right side I have an plus bn, okay, into Lx by 2 delta mn. Okay. And this is of course non-zero only when n is equal to m. The right side is non-zero only when n is equal to m. Okay. Therefore, I can write this effectively as am plus bm into Lx by 2. Okay. And this can now be solved. Okay. Therefore, am plus bm is equal to Tb minus T naught into 1 minus 1 power m. Okay. The Lx will cancel out on both sides. I will get a factor of 2 here divided by m pi. So, I have got one equation that involves an and bn. Okay. I have am plus bm is equal to Tb minus T naught into 2 into 1 minus 1 power m, okay, by m pi. This was from the boundary condition T star is equal to Tb minus T naught at, okay, y equals 0. Okay. I have one more boundary condition, the boundary condition at y is equal to Ly. Okay. Okay. So, I have to impose this boundary condition at y is equal to Ly. Okay. The same boundary condition at y is equal to Ly, and if I do that, what I will get is, okay, Ta minus T naught is equal to summation n is equal to 1 to infinity, okay, into an times e power, okay, n pi Ly by Lx, because this is at y is equal to Ly. So, instead of y I have to substitute Ly, okay, plus bn e power minus n pi Ly by Lx into sine n pi x by Lx. And now once again I have to substitute in terms, I have to use the orthogonality relations for this is the boundary condition that T star is equal to Ta minus T naught at y is equal to Ly. Okay, so this is the second boundary condition. So once again I have to use the orthogonality relations. Okay, integral dx Ta minus T naught, okay, sine m pi x by Lx, okay, 0 to Lx is equal to summation n is equal to 1 to infinity a n e power n pi Ly by Lx plus Bn okay, this whole thing into integral 0 to Lx dx sine and you can simplify this, and what you will end up with is on the left side, okay, you will get Ta minus T naught, okay, into 1 minus 1 power m, okay, by m pi, okay, similar to what we had got previously, okay, similar to what we had got previously, okay, and I should put a factor of Lx there, okay, when I do the integral. Okay. And here I will get a m e power m pi Ly by Lx plus b m e power minus m pi Ly by Lx into Lx by 2. Okay. So that is the equation that I get from the orthogonality relations by using the fact that this is non-zero only when n is equal to m. Okay. And with that I will get two simultaneous equations. Okay, I will get two simultaneous equations. The first one is of this. Okay, the first one is this one. Okay. So if I write it once again. And the other one is at a m e power and these are two simultaneous equations that can be solved in order to calculate these constants a m and b m. Okay. Okay. The constants are a little complicated in form, so I won't go through the details, but you can solve these equations both simultaneously and determine what the two constants are. Okay. And once I have that, the temperature is just determined as summation n is equal to 1 to infinity of sorry. Okay, so those are the solutions for this equation for this heat conduction problem. Okay. in which I had a distance Lx in the x direction, a distance Ly in the y direction, okay. And this is y. Okay. And I had different temperatures on the four different faces, T naught. Okay. So that is the procedure for getting this solution for this separation of variables problem. Okay. I'll continue a little bit, revise this once more, and then we will proceed to looking at separation of variables in a spherical coordinate system in the next lecture. I'll see you then.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
Friends, in the last lecture, we looked at what is residence time distribution and what is non-ideal reactors, and we initiated discussion on what are the experimental methods to measure the non-ideal situation inside a reactor. So let us look at a little bit more into it. So the method to do that is basically to inject a tracer. We need to inject a tracer into the reactor, and let us say at time t equal to 0, a certain concentration of tracer is actually injected into the reactor, and then the effluent concentration, the tracer concentration in the effluent is measured. So now if we measure the tracer concentration in the effluent, then this gives an idea about the non-ideal behavior of the reactor. Now in order for this to conduct such an experiment and to measure the tracer concentration, the tracer has to possess a certain properties, and the tracer must be non-reactive. Otherwise, the tracer is not going to reflect the true non-ideal behavior, because some amount of tracer which is actually injected into the reactor is now going to be consumed in some reaction, and it should be easily detectable the experimental methods that are available, the measurement techniques that are available should be sensitive enough to detect the tracer concentration, even small amounts of tracer concentration in the effluent stream. And then the properties of the effluent must be similar to that of the reaction mixture. So the properties must be similar to that of the reaction mixture, otherwise it reflects a different behavior. So in order to capture the non-ideal behavior of the reactor, the properties must be similar, for example viscosity, etc. And then it has to be completely soluble in the reaction mixture, and it should not adsorb onto the reactor walls, otherwise some of the tracer is actually consumed, and so it does not reflect the non-ideal behavior completely. So now the question is, how do we measure the residence time distribution? So there are two injection methods. There are two methods which are commonly used, which is in order to detect the residence time distribution, which is a reflection of the non-ideal behavior of the reactor. And the two methods are the pulse input method and the step input method. These are the two methods that are used experimentally to measure the residence time distribution. So, let us look at a little bit more deeply into the pulse input method, and later we look into the step input method as to what these two different methods are and what are the purpose of these two methods. So, let us look at the pulse input method. So, now suppose we consider a single input single output system. Suppose we consider a single input Suppose we consider a single input single output system, that is, suppose if there is a reactor, and then there is a single input stream to the reactor and single output stream to the from the reactor, and suppose if there is a feed stream, there is a feed stream which is present here, and let us say that we put we inject a tracer, along with the feed which actually goes into the reactor, and maybe the total concentration of the tracer is N naught, and it has to be a pulse tracer. So, we will describe in a short while what is meant by a pulse tracer injection, and then suppose there is an effluent stream, and then we can actually detect the concentration of the tracer in the effluent. So, this is a reactor and it has a single input and a single output system. So, now the tracer that is injected has to be a pulse at a certain time. So, let us say at time t equal to 0, we inject a pulse of tracer, that is a certain concentration of the tracer in as short time as possible, it is actually injected into the reactor. So, that is what is called as a pulse input. So, suppose if this is the concentration of the tracer, and this is minus tau, some time before and some time later. So, there is some time before the injection point, there is no tracer in the reactor, and some time later also there is no tracer in the feed. So, just give a short pulse and then leave it. Now, once we do this, if we monitor the concentration of the tracer in the effluent stream of the reactor, then the kind of concentration profile that one will expect is basically, it looks like this. So, this is time and this is the concentration of the tracer as a function of time. So, this kind of a curve is what is called as a C curve in residence time literature. So, the concentration of the tracer as a function of time is what is called as the C curve. So, now suppose if we know, if such is a system, question is how do we find this concentration curve. So how do we find this? We need to find the C curve, and how do we find the C curve? So, we have to make some assumptions. So, if we assume that only fluid flow through the reactor is the only one which is actually carrying the tracer, and if we assume, which means that there is no dispersion between the point of injection and the entrance of the reactor. And later in one of the lectures, we will actually account for the presence of dispersion in the reactor. Suppose if we assume that there is no dispersion, and then we measure the concentration of this tracer at the exit, that is the effluent stream. Now, the trick to measure the concentration or to construct the C curve is basically to choose a very small time step delta t, and the delta t should be chosen such that the concentration of the tracer in the effluent stream within this delta t does not change significantly, and then measure the concentration of the tracer at every delta t which is very, very small. So, measure the concentration. So, choose sufficiently small delta t, and then measure the concentration C of t. Now, once we measure this concentration, and suppose if V is the volumetric flow rate of the effluent stream, and the volume of fluid that actually is leaving the reactor in the time delta t, volume in time delta t. So, leaving in time delta t. So, volume of the fluid leaving in time delta t should be equal to the volumetric flow rate at the effluent stream multiplied by the corresponding delta t. So, therefore, the amount of tracer that is actually leaving the effluent stream in time delta t, that is given by the concentration of the tracer in the effluent stream at that time multiplied by the volumetric flow rate V multiplied by delta t. So, that gives the total amount of tracer that actually leaves in this time delta t. Now, what does this mean? So, this is the amount of material, this is basically the amount of material, amount of tracer that is spent an amount of time between t and t plus delta t. So, what this means is that this is the amount of tracer which has actually spent the amount of time between t and t plus delta t. So, that is the total amount of tracer in that times that has actually spent that much time inside the reactor. So, now if N naught, which is the total injected as we observed in the schematic before, if N naught is the total injected, total tracer. So, that is the total amount of tracer which is actually injected into the vessel. Then delta n by N naught is nothing but the fraction that has residence time. So, remember, residence time is the time spent by the material inside the reactor, whose residence time is somewhere between t and t plus delta t. So, the time that certain amount of material has spent inside the reactor, if that is between t and t plus delta t, and that will be the fraction of, that will be the material which is going to come out of the vessel in that time delta t, and therefore, the fraction that has residence time between t and t plus delta t is simply given by delta n divided by N naught, and that is equal to C, which is the concentration of the tracer in the effluent, multiplied by the volumetric flow rate of the effluent stream into delta t, which is not, this whole numerator is nothing but delta n divided by N naught. Now, suppose for pulse injection, if we define an RTD function, if we define an RTD function E of t, which is basically given by V into C of t divided by N naught. So, that is the definition. So, that is the concentration of the tracer in the effluent stream multiplied by the corresponding volumetric flow rate divided by N naught. So, that is the amount of that is the if we define that as the RTD function, then we can write the fraction that has the residence time between t and delta t as delta n by N naught, that is equal to E of t into dt. So, what does this E of t represent? E of t is the RTD function, which is V into C t divided by N naught. What it represents is, it basically describes how much time different fluids elements have actually spent in the reactor. So, this quantity E of t, which is the residence time distribution function, it quantifies or describes how much time different fluid elements have actually spent or have resided inside the reactor before they leave the reactor. So, that is an important property of the vessel of the reactor, which is actually captured in this residence time distribution function. So, what can we do with this? So if E of t is basically describes the amount of material that is actually residing in the reactor, then E of t dt is basically, so this quantity, it represents the fraction of fluid entering the reactor that has spent time between t and t plus delta t. So, it is very important to understand this function E of t times dt, that is the fraction of the fluid, that is basically delta n by n naught, which is basically the fraction of fluid, total fluid that enters the reactor and has spent time between t and t plus delta t. So, suppose if the total amount of tracer that is actually fed into the vessel n naught, if that is not known, suppose if it is unknown, which may be the case in many situations, if that is unknown, then the amount of n naught can actually be detected from the effluent stream. It can be detected or calculated from the effluent stream concentration, from the concentration in the concentration of the tracer in the effluent stream. So, how do we do this? So dN is essentially given by the volumetric flow rate V multiplied by C of t into dt. So, therefore, N naught, which is the total amount of tracer that is actually fed into the reactor. Remember, it is a pulse tracer, that means there is a sudden injection of the tracer at a certain time and very short time, and therefore, the total amount of tracer that actually leaves the reactor from 0 time to infinite time should be equal to the total amount of tracer that has actually been fed into the reactor as a pulse. So, therefore, the N naught will be 0 to infinity multiplied by V into C of t into dt. So, that is the total amount of tracer that has actually been fed into the reactor. Suppose if we assume that the effluent stream volumetric flow rate is constant, then N naught, which is the total amount of tracer that has been fed inside, is given by V naught into integral 0 to infinity C of t into dt. So, therefore, the residence time distribution function E of t, that is given by V into C t divided by N naught, and that is given by V naught, because the effluent stream volumetric flow rate is maintained constant, we assume that it is constant, divided by V naught into integral 0 to infinity C of t dt. Okay. So, from here we can easily see that the residence time distribution function E t is essentially given by the concentration of the tracer at any time divided by the total amount of tracer that is actually leaving the reactor, or the total amount of tracer that is actually entering the reactor. So, if I plot this function, so suppose the concentration versus time graph. So, the effluent concentration as a function of time, if it looks like, suppose if it is a bell shaped curve, so that is the concentration of the tracer in the effluent stream as a function of time. Then the area under this curve, so this area under this curve is essentially N naught, which is the integral 0 to infinity V into C of t dt. So, a weighted area under this curve essentially gives the total amount of tracer that has actually been fed into the reactor. So, now if I plot the corresponding residence time distribution function, so E of t, then the curve essentially looks like this, and this is so if we know what is the CT versus or the C curve, so this is the C curve. So, if the C curve is known, then we can actually find out the E curve. But in order to find out the E curve from C curve, we need to be able to integrate the expression or find the area under the C curve. Only if we are able to find the area under the C curve, we will be able to construct the residence time distribution function. So now from this we can actually find out what is the fraction of material which is that is leaving the reactor with a specified residence time, specified range of residence time. So suppose if I want to know what is the fraction of material leaving with residence time between T1 and T2. So I want to know what is the fraction of the material which has been fed into the reactor and that has spent the residence time, that has spent sufficient time, but the time that it has spent is between T1 and T2, certain time T1 and T2. So that fraction is essentially given by integral T1 to T2 E of t dt. So if we know the residence time distribution, then there are a lot of properties or a lot of information about the reactor can actually be extracted from the RTD function. Now suppose if I want to know what is the fraction that leaves the reactor with residence time from time t equal to 0 all the way to infinity, which means what is the amount of material which leaves the reactor with residence time in the whole spectrum of time. So that will simply be given by, for 0 less than t is equal to infinity, that fraction will simply be 0 to infinity E of t dt, and that is equal to 1. Which means the area under the RTD function curve is 1, which is true because it's a fraction, and so the area under the curve should be equal to 1. Now the question is how good is this pulse input method? Can it be used in all situations in order to find out the residence time distribution function? And that's not and that's really not the case. There are certain limitations. So the limitations are, there are certain limitations. So it's important to obtain a reasonable pulse as the input. So that's often not very easy to do. So it's very difficult to get reasonable pulse as input. Why is that? Because the injection has to be done at a very short period, and a sufficient quantity of the tracer has to be injected in this very short period. So that's not a very easy task, and it's not very easy to perform such an experiment where the tracer is actually injected into the stream in a very short time and sufficient quantity. So injection has to be in a very short time. It has to be in a very short time span, and more importantly, the reactor must have negligible amount of dispersion between the point of injection and the entrance of the reactor, over which very limited control can actually be established on the reactor. One cannot control the extent of dispersion. So if the reactor has reasonable dispersion, then this pulse input method simply does not provide a clean way to find the residence time distribution. However, pulse input method is basically, it's a very simple and direct method, provided these three conditions are actually satisfied. Now another important caveat associated with the pulse input method is that if I look at the concentration curve, in certain situations there can be a very long tail which is present in the C curve. So this is the C curve. So now the concentration curve has to be integrated. Remember that E of t is basically given by Ct divided by integral 0 to infinity Ct dt, provided that the effluent volumetric flow rate is constant, there is no dispersion, etc. So in order to perform such an integration, one needs to do a numerical integration of this curve, this C curve, and if the tail is very long, then it's not easy to integrate this expression numerically, and it can actually cause can actually cause inaccuracies in the integral. So therefore, the long tails can actually lead to inaccuracies in estimating this. Long tail causes inaccuracies in estimating this integral, and therefore one specific reconciliation is one specific method in order to get over circumvent this problem is basically to use approximate long tails. If long tail is observed, approximate long tail with exponential decay. So assume that the long tail is exponentially decaying, and so now it's an analytical function, and it can be used to find out the integral c of t dt to a reasonable accuracy. So therefore, if there is long tail, then it can lead to all kinds of numerical issues in order to estimate the RTD. So let us quickly summarize what are the steps that is involved in actually finding the E curve. So steps to find E curve, the first step is basically to inject a tracer. So inject a pulse tracer and then collect data. And the way to and then by collecting data, one would actually get a table of time versus C of t. So at different times one can actually find out what is the concentration of the tracer in the effluent. Now once this data is available, then one needs to find out this integral C of t dt by using appropriate numerical integration scheme. By using appropriate numerical integration, one can actually find out what is this integral between 0 to infinity Ct dt, which is basically the area under the C curve, and the last step is to find out the E of t, which is Ct divided by integral 0 to infinity Ct times dt. So that's the area under the curve. So these are the three steps that has to be followed in order to find the E curve. So now if we know the E curve, we know the RTD function, and we estimated the E curve using the concentration of the tracer at the output. Now the input that was given in order to estimate such an C curve is basically a pulse input. Now the question is there a connection between the input concentration profile and the output concentration profile? So the answer is yes, there is. So our tracer concentrations related. Are they related? So suppose if I call T is my tracer, suppose T is the tracer that is actually fed into the reactor, and now if the input to the reactor is basically given by this function, suppose this is the input concentration to the reactor, that is the input concentration profile, and after going through the reactor, the species, the tracer is actually measured in the effluent stream, and let us say if the concentration of the tracer in the effluent is given by this curve here, that is C out. So that is the in, and that is the concentration of the tracer in the outlet stream or the effluent stream. So now suppose if I place them in the same graph, so the objective is to find out what is the connection between this concentration profile and this concentration profile. So suppose if I place them in the same graph, and that is my input stream, and suppose the corresponding output stream is this. Now I can write a material balance to find out the relationship between the concentration of the species that is actually coming out of the reactor at a certain time, and how is that connected to the concentration of the tracer at the inlet. So suppose I take a specific rectangle, specific element at a certain time t, and let us assume that the fluid element which is present in the small box, and similarly if I take a small element here which is essentially at t minus, so it is exactly the fluid stream that is entering the reactor at t prime time smaller than the time t at which I am monitoring the concentration of the species in the outlet stream. So, now I can write a material balance on the tracer. Essentially t, which is the tracer which is leaves at time t, that should be equal to which is basically the one in the rectangle B. Suppose if I call this as rectangle B and this as rectangle A, and the amount of tracer that leaves at time t should be equal to all tracer t entering t prime seconds before t, and they stay exactly for t prime seconds in the reactor and reside for t prime. So, basically the amount of tracer that leaves at this time should be equal to all tracer that has actually entered t prime time before this time t, and they have resided for that span of time t prime. So, that is the material balance which connects the amount of tracer that actually leaves the reactor and the amount of tracer that actually enters the reactor at a certain time t. So, now this can actually be rewritten as, so the amount of tracer that is leaving at t, that is basically rectangle B, that should be equal to sum over all rectangles A, that is all rectangles in the feed stream, multiply sum over all rectangles in feed stream, that is sum of the amount of tracer in each rectangle multiplied by the fraction of tracer in the rectangle A that stays for, that resides for t prime. So, the amount of tracer that actually enters the reactor at a time t prime before the time t, which is basically the time at which the certain tracer species is actually leaving the reactor, and I am attempting to connect that to the amount of material that has actually come into the reactor, and so that should be equal to sum over all rectangles, that is the amount of tracer that is present in each of the rectangle multiplied by the fraction of tracer in that particular rectangle that resides for the t prime seconds in the vessel. So, now if I plug in the corresponding quantities, so if I write this expression in terms of the integral, it will be the concentration of the species in the outlet stream, that should be equal to 0 to t, that is the total amount of time that I am monitoring, multiplied by the concentration of the species in that rectangle. So, this corresponds to the concentration of the tracer in each rectangle, which is actually injected exactly t prime time before the time at which the concentration of this particular species is being monitored, multiplied by the fraction of the species that actually spends t prime time inside the vessel. So, that is the relationship between the concentration of the tracer that is actually fed into the vessel and the concentration of the tracer that actually leaves the vessel at any time t. So, this kind of an integral is what is called as the convolution integral. So, this relationship between the input and the output concentration is actually very useful to find out various aspects of the reactor using the RTD function. So, next let us look at the input case. So, let us look at the step input case. In In the case of pulse input, we actually found out the E curve. In a similar fashion, here we are going to define a curve called F curve, which is actually called the cumulative distribution function. So now, in a step input case, what is done is, suppose you take a single input, single output vessel, and then at some time t equal to 0, so suddenly you provide a certain concentration of the tracer as a feed, you inject a certain concentration of the tracer into the feed, and then the concentration of the tracer is actually maintained. So basically it is a step function, and let us say that this concentration is some C naught. So this is the inlet concentration of the tracer into the feed stream as a function of time. So now C in, mathematical representation of that will be C in as a function of time will be 0 if t is less than 0, and that should be equal to some constant C naught if t is greater than or equal to 0. So we assume that we are able to provide a constant concentration of the tracer into the reactor. We assume that we are able to feed a constant concentration of the tracer into the feed stream, and till what time do we have to maintain it constant? So we have to maintain it constant. We have to maintain it constant till the effluent stream tracer concentration is equal to C naught. So we maintain the concentration of the tracer in the feed at some constant value T naught until the effluent stream, the tracer concentration in the effluent stream is exactly equal to or almost equal to the concentration of the feed concentration of the tracer, which is actually maintained in the feed stream. So now once this is done, then we can actually measure the amount of while doing this, we can actually measure the concentration of the tracer in the effluent stream. So soon after the step input is given, so the first step is to give a step input, let us say at some concentration C naught, and then the second step is to measure the concentration of the tracer as a function of time, in the effluent. So that is the second step in the step input experimental method. And then if we look at the schematic of the outlet concentration of the tracer, it will essentially look something like this, where as a function of time, the concentration of the tracer is now going to slowly increase from 0. The time when the input is actually provided, time when the step input is provided, there is no tracer that is present in the effluent stream. So therefore at time t equal to 0, it will start at 0 concentration, and then the tracer is now going to slowly move through the reactor, and then it is now going to appear in the effluent stream. And so once the concentration is measured, the concentration slowly increases till it approximately reaches the concentration, the constant concentration with which the tracer is actually being maintained at the input or the feed stream to the reactor. So till it reaches that concentration, one has to measure the concentration of the tracer in the effluent stream. Once it reaches that concentration, then the step input can actually be stopped and the experiment is done. So now once we measure this concentration versus time data, what can we do with this? So we know from the convolution integral, from the convolution formula, that the concentration of the tracer in the output is actually related to the input concentration as 0 to t C in into t minus t prime multiplied by E of t prime into dt prime. where this is the input concentration of the stream in the concentration of the tracer in the feed stream, and E of t is the fraction of the material that actually spends exactly t prime amount of time inside the reactor. That is, the residence time of that fraction of element is basically t prime. So, from here, because because it is a step input and the concentration of the tracer in the feed is actually maintained constant at C naught. So, this is basically equal to C naught, and that is a constant, and therefore, the C out will be C naught into integral 0 to t E of t prime into dt prime, or C out by C naught, that is equal to integral 0 to t E of t prime into dt prime. So, this integral over the E curve or the RTD function is what is called as the cumulative distribution function f of t. So, f of t is essentially the concentration of the tracer in the output divided by the total amount divided by the concentration of the tracer which is actually maintained in the feed stream, and this is for the step input method. So, therefore, E of t can easily be shown that is equal to d first differential of f with respect to time, or that is equal to d by dt of C of t divided by C naught. So, f basically says what is the fraction of that fluid which is actually leaving the reactor with a certain time at with a certain residence time. So, what are the advantages of the step input method? The advantages are that so it is easier to perform, this experiment because it can actually the experiment involves maintaining a certain concentration of the tracer at a certain level. One may not be able to maintain exactly at that level, but it is much better than giving a pulse input, because the pulse input a certain fixed quantity of the tracer has to be fed in a very short time period. So, therefore, it is easier to perform the experiment, although it may be difficult to maintain a certain fixed concentration C naught, and that is because of certain experimental limitations. And also an important advantage with this method is that the total amount of tracer, that information is not required. So, remember that in the pulse input case, in order to find the total amount of tracer, one needs to actually integrate the concentration or the C curve, and if there is a long tail, then there are inaccuracies that may creep into this integral, that is the total amount of tracer. So, such kind of integration is not required for the step input method. However, in order to find the E curve, one needs to actually differentiate the data. So, differentiate the data, and that may actually lead to some errors. So, some errors may creep in while actually differentiating this the data, differentiating the concentration of the tracer as a function of time in the effluent stream. Now, another major drawback of this particular method is that because one has to maintain a step input, the step input will require a large quantity of tracers, and if the tracer is actually an expensive material, it's not a very economical method to actually conduct an experiment to measure the RTD function. So, are there other techniques or other tracer techniques to measure the RTD function? The answer is of course yes. So, other techniques are There are other tracer techniques, but these are not very commonly used because it's difficult to perform these experiments. So, one is the negative step tracer, where the concentration of some tracer is now suddenly it is actually decreased, and it's not very easy to perform such an experiment. Basically, there is an illusion or dilution of the tracer in the feed stream. And then another method which is used is called the frequency response method. It's called the frequency response method. And the third method is basically one can use inputs which are than pulse or step method. So, there can be other types of inputs that can actually be provided, and these are not very common methods, and so it will not be discussed in this course. So, next, after finding the RTD, one needs to know what are the characteristics of this RTD function, because we are interested in finding the non-ideal behavior of the reactor, and we said that the RTD function somehow it captures some information about the non-ideal behavior of the reactor. So, we can now estimate what are the characteristics So, the characteristics of RTD function perhaps may provide some clue about the characteristics of the nonlinear behavior of the reactor itself. So, suppose if Et, which is the RTD function, which is also called as the exit age distribution function, it is also called as the exit age distribution function, and let us define what is meant by age of, let us say, an atom or a molecule of a material. So, the age is given, it is defined as the time spent, that is the time that is spent by the atom or molecule in the reactor vessel. So, that is what is defined as the age of that particular atom or molecule of the material which is actually being considered. So, therefore, clearly E of t is essentially the age distribution of the effluent stream. So, age distribution as measured by the concentration of the species in the effluent stream, that is what is the RTD function E of t. So, now there are some definitions. So, we can now define what is this Ft and Et. So, we need to define, in order to characterize the RTD function and in order to decipher some of the properties, we need to define some quantities, and the first one is Ft. So, Ft is essentially the fraction of the effluent which is actually resided for a time which is smaller than time t. So, F of t is basically fraction of effluent resided in the vessel for time less than t. So, now how is that defined? So, f of t, as we have seen in the step input case, is actually defined as integral between 0 to t E of t dt. So, that is the fraction of the effluent that has actually resided inside the vessel for a time which is less than t. Now, one can also define what is the fraction of the effluent which is actually what is the fraction of the material which is actually residing inside the reactor for a time which is longer than t. So, one can define fraction of material in reactor residing longer than time t. That is, what is that fraction of material which is actually staying inside the reactor for a time which is actually greater than t, and that is essentially given by 1 minus f of t, and that is equal to integral t to infinity E of t dt. So, sum of these two is obviously equal to 1. So, f of t, as mentioned earlier, is nothing but a cumulative distribution function. And such a definition was actually given by Professor P.V. Danckwerts. Danckwerts was the one who came up with this definition or this name for f of t, and this is basically area under the E curve. So, as we can read from the integral, it is the area under E curve, and that is given by. So, if we sketch the f t versus time, so that will be, so the maximum possible value that f curve can take is exactly equal to 1. So, f t is essentially normalized, is a normalized, it is a normalized response to a particular input. So, f t is a normalized response to a particular input that is actually fed into the reactor. So, let us summarize what we have actually learnt in today's lecture. So, we have looked at what are the properties of the tracer which is required for it to actually function as a tracer to estimate the residence time distribution function. And then the two injection methods, which is the pulse input and the step input method, to actually decipher the residence time distribution function, and what are the different curves like the concentration curve and the E curve and the F curve, which basically characterizes the residence time distribution in the pulse and the step input method. And then we looked at what is this convolution integral which connects the concentration of the tracer to the input of the reactor and the concentration of the tracer as measured in the effluent stream. Thank you.
Welcome to the massive open online course on Aspen Plus. This is the lecture 2 of this lecture series. In the introductory lecture, we have seen how Aspen Plus software can be used for process calculation, process engineering calculations, modeling, and simulation. In that lecture, we had taken an example of flash vaporization, in which an equimolar fluid mixture of N-pentane and N-hexane were flash vaporized in a flash tank into two phases, namely vapor and liquid. First, we had done some hand calculation through textbook approach. We have gathered the data and relevant correlations from Perry's handbook. And after that, we have carried out the same calculation in Aspen Plus domain. And we have got comparable result. We have noticed that Aspen Plus software does the job rather fast and quite easily. And most importantly, we didn't have to write even a single code for that task. Today, we will go into the details of Aspen Plus and how it is used. I would like to tell an important information that Aspen Plus is available only for Windows operating system. Unfortunately, it is not available for Mac or for Linux or anything else. So whoever wants to use Aspen Plus, they have to have one Windows operating system. So this is a typical Windows desktop. And here you find the Aspen Plus icons. I have already loaded them in my machine, so you can find the Aspen Plus icon on the desktop. I have two versions. One is version V8.8 and the latest version V11. Now in this lecture I shall follow version 11 because it is latest. But whoever has 8.8 version, they also will be benefited with this lecture series. So in order to work with Aspen Plus, first we have to click on the icon, double click on the icon. It will take some time. Yes, now it has opened. Here you may notice the topmost ribbon. Here you can just go one by one. The first one is what's new. So what's new? It gives the information about new features in this version of Aspen Plus. For an example, if you click on it, you will find what's new in Aspen Plus version 11. Now on the left side you can see the what's new features of Aspen Plus of previous version starting from 7.3, they are all given here. For instance, I have version 8.8 which I was using some time back, and between 8.8 and the present version, that is version 11, two more versions have come out and I have never used them. But I may be interested to know what these versions have as new. So I just click on what's new in Aspen version 9. It says it includes new features in the following areas like engineering enhancements, physical property enhancement, workflow usability enhancements, and its features. So if you want to see what are the enhancements in physical property, you can check over here. It says volume translation Peng-Robinson property model is now available. Now this is a thermodynamic model. Peng-Robinson model is quite known, but volume translation Peng-Robinson model may not be known to many people. Perhaps some scientist or researcher has published a journal paper on volume translation Peng-Robinson method or some advanced version of it, and they have added in Aspen Plus data bank. Further, the Pure35 data bank has the following added compounds. For instance, sodium phenate, it was not there in earlier version. If I open version V8.8 in my machine, definitely I will not get this sodium phenate over there. It has been added in version V9. Similarly, version V10, we have similar kind of new features in the same areas. For instance, physical property enhancement, you just check. It has list of previously unannounced compounds added in pure 32 or pure 35. So just expand, you will find calcium hypochlorite, ammonium bicarbonate, dimethyl mercury. These were not there earlier, now it has been included. Similarly, version 11, it has quite a few new features, and all of them are explained below. Now, it might not be of very interesting at this moment for you because you are a beginner, but if you practice more and be expert in the version 11, then certainly whenever version 12 comes, you may be curious to know what are the new features in version 12 so that you can use them if it's required. Next one is examples. So it contains the example files delivered along with Aspen Plus software. So you do not have to download from anywhere, or you do not have to purchase it separately. They come along with the software. Just let us see what are the things available. So examples with graphic user interface, you have batch modeling, biofuel, bulk chemical, carbon capture, energy analysis, fertilizers, etc. Now let us see what is there in carbon capture. Let us open. We find many things. Among them, this might be interesting. Amines E-NRTL-RK. Now those who are familiar with thermodynamic models, you know what NRTL means. It is non-random two liquid model, and RK means Redlich-Kwong. Here E means electrolyte. Let us open. This basically is amine based absorption of carbon dioxide. You might be aware that amine based carbon dioxide absorption is a very well established technique for CO2 sequestration. So here they have given the model for amine based CO2 absorption where this thermodynamic model has been used but with different amines. So you have say monoethanol amine, MEA means monoethanol amine, it is diethanol amine, it is MDEA, PZ, PZ means piperazine, and so on. There is a mixture of piperazine and MDEA. So let us open this particular model, monoethanol amine. Just open it. Let us see what is there. Yes. So you can see a graphic user interface opens up where you will find heater, absorber, stripper, there is a heat exchanger, there is a pump, there is a mixture, and so on. It might be a flash. So this is a model where the amine based absorption of CO2 is carried out. There is an absorption and desorption cycle that is shown over here. There is a recycle stream along with it. Now, if you want to see what are the components, you will find over here property set, component specification. So these are the components. monoethanol amine, water, carbon dioxide, carbon, hydrogen sulfide, and so on, nitrogen, oxygen, carbon monoxide, many things are there. So these are the components. If you want to know what are the reactions happening inside, you can go to the reaction side. So these are the reactions going on over here. These are equilibrium based reaction, kinetic reaction, and these are the reaction stoichiometry. If you click on kinetic, you will find the very known Arrhenius equation. E is the activation energy, whose value is also given. Now, these are the informations given in this model. Now you can work with this model to learn how they have done it. For instance, if you work for a project where carbon dioxide sequestration is the main theme, then this kind of model will be of great help to you. The next one is the training. Actually, this whole portion is of resources. Training resources, model resources, events, announcements. Now, let us see what it is. This is called My Exchange. You can view your own downloads and browsing history. Now, for that, you have to register for it and you have to log in. Then only this can be stored in your name. Aspen Plus software comes with a lot of training material, documentation, models. One of the models that I have already shown to you, and other literatures and tools. For instance, it has over 30,000 literature, 6,200 documentation, 794 models, 135 training videos, 34 product updates, and event announcement. Everything is there. For instance, if you want to be curious about methanol, let us write methanol and search. Here you find 241 literatures available on methanol, 78 models that use methanol in it, 68 documentation, and 2 training videos. Now let us see what it is. The title is How Do I Model a System with Formaldehyde, Methanol and Water. All these search results, they have methanol, the keyword methanol in it. Now let us see what it is. And it is freely available. You don't have to pay anything for that. So it is developed by organization Aspen Tech. It is a free item. So if you want to see the article, just click on View Article. So here it will show how do I model a system with formaldehyde, methanol and water. So this is a problem statement and this is a solution where they will tell you what kind of model has to be used for such modeling. It is UNIFAC liquid activity coefficient model. Okay? And this property package is applicable for the following range of condition. And they have taken it from the reference. These are the references. So from AICHE journal, 2 are from AICHE journal, and the third one from AICHE Symposium series. So it's not from any arbitrary source. The source of their information is also reliable. Now, suppose you want to check something about the carbon dioxide. for CO2 sequestration. So just write carbon dioxide and search. So here you have how to fit CO2 partial pressure, how do you model liquid CO2, and so on. Okay. Suppose you want to see what is the training video available for CO2. Just click on it. So one training video is available on thermodynamics university module, regression of Henry's constant from vapor liquid equilibria. So if you view this article, or this is a video I think, so if you click on it, the video will open. There was an article associated, you can see the article, but you can also view the video. So,
welcome to Aspen Plus V8.6 Regression of Henry's Constants from Vapor Liquid Equilibrium Data teaching module. For information on navigating the course, please refer to the navigation hints located above the slide. Click the next button on the right-hand corner to begin.
So not only you can watch the video, but there will be verbal description of the product also. So if you press next,
gas solubility is generally very small, up to a few percent. Henry's law is used to model vapor-liquid equilibrium of non-condensable gas, as opposed to Raoult's law, because the liquid vapor pressure of the non-condensable component required in Raoult's law does not exist above its critical temperature. Both carbonated drinks and diver sickness are common examples of Henry's law, in which the solubility of a given gas in a liquid is directly proportional to the partial pressure of the gas above the liquid.
So I close this video. Now there are a lot of such videos which are very helpful for a beginner as well as for an advanced user. Similarly, you have models, literature, tools, and events. So if you click on events, you will find the upcoming events which are based on Aspen Plus. For instance, it is a Korea Operational Excellence Forum. They have some I think it's an webinar, although I do not know Korean language, but it appears to be an webinar on November 19, 2020 from 9:30 to 12 p.m. November 12, there will be an APSC webinar on learn how Aspen HYSYS offers refiners streamlined workflows to update refinery planning. Similarly, December 2 there is an webinar, December 1 there is another webinar, and so on. So obviously if you are watching this video lecture after November and December, then these events are not of any use to you. However, this kind of event announcements always come up along with the Aspen Plus software, because the moment you connect to the internet, the Aspen Plus software connects to its database in Aspen Web, and from there it gathers the information to your desktop, and you can check the events and announcements. There are announcements also. You can click on the announcement and check. It is news about product releases and patches. So these are the announcements we have, the recent announcements. And whenever there is a new announcement which you have not seen since the last time you have opened this block, you will find a small red button and a number written within that red button. Actually, it means, red button means a new event or a new announcement has come up. the number inside means how many such events or how many such announcements you have not seen, that it suggests you to see. So these are the announcements, like product life cycle announcement for Aspen ACM model export. The second announcement is about Aspen Tech is pleased to announce that Aspen 1 2004 update 1 is now available. So these kind of announcements are also very useful for an Aspen user. So here you have certain blogs and discussions of user forum. There are millions of users of this software. They write blogs and they discuss about the problems they face. So if you are facing some problem, you can register in the blog and discussion. You can share your problem and somebody may answer. Some expert comments you can get, all sort of necessary help that you can expect from them. Now this ribbon actually is very helpful for beginners as well as the advanced user. Now we go back to our original starting page. So when you open the Aspen Plus software, the starting page will be like this. So you have already been updated about this ribbon. Now we shall talk about using the Aspen Plus. For that you have to open a new file or open an existing file. Now for opening an existing file, they will give you some hint of recent model, because you may be willing to start your work with a recent model that you were working a few minutes back or few hours back. We always try to work with some recent model first. So these are the recent model that I had worked with in past few days. For instance, this particular model we were working with just now. Okay, 5 minutes back we explored this model, the features and all. Now this flash, you might recall in the introductory lecture we had worked with the flash vaporization and I had showed you the example, and that file I have saved as flash. So flash dot the file extension. Now here you can see an interesting thing. The file that today we worked with, that has an extension BKP, whereas the file that I worked with to show the introductory lecture, its extension is either APW or APWZ. That means all of them are Aspen Plus files, but they have different extensions. So before going into the details, let us discuss what are the types of Aspen Plus files that you will come across. So these are the file types and extensions of Aspen Plus. Now let us know what are the file types that we have. For that, let us try to open an Aspen Plus file. So click open. So it is asking for file name and Aspen Plus files. So you can see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. BKP, APW, APT, INP, APWZ and APM. So there are 6 types of files. Now let us see what those file types mean. So these are the file types and extensions that we have. We have template, user model, input, backup, document and compound. The first one is template file. Its extension is APT. Now it's a template with preferred units, property methods, etc. for repeated use. For instance, you are working in a team and your team is working for a particular project. So certainly in that project, you will have to operate on a particular process, and that process condition will be repeatedly used by your team members, everyone, and every time you try to model that particular system, then you do have to set the units, set the property methods, and other environmental things. But instead, you can make a template, one template for all your team members. In that template, you fix the preferred units, whether you want to work with SI unit or the British unit. You can fix the property methods, whether you want to use Redlich-Kwong, whether it is Peng-Robinson, whether it's an ideal system. And you fix a template file for everyone. So all your team members will begin from that template file so that the wheels should not be reinvented every time they work. The second one is user model. Most of the Aspen Plus unit operations that you will be using in a model, they are already in the software because most of them are very standard. For instance, your reactor, distillation column, pump, flash tank, heat exchanger, they're all standard unit operations. These models are standard and are available along with the Aspen Plus software. But you may have to work with certain equipment or unit operation which are not standard. You might be knowing the underlying equation, the mechanistic or the first principle equations that are governing the system, but Aspen Plus does not possess any kind of standardized block in its menu for that. So you have to develop some block for yourself that, and you call it a customized model, and that customized model will have all the underlying equation. You make it for yourself and your team members, and whoever wants to work with that particular equipment, he or she can bring it down from the menu and set it for its operation. So that kind of set or that kind of model can be kept under this user model whose extension will be .apm. The third type of model is input model .inp. Now this model is a compact summary of input specification but no result. Now you may be willing to work with a model, but you do not want to save the result. You may think that why to save the result unnecessarily? Whenever I want to know the result, I can rerun my software. It's just a few minutes job and I can get the result. So you want to save only the input specification of the process. So such kind of files can be named .inp file. So it contains only the input specification. The next type is backup file. So backup file, it not only contains input information but it contains the results also. So in input file, if you run this and get the result, and if you save it in .bkp file, then it is called the backup file. Now all these files that I have talked about just now, they are ASCII coded. The next file that I am talking about is document file. Its extension is APW. It's a binary coded file. Now I will tell you the difference between them. But this binary coded APW document file, it contains input information, results, as well as the convergence information. That means not only the final result, but what are the intermediate convergence that you had achieved while attaining that result. Each and every convergence information is also available in that file. Now, mostly you would be willing to send or share this APW file with your colleagues or your team members. Now, the question is, what is the difference between APW file and APWZ file? This APWZ file, the Z stands for zip. It's a zipped version. It's a compound file which is also binary. It's a compressed file of BKP, APW along with all its ancillary external files. Now, in recent versions of Aspen Plus, by default, they are saving the file as in the form of compound type. Earlier, this compound file was not existing. You had the choice of only BKP and APW files, these file options. Now, it is always better to save as backup file. Now, the question is, which type of file should be saved? Now, for that, we need to go deeper into these two types of files. For that, let us go to the location where I had saved my files. Now, this is the location where I have saved my files. You can see the folder flash. You will find two types of file. The first one is APW, the second one is BKP. So I have saved them in two versions. Now let us explore further. Here you type flash.apw. It's a binary coded file, but if you type BKP, it is ASCII coded. That means you can take a printout of this file and keep it somewhere as a printed document, so that in future, if your storage gets corrupted, then you can recover your work. Although it will be a tedious job, but you will not lose anything. So it is always better to save it in BKP version rather than APW version. Aspen Plus, by default, it saves in APWZ file. From there, you can extract BKP or APW later whenever you want. But you also have the option to save in these versions the way I have saved the flash BKP and flash APW files. Now, there are various types of runs that can be conducted in Aspen Plus domain. These are the types of runs that you can do. The first one is property estimation. The second one is assay data analysis, then property analysis, data regression, and the fifth one is flow sheet. Now, this flow sheet environment we have already seen when we worked on the flash vaporization problem. So it is used for standard process simulation, including sensitivity studies and optimization. Although the sensitivity studies and optimization we have not done in that exercise, but it can also be done. But this flow sheet run, it is dependent on other things, other type of runs. Whereas these 4 types of runs are all standalone. They are independent runs. Let us discuss one by one. The first one is property estimation. That is, to estimate the property parameters. For instance, in the flash vaporization model, we worked with N-pentane and N-hexane. If we recall, we had the inlet fluid, although equimolar, but they were having the temperature 140 degree Fahrenheit at 75 psia pressure, and inside the flash tank the temperature was 130 degree Fahrenheit and the pressure was 15 psia. Now obviously the physical property or thermodynamic property of a component like N-pentane and N-hexane, they depend upon the temperature. We all know Antoine's equation. It is for vapor pressure measurement. So we have measured vapor pressure, we have measured the specific heat, we have measured the enthalpy of vaporization in that flash vaporization exercise. So all of them were temperature dependent. So we had to measure these properties at 140 degree Fahrenheit as well as at 130 degree Fahrenheit. So how will we do it? Through property estimation. So not only that, you may have to work with density, thermal conductivity of the fluid and many other things, many other physical properties. So unless you estimate those properties, you cannot go forward. So property estimation is a very important thing. The second is assay data analysis. It is also standalone. It is to analyze petroleum assays and blends and generate pseudo components. Now in oil refineries, we work with crude oil. Now each crude oil type has its unique molecular and chemical characteristics. No two crude oil types are identical, and there are crucial differences in those crude oil quality. Now extensive hydrocarbon analysis has to be done before sending the crude oil for further treatment in the refinery. So we can do the analysis using Aspen Plus, and that is called the assay data analysis. So the next one is property analysis. This is also a standalone run. It is used to generate property tables. I mean, it is somewhat similar to property estimation, but in property estimation we estimate only the data and we end over there. But in property analysis is one step further to it. So it generates the property tables, the PT envelope, residue curve maps and other property reports. So it just analyzes and it can give you a comprehensive report on the property data of those components. The fourth one is data regression. This is also standalone. For an example, if you have a pure component which has not been there in the database of Aspen Plus, it's a new kind of component, then you can take the experimental results, you can have the density versus temperature or vapor pressure versus temperature data, and you can do the regression to find out the model parameters, and you can set it. So that kind of regression also can be done through Aspen Plus. So it is to fit the physical property model parameters to measure pure component, this VLE, LLE and other mixture data. And certainly it can contain the property estimation and property analysis calculation. So the kind of calculation that they do, they use property estimation and property analysis as well. And finally, flow sheet that I have already discussed. Now overall, the Aspen Plus modeling and simulation procedure, it can be divided into these following steps: setup, units, components, properties, block, stream and run. So these are the stepwise procedure for Aspen Plus simulation. The first two things are not mandatory, but they are advised, and the last 5 are mandatory for a successful operation. Setup actually defines the title, description and purpose of the job. For instance, if we go back to our Flash model, so this is flash.apw that we have developed in the introductory lecture. Here I didn't give any title, but still it worked. But I should have given a title. Let us give a title. You can write it as a flash vaporization example. The next one is description. Description, you can again write this example model was created for demonstration purpose of flash vaporization operation. The next one is accounting. Again, your company may give a username to you for all your work. You can write that username or account number. The project that you are working with, that project ID also can be written over here, and the project name in which this software is used, that project name also you can write. Now the next one is units. That is unit of measurement, SI or English, for input and output data. Here also, in the introductory lecture, the flash vaporization example, we worked with English unit. Okay, so here English unit was given, but you can change the unit over here. Instead of English unit, you can write metric or metric with C bar, temperature is in centigrade, pressure is in bar, or purely SI unit. So everything will be in kg, kilomole, Kelvin, etc. Or else, if you are not happy with these units, you can create your own unit. Here if you click, you will get this. You can say new, and you can write it as my unit set. Okay, there is a character limit. You cannot use more than 8 characters. So my units, that's all. So here it is asking for defining your unit. So you copy from SI unit and then change as per your requirement. For an example, you may say that I will put the mass flow rate in not in kg per second, but I will give it in pounds per hour. Whereas moles, I want to keep it in, it is kilomole per day or per week. Although it is word, but you can change your units accordingly. Temperature, you may say that I want to give it in Rankine. Similarly, heat, you may say that I want it into megajoule, whereas heat flux, I want to give it in gigacalories per hour m. Now you can mix and match depending upon your wish. You can mix and match and create your own unit set. And once you set it, then you can choose my units rather than your SI unit. Okay. So accordingly, you will get all your results. So these are all globally set units. Okay. That doesn't mean that while working with the problem, you do not have the opportunity to change the unit. You do have the opportunity to change the unit, but if you change it globally once for all, then you will have less requirement to change the unit inside the simulation. Okay. But they are not very much required. So these two things you can always skip. You can use the default one, whatever it is there. But these are very important. First is the component and properties. The next one is blocks and streams. The third one is run. That is the run that you want to do. Now obviously, if you want to do property estimation, then you do not need this block and streams. They will come only for flow sheet run. Now the components are chemical components to work with. For instance, we worked with N-pentane and N-hexane for our flash vaporization operation. And then the properties, physical and thermodynamic property methods and model. In our flash vaporization exercise we have taken an ideal system. But in reality, some kind of non-ideality will always come. So based on the components and the system, you will have to choose your physical and thermodynamic property methods and models. So you have to know what kind of models that you will use. So there are help files for property methods that I will explain later. And finally, the blocks and streams. You have already seen a small glimpse of how the models and streams were set in the flash vaporization model. There were a model library at the bottom, and we had to choose the flash tank, and we connected the streams in this fashion. This stream we named as feed, this feed we named as vapor, and this feed we named as liquid. So choosing unit operations blocks for the simulation environment and connecting the feed and energy streams to the block. Now on that day we only showed the feed stream, we have not shown the energy stream, but I'll definitely show you an energy stream, how it is added for a particular example at certain time in future. And finally, run the simulation and analysis of result. So this is the complete modeling and simulation procedure. Now to summarize, we have two important environments that we have to set. One is component environment, the properties environment, and the second one is simulation environment. These are the two items that we have to take care: properties environment and simulation environment. Next one is setting the environment. What are the items that we have to set in properties environment? We have to set components, physical property, thermodynamic property, equilibrium model, and gas model. Whereas in simulation environment, we have to add flow sheet which contains the blocks and streams. Streams will have both mass and energy. Now let us get introduced to various features that are available on the Aspen Plus simulation window. At the top, you have menu bar, file, home, economics, batch, dynamics, plant data, etc. We will learn one by one later, but these are the menu bar where you will get various features of Aspen Plus. Then at the corner, you may find one question mark sign. This is help button. So if you click here, you will get help, ready help. For instance, if you want to know about some thermodynamic model, say Peng-Robinson, so you write Peng-Robinson, then it will search, and there are 59 results. Aspen Plus has various documents where Peng-Robinson has been mentioned. This is the original Peng-Robinson equation of state. This is volume translated Peng-Robinson method that we just talked about half an hour back, and various other variation of Peng-Robinson equation. So you can get lot of information over here. So this is the equation for Peng-Robinson model. This obviously the main flow sheet where you can build your model. You can get models from the model palette. This is model palette. Here you have mixers and splitters, separators, exchanger, column, reactor, pressure changers, etc. So you can just bring in the model that you want in your system. And this is the material stream, and you also have heat and work stream. Heat means energy stream. So it will not carry any material, it will carry energy. Then obviously this is the scroll bar. These two are scroll bars, and this is the select mode. If you select like this, then the whole part is selected, or you can select only this much, then only the block is selected. And then you can copy, you can cut, you can paste elsewhere. And This is the prompt area. Prompt area means here everything that happens over here will be prompted. For instance, suppose you go to the stream. So this is the stream, it is feed stream. You change the input of the stream. So instead of 140, you say 150. Okay. The moment you change, it will be prompted input changed. Okay. Now, when you run, this is the run button. So when you run, it will show results available. Now, it did it too fast, but between input changed and results available, there was a very short period of time you might have seen processing. So they are processing the calculation. So that message also appeared, but for a very brief period of time. So ultimately, the results available right now. And the last one is the next button. If you press next, then the Aspen Plus will take you to the point where the next input is required. It will go in series until and unless all the inputs are given and the model is ready for further simulation. So it is always better to press next whenever you are building a new model in Aspen Plus. Now we will learn about various symbols which are used as status indicator for Aspen Plus simulation. For example, suppose in input, you will find that there is a small blue circle within which there is a white tick. This always means that the input is complete, or if it is there in results, then results are available. Either it means results are available or it means the inputs are complete. For instance, suppose these are the minimum input information, those are required for the simulation to go forward. Now, if I delete this information, then it will show a circle with half red and half white. This particular symbol indicates that the input is incomplete. We just hover around it, it will show required input incomplete. That means the simulation cannot go forward with this. So if you do not want to give pressure, you can give vapor fraction. So you can say vapor fraction anything between 0 to 1. But information has to be given. So if you give vapor fraction, say, if you say our input contains 50% vapor and 50% liquid, then vapor fraction, if you give 0.5, again you will find blue tick. I mean white tick within blue circle. That means input is complete. Now you might see that you have got a new type of symbols that have appeared over here. This symbol will occur if the input has changed. So here the result summary exists, but input has changed. So the results that you will get over here, that is not reflecting the result of the simulation for this set of input because the input has changed. So when you run it, if you run, this is the run the simulation button. So if you run, again you will find all of them with white tick within blue circle. So that input change option has vanished. Again, if you change it to say 140 to 150, this symbol arrives again. And there is another type of symbol which is red colored cross mark. and that means the results are available, but there is a calculation error in it. I will change the simulation a bit. For instance, let us change the simulation condition a bit. Let us say our pressure is 1 atmosphere, 1.1 atmosphere, and our flow rate is 1 kilomole per hour. And then we want actually this particular vapor to, let us change the name so that we can understand it better. Let us go to the main flow sheet. We rename it as feed. This we rename it as vapor, and finally this we rename it as liquid. Then we'll learn it better. Now feed we have reformatted. Now feed, now we have changed the feed condition. Now vapor condition we may not give because vapor condition is not required. It will calculate of its own. But let us demand the Aspen Plus to calculate a condition through which we will obtain the vapor at 150 degree Fahrenheit with pressure 1 atmosphere, and we want the entire vapor, entire content of the feed to go to vapor, and also let us add another component, water, in it. So for that we need to go to properties. Here let us add water. And then let us run the property estimate. Okay, go back to simulation. Here in feed, let us change it to 0.4, 0.4 and give 0.2 to water. And we want the vapor to have the same composition. Right? So let us go to block, and we will say that block temperature should be 200 Fahrenheit and there is no heat duty, zero heat duty. Okay. Now let us see what happens. So let us understand what are the changes that we have made. First, we have added a new component, water, and then we are saying that my feed contains 40% pentane, 40% hexane and 20% water. The total mole flow rate is 1 kilomole per hour. The temperature 140 degree Fahrenheit and pressure is higher than atmospheric pressure, so it is 1 atmosphere. So that enters in the block flash where the temperature is higher, it is 200 Fahrenheit, and we are not giving any heat duty. The heat duty is 0. And then we are going to vapor phase. We are expecting the entire fluid content will come out as vapor at the same mole fraction. Obviously, if everything comes here, then mole fraction will be identical. But we want the temperature to go up as well as the pressure should be reduced. So think of the condition. My feed is at lower temperature, higher pressure. Vapor is at higher temperature, lower pressure. In between, it goes through a block flash where the block is maintained at 200 degree Fahrenheit with 0 heat duty. Now, this kind of situation is practically impossible. So now, if we say next, then it will say the required input is complete. Run the simulation now. We will say yes, you run the simulation. Immediately, it will give some error message. So what it will say? It says results available but with error. Okay, so this is the red cross mark. I mean red button with a white cross inside. This means results available but with error. Okay, so it is severe error actually. So these are the problems that has been stated over here. Simulation calculations complete but with severe error. So these are the various status indicators and their symbols. So we end our lecture at this point. We'll continue in the next lecture. Thank you.
Good morning students. Today is lecture 1 under module 11, and as you know that module 11 is dedicated into 3 lectures, and we will be learning about actually organic commodity chemicals that are being manufactured from the biomass. And in today's lecture we will talk about synthetic organic chemicals such as lactic acid and polylactic acid PLA. So let us begin. So biomass is utilized worldwide as a source of many naturally occurring and some synthetic specialty chemicals as well as cellulosic and starchy polymers. High value, low value products including many flavorings, drugs, fragrances, dyes, oils, waxes, tannins, resins, gums, rubbers, pesticides and specialty polymers are commercially extracted from and produced by conversion of biomass feedstocks. However, biomass conversion to commodity chemicals, which includes the vast majority of commercial organic chemicals, polymers and plastics, is used to only a limited extent.
Biomass can serve as a source of large volume organic chemicals that retain the basic structural characteristics of biomass and either are or have the potential of becoming commodity chemicals. One such is actually very famous, which is dextrose or you can say D-glucose from the hydrolysis of starch or cellulose, high fructose corn syrup from the enzymatic isomerization of dextrose hydrolysate, and D-xylose from the hydrolysis of the hemicellulases. These are commodity products. Biomass feedstocks present several opportunities for varying product distributions as a function of market demand and other factors, or in which an optimum mix of products is chosen based on feedstock characteristics. Mild acid hydrolysis of hemicellulose in wood, for example, affords a solution that is predominantly either xylose or mannose, depending on the type of wood and a cellulose lignin residue. Now, acid treatment of this residue yields a glucose solution which can be combined with mannose for alcoholic fermentation and a lignin residue. If you recall, these things we have discussed when we had discussed about fermentation products and all these things, okay. But here we will discuss about specialty chemicals in detail. Now, phenols can be made from this residue by hydrogenation, and 2-furan carboxyaldehyde, that is furfural, can be made from xylose by strong acid treatment. The commodity chemicals obtained from the primary biomass feedstocks C5 and C6 sugars and lignins in this system design are ethanol, furfural and phenols. Other compounds that can be produced directly from biomass in good yields, but which do not retain the basic structural characteristics of biomass are classified as commodity chemicals. So, examples are many, as in the beginning of the class I told you. Okay. Some of the major important things are acetic acid, methane and synthesis gas. Now, they are not manufactured in large volume from biomass because fossil fuels are the preferred feedstocks in commercial production systems, but as you know that fossil fuel is depleting and there is a need to look for alternate fuels and of course a route for producing even commodity chemicals. So, biomass has taken a center stage of research since almost 20 to 30 years. Now, technically biomass can serve as a feedstock for production of the entire range of commodity organic chemicals presently manufactured from fossil fuels. Naturally occurring organic chemicals have long been extracted from a variety of biomass species. Alkaloids, steroids, vitamins, amino acids, proteins, enzymes, oils, gums, resins, waxes and other complex organic chemicals are isolated and marketed as specialty products or used for the conversion to other specialty products. So, thousands of examples exist, okay. Just something I have written here, we will go through it, okay. The glycoside digitonin used in heart medicine from the purple foxglove plant, the narcotic morphine from the opium poppy plant, the anti-malarial quinine from the tropical trees of the Cinchona species, the chemotherapeutic agent Taxol from Pacific ye tree members of the genus Taxus, the algenes and alginic acids from the ocean kelp Macrocystis pyrifera, the high erucic acid canola oils from the rapeseed, the Lascarella oils that are high in hydroxy unsaturated fatty acids from Cruciferous Lascarella species, the B vitamins from various biomass species, the alkaloid scopolamine from the belladonna plant, the enzyme cellulase in certain bacteria that catalyzes the hydrolysis of cellulose to glucose etc. Okay. Now, all of these specialty products are organic or organometallic compounds and most are normally marketed as high value and specialty products. Now, having said that, we just try to understand actually that these are some of the names only, there are many, right. But again I have told you many times that what happens when you produce something from the biomass. Biomass itself is extremely complex in nature, we have learned that, okay. So, when you degrade it, try to make some value added products out of that, does not matter whether you use thermochemical conversion process or you use biochemical conversion, that is fermentation. The major problem is of course the downstream processing. Okay. Another problem is of course the extraction of that particular compound from which you are going to make some value added products. This is first step. Second is their purification or downstream processing part. So, which is extremely, we can say that it is costly with respect to the chemicals required, the equipments that is being required and of course the energy, right. So, people are working day and night on that those aspects. We have already learned some of the latest developments of downstream processing part, and again we will also discuss in future about downstream processing. Okay.
So, these commodity chemicals, their structures are complex, only a few are semi-synthetic or synthetic products. The retention of chirality by natural organic chemicals used as pharmaceuticals, dietary supplements and biological agents is beneficial because physiological activity depends on it. Now, the majority of complex organic chemicals that occur naturally in biomass will therefore continue to be obtained by extraction of suitable species. This is what I was just mentioning. Okay. The need for development of a particular protocol to extract suitable species, okay, that too in a cost beneficial or economical way. So, when the cost of synthesis from the biomass feedstocks is acceptable and competitive. So, cost is very important, that has to be taken care when you go for making commercial production. Now, chemicals from wood or silvichemicals are in class by themselves. So, many silvichemicals are commercially available. Natural polyisoprene rubbers from trees that are members of the genus Hevea continue to be harvested and marketed. That is in large scale. Now, turpentines supply fragrances, perfume ingredients, aroma chemicals, flavorings and a large number of terpene intermediates for the synthesis of high value chemicals such as vitamins. Synthetic terpene resins prepared by cationic polymerization of terpene hydrocarbons are used in hot melt and pressure sensitive adhesives. Wood pulps are sources of specialty sugars as used in drugs, sweeteners, plasticizers and surfactants. In addition to the commercial regenerated cellulose described previously, wood pulps are used for production of cellulose esters such as the acetates and butyrates for fibers, films and moldings, and for production of ethers such as ethyl cellulose, carboxymethyl cellulose and hydroxymethyl cellulose for use as gums and thickening agents. The alkaline pulping liquors are usually combusted to recover the pulping chemicals and energy for recycle, but the alkali lignins are also separated for use in formulating resins, rubbers and emulsions. Dimethyl sulfide, dimethyl sulfoxide and dimethyl sulfone are recovered from the volatile fraction of the craft black liquors from the sulphate pulping. The sulfonated lignins in sulphide pulping liquors are a source of semi-synthetic vanillin and are separated for use in formulating adhesives, binders, dispersants, tanning agents and similar products. The alkaline pulping liquors yield fatty and resin acid salts that on acidification afford tall oil fatty acids for conversion to dimer acids, polyamide resins and other products that are used in inks, resins, adhesives and surface coatings. Now, phenolic acids and waxes extracted from various barks are used in a variety of resin applications. In the midst of the fossil fuel era, the less complex commodity organic chemicals are preferentially manufactured from petroleum or natural gas, whereas complex specialty chemicals are derived from biomass. Okay. But commodity organic chemicals are open to entry by biomass feedstocks if they can provide economic advantage. Again, the same thing, that economic advantage is coming into picture. Okay. So, when you talk about economic advantage vis-a-vis biomass, again I am just trying to repeat it, that two things are very important. The species which you want to extract from the biomass, that step has to be economical. Okay. Then second is that once that is produced, mostly they will be in aqueous phase mostly. Okay. Then you have to go for purification, that is the downstream part. So, both these steps are the major contributor to the overall cost of the final product. Okay. So, note that many of the routes described here to commodity chemicals from biomass were in commercial use in the past, are still in commercial use, have recently been commercialized or have been developed and are available for commercial use. So, this is actually you can see what are the different types of this one products or value added products that can be derived from the biomass. These are all commodity chemicals only, we are not talking about other things like here this one directly as biofuel and all. So, you can see that C5 sugar, C6 sugar, cellulose, lignin, okay, and other things. So, nitrogen and carbon. Okay. So, from the C5 sugars we can have furfural and xylitol. From C6 sugars you can have so many things. So, ethanol and so many other things. Of course, ethanol is of course goes to your biofuel production, but we are discussing about commodity chemicals. So, you can see all the chemicals here, different types of acids. We can have glycerol and all these things as their byproduct, can also be converted to some other value added products. Then you can have fructose, very important. Okay. Similarly, from cellulose we can have different types of acids, esters, nitrates, ethers. Okay. Then from lignins, the main thing is of course phenol, phenolic compounds and vanillin. okay, and lignin sulfonates. Then there are so many other things also. So, the primary building blocks and the main processing methods for production of the more important biomass derived chemicals are given here. Okay. So, we will see the different commodity chemicals by various routes. First, we will talk about the thermochemical synthesis. Consideration of the building blocks for most organic chemical commodities, the synthesis gas, the light olefin ethylene, propylene, butadiene and BTX, and the chemical structures of the principal biomass components suggest some of the routes that might be developed to provide improved thermochemical processes for biomass feedstocks. With the exception of synthesis gas, each of these building blocks in a hydrocarbon, whereas the principal components in biomass, the polysaccharides, are polymers in which each carbon atom is bound to an oxygen atom. Depolymerization and carbon oxygen bond scission are therefore necessary on a large molecular scale to synthesize the same building blocks. Such brute force degradation can be achieved at elevated temperatures, but there are opportunities to employ thermally balanced processes and energy conservation and to transfer the carbon and chemical energy in the feedstock to the desired products at a near theoretical yield. Low moisture content feedstocks are clearly preferred for thermochemical processes. This we have understood earlier also when you discussed about thermochemical conversion processes in detail, such as gasification and pyrolysis. Now, also the costs of producing the basic building blocks from biomass feedstocks by thermochemical methods are usually more than the costs from petroleum and natural gas, and that is the problem. Okay. Now, this situation is expected to change as the fossil fuel era approaches its ends. Now, when that happens, you will never think about cost. However, cost is always an important factor when you talk about commercial production in a sustainable way. Now, thermochemical gasification of biomass to high yields of synthesis gas or syngas can be carried out with most biomass feedstocks without regard to the structure of the biomass components. All of the organic components are thermochemically gasified under conditions that yield the desired syngas composition. Syngas in turn can be converted to a large number of chemicals and synthetic fuels by established processes, okay, such as you can see the scheme, okay, such as the BTUs, hydrogen, methanol, SNG, okay, ammonia, oxaloalcohols and different types of hydrocarbons. The gasification technology for conversion of biomass to syngas has been developed and scaled up from the laboratory to the pilot plant to full scale systems. If you recall, we have discussed some of the success stories, okay, how it has been adapted in India as well as other countries. Now, it has been commercialized for fuel production, but not for the manufacture of syngas derived chemicals. But there is no technical reason why commercial syngas processes cannot employ biomass feedstocks. Okay. Time has come that it has to be done. Now, the competitors for biomass feedstocks are natural gas and petroleum feedstocks, which are currently preferred in most countries for syngas production and conversion to methanol or high hydrogen streams for other applications. The direct thermochemical production of the intermediate light olefin building blocks from biomass can be achieved by rapid pyrolysis at temperatures above those normally used to maximize liquid yields. Maximum liquid yields occur near temperature of 500 degree centigrade. The volatile matter formed by biomass pyrolysis begins to participate in secondary gas phase reactions at temperatures exceeding about 600 degree centigrade. Using gas phase residence times of 0.5 to 1 second at temperatures above 500 degree centigrade, the apparent rates of gas production from cellulose were measured for 7 gas species: carbon dioxide, hydrogen, carbon monoxide, methane, C2H4, C2H6 and C3H6. Now, first pyrolysis of biomass by the RTP process for example, provides reasonably good yields of light olefins at reactor temperatures and residences times of 700 to 900 degree centigrade and of course 0.03 to 1.5 second. You can understand very fast. Okay. Now, the gas yield can exceed 98% of the biomass. Optimum yields of ethylene, total gaseous unsaturates and total gaseous hydrocarbons from woody feedstocks were 8, 15 and 25% by weight of the feedstock. BTX and syngas are the byproducts. Another method for production of ethylene and propylene from biomass feedstocks is via syngas and the synthesis of Fischer-Tropsch hydrocarbons. Now, if this technology is commercialized on a large scale, at some future time the resulting hydrocarbons can be readily converted to these olefins, and that is going to happen in near future. So, almost any paraffinic or naphthenic hydrocarbon heavier than methane can be steam cracked to ethylene and propylene in good yields. Now, the lower molecular weight paraffins normally afford higher yields of ethylene, whereas the higher molecular weight paraffins yield products that have higher propylene to ethylene ratios. An approach to the production of ethylene from biomass that does not involve pyrolysis is of course your ethanol dehydration. And the catalytic conversion of syngas to ethanol from low grade biomass or even fossil fuel feedstocks, and fermentation ethanol via advanced cellulose hydrolysis and fermentation methods, which make it possible to obtain high yields of ethanol from low grade biomass feedstocks as well. It is a good process or technology. Okay. So, what is important is that these processes are expected to make large quantities of low cost ethanol available for chemical uses that include ethanol conversion to ethylene as well as acetaldehyde and acetic acid. Once this technology is operational for the production of these chemicals, an entire commodity chemicals industry founded on low cost ethanol can follow. A complete biorefinery approach you can say, okay. Sustainable biorefinery. So, markets forces will determine which low cost ethanol technology is superior. Each is anticipated to be capable of providing ethanol at market prices in the same price range as methanol derived from natural gas. Butadiene is manufactured in the petroleum industry by the catalytic dehydrogenation of the butanes and butenes and by the direct cracking of naphthas and light oils. The overall butadiene yield by catalytic dehydrogenation, the most common industrial process, is as high as about 80% at selectivity of about 90%. The yields and selectivity of butadiene by direct thermochemical conversion of biomass are nil, and the various routes to C4 hydrocarbons from biomass are not yet practical. A few options exist for butadiene synthesis by alternative methods. Processes based on each of these routes to butadiene have been developed and commercialized. Butadiene is obtained by the following chemical reactions. Ethanol is the key reactant in equation 1 and also in equation 2 because it is readily converted to acetaldehyde. The processes based on equation 1 was developed in Russia, and the process based on equation 2 was developed in the United States. Okay, these are the two reactions you can see. The yield of butadiene for the Russian process is about 30 to 35%. It is about 70% if the mixtures of ethanol and acetaldehyde are employed as in the US process. Equation 3 represents a process that involves 2,3-butyne glycol, a product from the microbial conversion of the biomass. The process is carried out in two sequential steps by the glycol diacetate in overall yields to butadiene about 80%. The process of equation 4 starts with a biomass derivative, the cyclic ether tetrahydrofuran, and can be carried out at high yields. When this process was first operated on a large scale in Germany, acetylene and formaldehyde were the raw materials for the synthesis of intermediate tetrahydrofuran. In commercial practice, the aromatic building blocks for the synthesis of commodity organic chemicals, particularly benzene and p-xylene, are extracted from BTX. BTX is a mixture of the monocyclic aromatic hydrocarbon, benzenes, toluene, ethyl benzene, and the xylene produced in the petroleum industry by the dehydrogenation of naphthas using catalytic reforming and by the thermal reforming and catalytic and thermal cracking of middle distillates. Coal tars and coke oven gases also yield BTX. In modern coal coking process, more than 90% of the benzene and toluene obtainable from coal is collected by scrubbing coke oven gas. The direct thermochemical conversion of biomass to an equivalent BTX product, however, is not feasible under conventional conditions. Only a small amount of the monocyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are formed on pyrolysis or the thermal cracking of biomass feedstocks. The pyrolysis of pure cellulose yields many different liquid products, including a few substituted phenolic compounds, and phenol only trace to small amounts of BTX are formed. Pyrolysis at atmospheric or reduced pressure of the lignins, which are highly aromatic structures because of the abundance of the substituted phenyl propane units, yields phenols instead of the BTX type of products. The hard woods generally yield phenols in the pyrocatechol and pyrogallol series, whereas soft woods yield phenols in the pyrocatechol series. Now, a few of the aromatic compounds that have been identified in lignin pyrolysis products are phenol, eugenol, pyrocatechol, pyrogallol 1,3-dimethyl ether, ocresol, guaiacol, vinyl guaiacol, and propyl guaiacol. Now, most of the methanol formed on pyrolysis of woody biomass might be expected to be derived from the large number of methoxyl groups in the lignin fraction, but a substantial portion is also believed to be formed from the methoxyl groups present in the hemicellulases too. Two basically different methods were found to maximize BTX formation during direct thermochemical conversion of biomass feedstocks. One is the hydrogenolysis of the substituted phenolic compounds that are formed from woody feedstocks, and the other is aromatization of intermediates. The non-catalytic hydropyrolysis of hardwood maple chips at 670 degree centigrade and 1.02 megapascal shows that aromatic compounds are formed in substantial yields on first pyrolysis in hydrogen atmospheres. The liquid product yield is about 17 weight% of the feed. Wandering aromatic compounds make up about 39 weight% of the liquid product, and the yield of phenol is about 26 weight%. It is evident that to increase the yield of BTX, hydropyrolysis at greater severity or hydrocracking and hydrodealkylation should be used to aromatize more of the phenolic compounds. This is just to increase your BTX yield. The organic vapors formed on first pyrolysis of either woody biomass or RDF can be upgraded with selective zeolite catalyst to selectively yield either BTX or C2C5 olefins. It has also been found that biomass pyrolysis oils can be catalytically upgraded to high BTX liquids after formation and collection. Products containing 23 to 38 weight% BTX and 19 to 35 weight% aliphatic gasoline range hydrocarbons are obtained by thermal treatment at atmospheric pressure and 330 to 410 degree centigrade. The selectivity for benzene is about 90% of the BTX with aluminosilicate catalyst. Molecular sieve and similar SAP selective catalyst exhibited high selectivities for toluene, the xylenes and other alkylated benzenes. An alternative approach to BTX from biomass discovered in the 1980s employs first pyrolysis of woody biomass in methane atmospheres, that is methanolysis. Okay. So, preliminary studies of the methanolysis of dry firewood particles in the presence of silica floor at 1 to 3 second residence time, temperatures of 1000 degree centigrade and pressure of 0.34 megapascal converted 12% of the available carbon to BTX, 21% to ethylene and 48% to carbon monoxide without net methane consumption. Thus, the building blocks for synthesis of commodity organic chemical synthesis gas, the light olefins ethylene, propylene and butadiene and BTX can be obtained from biomass feedstocks by thermochemical conversion. Now, we will discuss about some of the pentose derived commodity chemicals. An example is of course, xylitol. Okay. The pentahydric alcohol that is manufactured by the hydrogenation of the aldehyde group in the xylose. Now, one of the unique reactions of the pentose known since its 19th century cyclodehydration to yield furfural. Xylose for example, is dehydrated by acid treatment through one or two intermediates to form the furan substituted aldehyde in quantitative yield of the xylose. The reaction is industrially significant because it made the furans available on large scale from biomass feedstocks such as corn cobs, oat hulls and rice hulls. Now, many other feedstocks has also been used and reported. Now, the two principal furans from which many derivatives are available are the tetrahydrofuran and tetrahydrofurfuryl alcohol, both of which are manufactured from furfural. Furfural is converted by catalytic decarbonylation to furan by catalytic hydrogenation of the aldehyde group to furfural alcohol. On further hydrogenation of the furan ring to the tetrahydrofurfural alcohol and by oxidation of the aldehyde group to furoic acid. Now, furan is converted to tetrahydrofuran by catalytic hydrogenation and undergoes a large number of substitution and addition reactions. Tetrahydrofurfural alcohol undergoes catalytic dehydration and rearrangement to dihydropyran, which can be hydrogenated to tetrahydropyran. Tetrahydrofurfuryl alcohol is also converted to levulinic acid, is one of the most important commodity chemical on treatment with dilute acid. Tetrahydrofuran has been converted to adiponitrile and adipic acid precursor in commercially two-step process via dichlorobutane. Tetrahydrofuran has also been converted to N-butanol in high selectivity, which simplifies and reduces the cost of purification, and to 1,3-butadiene via dehydration and hydrogenation. Both furan and furfural have been converted to maleic anhydride, another important class of platform chemicals, with the former producing better yields and fewer byproducts. For major carboxylic acids such as acetic acid, formic acid, glyceric acid and lactic acid are formed under mild alkaline oxidation conditions from xylose. So, we will now discuss about some of the chemicals from the hexose derived, that is derived from the hexose basically. Several hexose sugars, sugar syrups and starches are marketed as commodity chemicals, but only a few derivatives such as the disaccharide cellobiose, a glucose 3 glucoside which is synthesized not from glucose, but by careful hydrolysis of cellulose are marketed.
The hexoses yield a wide range of esters, ethers, anhydrous derivatives, and they undergo numerous rearrangements, substitution, isomerization, cyclodehydration and reduction oxidation reactions to further produce value added chemicals. Glucose is converted to gluconic acid by oxidation of the aldehyde group to a carboxylic group, and to the hexahydric alcohol sorbitol by hydrogenation of the aldehyde group, or to sorbitol and mannitol when invert sugar is used in place of glucose. Then to a large number of ethers by elimination of water, such as 1,6-anhydroglucose, 2,4-anhydroglucose, 2-hydroxymethyl furfural. The hexoses can also be converted directly to levulinic acid and formic acid on acid treatment without isolation of the 2-hydroxymethyl furfural. Levulinic acid is a versatile chemical intermediate that can be converted through proven routes to higher value chemicals such as diphenolic acid, succinic acid, pyrrolidines, pyrrolidones, and the agricultural chemical 3-amino levulinic acid. Gluconic acid, glucono and lactone from this acid, then sorbitol, sorbitol esters, sorbitants, okay, mannitol, mannitol esters, copolymers of fatty acid, sorbitol esters, and alkaline oxides, and a few other derivatives are currently marketed as commodity chemicals derived from the hexoses. Vitamin C, that is L-ascorbic acid, is perhaps one of the best example of a commercially derivative of the D-glucose that is manufactured primarily by chemical synthesis. Now, we will talk about some of the lignin derived chemicals. Now, commodity lignin chemicals and their salts and derivatives are complex mixtures of compounds obtained from the spent liquors of the wood pulping industry. The lignins are sold for a variety of industrial and specialty applications, including adhesives, binders, dispersing agents, emulsifiers, cement and gypsum board manufacture, oil well drilling, and road stabilization formulation. A few pure commodity chemicals are synthesized from the lignins. Synthetic vanillin, okay, a member of the catechol series, is one such example. The compound, a pharmaceutical intermediate and flavoring and perfuming agent. Among the synthetic methods are the alkaline air oxidation of the spent sulphite liquor from pulping operations, then the oxidation of the coniferal alcohol from pine trees, the conversion of guaiacol from catechol or wood pyrolysis oils. Then some lipid derived chemicals. Lipids or fats are found in seed and vegetable oils and the fruit pulps, okay, and of course, animal tallows and greases also. The vast majority are triglycerides, C6 to C24 fatty acid esters of the trihydric alcohol glycerol. Smaller amounts of the mono and diacyl glycerides and unesterified fatty acids are also present. Alkaline hydrolysis of the glycerides provide large amount of glycerol and the fatty acids as a commodity chemicals. The fatty acids of most industrial significance as commodity chemicals from fat hydrolysis or as derivatives are usually esters, that includes the saturated lauric, mysteric, palmitic, stearic, archidic, behenic acids, the C18 mono unsaturated oleic and ricinoleic acid, and the polyunsaturated C18 linoleic, linolenic and eleosteric acids. Now, glycerol forms acetals, aldehydes, amines, ethers, esters and halides, and can also be converted to acrolein and other derivatives. Glycerol is thus a versatile chemical that is useful in hundreds of applications, the most important of which are in alkyl resins and the manufacture of the explosive nitroglycerin, glycerol trinitrile. So, the ester is synthesized from oils such as cottonseed or soybean oil by transesterifying the glycerides in the oil with a methanol to yield the methyl esters of the fatty acids in the same manner that methyl biodiesel fuel is manufactured. The methyl esters are isolated and then transesterified with sucrose to yield a sucrose polyester in which 6 to 8 fatty acids molecules are bonded through ester linkages to the hydroxyl groups in the sucrose molecule. The liberated methanol is removed. The synthetic ester has many of the characteristics of and is a low calorie replacement for natural fats. Unlike the glycerides in natural fats, digestive enzymes are unable to metabolize the synthetic ester. It passes through the body unchanged. Now, we will talk about some of the protein derived chemicals. Proteins are widely distributed in plants and animals and consist of one or more polymeric chains of amino acids that are bound and peptide linkages. Usually, more than 100 amino acids are linked in the natural polypeptide. The polypeptide chains are converted to the amino acids by acid, alkali and enzyme catalyzed hydrolysis. More than 30 amino acids have been isolated from protein hydrolysates. The most common amino acids are the Neutral acids glycine, alanine, serine, cysteine and then cysteine, threonine, valine, methionine, leucine, isoleucine, phenyl alanine, then tyrosine, proline, hydroxyproline, tryptophan and asparagine. The basic acids includes arginine, lysine, hydroxy, lysine, glutamine, histidine and ornithine, and the acidic acids are aspartic and glutamic acids. Glycine, alanine and methionine are chemically synthesized. Proline, hydroxyproline, cysteine and cysteine are obtained from the protein hydrolysates. Proline and hydroxyproline from the gelatin, normally of animal origin, basically from the collagen, and cysteine and cysteine from keratin protein of the animal origin. Now, we will talk about biopolymers. Now, excluding the polyisoprenes, that is the natural rubbers found in several biomass species, the main biomass constituents, the natural cellulose, hemicellulose and lignins, as well as the proteins and nucleic acids are biopolymers. Some are chemically modified and marketed, some are marketed as natural products. The major classes of biopolymers include the cellulose esters and ethers, chitin and chitosan, then hyaluronic acid, polyhydroxyalkanoates, silk and other natural polypeptides, starch esters, xanthan, dextran and other polysaccharides, synthetic polypeptides and polymers synthesized from primary biomass derivatives such as glycerol and other polyols and fatty acids. Several of these polymers are biodegradable plastics useful in packaging, molding and extrusion applications, yield biodegradable detergents, furnish films and coatings that are selectively permeable to specific gases and are highly water absorbing materials useful for moisture removal or lend themselves to medical uses. Microbial synthesis. Microbial processing by direct fermentation of primary biomass derivatives such as glucose can be used to synthesize a large number of organic chemicals. The cellular components that facilitate these processes are enzymes, that the protein catalyst produced by the microorganisms. It is evident that most of the common chemicals listed are commercially available from the non-biomass sources. The molecular structure of the products range from simple compounds such as ethanol to complex compounds such as penicillins to polymeric products such as polyhydroxybutirates (PHB). Suitable substrates are generally monosaccharides and disaccharides and their original sources such as molasses, starch and cellulose hydrolysates. A wide range of biomass feedstocks is used for commercial fermentation systems. Examples are glucose for many different chemicals and products, beet sugar molasses for citric acid, hydrolyzed starch for citric acid, itaconic acid and xanthan gum, thin starch for ionophores and alkaline proteases, vegetable oil for terramycin, corn strip liquor for penicillin, soybean meal for vitamin B12. Some naturally occurring and mutant strains of Athrobacter, Corynebacterium, Brevibacterium and Nocaria species have been known to excrete large amounts of certain amino acids into the medium. An intensive research effort has been carried out over the last few decades to isolate and characterize enzymes generated by microorganisms and to produce and market cell-free enzymes for use as catalyst in the synthesis of commodity and specialty chemicals. Among the commercial preparations are amylases, proteases, cellulases, glucose isomerases and oxidases, pectinases, invertases and cofactors. Now, we will discuss about lactic acids and of course, then polylactic acids, the two most important commercial or commodity chemicals. Lactic acid is an important commodity chemical and intermediate for producing alkyl lactates, propylene glycol, propylene oxide, acrylic acid and of course, PLA, the polylactic acid. Lactic acid has found applications in food, pharmaceuticals and cosmetics. In general, it can be stated that there is a need to develop new catalytic process for synthesis of lactic acid, not only from carbohydrates, but also from the lignocellulosic material, which is cheaper and more abundant compared to the carbohydrates. Since lactic acid can be made from different reagents such as lignocellulosic material, cellulose, carbohydrates, sugars, trioses, glycoaldehyde and glycerol, and the reaction conditions are relatively demanding, it can be easily observed that these reactions are usually complex, involving several types of transformations such as aldol condensation, retroaldol condensation, dehydration, 1,2 hydride shift, etc.
Lactic synthesis can be summarized as follows. It is principally performed in two steps. First, polylactide prepolymer is generated in the first step via dehydration, followed by thermal depolymerization in the second step, which gives lactide. Besides consideration of lactic acid as a platform for commodity chemicals, the interest in lactic acid arose sharply with the development of the biodegradable polylactides, that is the PLA, polylactic acid, produced by polymerization of the dilactide derivative derived by self esterification of the lactic acid. Now, we will discuss how PLA is also getting produced. Now, lactic acid is commercially produced by fermentation of biomass, starting typically for example from corn derived glucose, right. Fermentation processes suffer from low productivity along with costly separation and several purification steps. That is the usual drawback of any fermentation process. Now, lactic acid and alkyl lactates can be catalytically produced from lignocellulosic raw material, cellulose and sugars, as well as from triages, which are intermediates formed from sugars. If water is used as solvent, lactic acid is formed, whereas in alcohol solvents lactates are generated. Lactic acid has been catalytically produced using metal salts either under subcritical conditions or at lower temperatures. Furthermore, strong alkali was used as a catalyst under subcritical conditions in the production of the lactic acid. Several feedstocks has been applied: lignocellulosic feedstock, cellulose, disaccharides, as for example sucrose, monosaccharidic sugars, triages, C2 containing glycoaldehydes, even glycerol. Triages, dihydroxyacetone and glycerol aldehydes are formed via retroaldol condensation from sugars, whereas glycolaldehyde is formed from the degradation of the glucose to C2 to C4 aldoses. Glycerol is a particularly interesting feedstock, being a byproduct from the biodiesel production with currently low value. Okay. There are lot of discussion about how to convert glycerin to value added products. Okay. We have already discussed it. Now, typically lactic acid production in high yields is more demanding from the lignocellulosic feedstock than from the sugars. Lactic acid has been produced directly from the lignocellulosic biomass under subcritical water in the presence of homogeneous metal ions. Under subcritical temperatures, in the presence of metal ions, organic material is dissolved, since water is ionized and act as a Bronsted acid. Cellulose transformations to lactic acid have been investigated using several types of heterogeneous catalysts, zeolites, sulfonated carbon, sulfonated zirconia, tungstated alumina and heteropolyacids. The reaction mechanism for formation of lactic acid from cellulose proposed by Holm et al. Consists of cellulose autoprotolysis to soluble oligomers in the first step. Now, this implies that at 190 degree centigrade the pKw of water, okay, the ionization constant of water is low, and thus due to autohydrolysis water acts as a Bronsted acid. Thereafter, solid Lewis acid sites interact with the C3 hydroxyl in the oligomeric glucose unit, leading to dehydroxylation. In the final step, the Lewis acid is cleaved away. Since high reaction temperatures and pressures are needed for the cellulose transformation to lactic acid, the catalyst stability is a very crucial factor. Several carbohydrates and sugars have been transformed to lactic acid using either harsh conditions with subcritical water or milder conditions and homogeneous metal salts as catalyst. Lactic acid has also been produced from triages either under hydrothermal conditions with the aid of metal salts or alkali, or alternatively using heterogeneous catalyst at lower temperatures such as 140 degree centigrade. Triages are intermediates in the production of lactic acid from biomass formed during retroaldol condensation of sugars. Hydrothermal conditions in the presence of metal ions have been applied in the transformation of triages to lactic acid. High yields of lactic acid were obtained also from the pyruvaldehyde under hydrothermal conditions in the presence of metal ions. Heterogeneous catalysts are more attractive compared to homogeneous ones. We have understood that, okay, we have discussed why it is so. From the industrial point of view, there are several heterogeneous catalysts which has been reported to be efficient for the production of lactic acid from triages, okay, such as this SN beta, SNSI, CSM carbon mesoporous silica hybrid material and HUSY. Lactic acid formation from glyceraldehyde, which is an isomer of dihydroxyacetone, is slower than from dihydroxyacetone as the substrate when the yields of lactic acid within the same reaction time are compared. Alkyl lactates have been produced using both homogeneous and heterogeneous catalyst. The reaction involves dehydration of triose to pyruvaldehyde followed by esterification of pyruvaldehyde hemiacetal, which thereafter can form either methyl lactate or alternatively the dimethyl acetyl of pyruvaldehyde. Okay. Now, lactic acid is an attractive raw material for its conversion to various chemicals. The primary classes of these reactions are hydrogenation, dehydrogenation, dehydration, condensation, esterification, polymerization and substitution at the alcohol group. Lactic acid serves as a highly attractive building block for the synthesis of such chemicals such as acrylic acid, pyruvic acid, 2,3-pentanedione, lactic acid esters and 1,2-propanediol. So, now we will discuss about polylactic acid. The quality of the monomers of lactic acid and lactide as well as the chemical changes induced during polymerization and processing are crucial parameters for controlling the properties of the resulting PLA products. The recent growing interest for the manufacturer of the biodegradable plastic necessitates a high demand for lactic acid as the raw material for PLA production. Much research effort is currently focused on the modification of polylactide to make it suitable for the wide range of applications. Optically pure lactic acid is necessary to obtain high crystalline polylactic acid, which leads to the high strength, chemical and heat resistance properties of the polymer. So, PLA is the first commodity polymer produced from annually renewable sources. PLA is a representative bio-based plastic that is used in packaging, stationery, containers, etc. In addition, the utilization of the polyester has been expanded to medical field for drug delivery, resorbable sutures and as a material for medical implants and other related applications. The rate of degradation of PLA depends on the degree of crystallinity. As the lactide content increases, the degradation of the graft polymer decreases. The PLA is a semi-crystalline polymer with a glass transition temperature between 55 to 59 degrees centigrade and a melting point of 170 to 180 degrees centigrade. It shows good mechanical stiffness, high Young's modulus, thermal plasticity and has a good processability. PLAs are basically synthesized via three processes: production of lactic acid by microbial fermentation, second purification of lactic acid and preparation of its cylinder, a cyclic dimer, that is lactide, then third polycondensation of lactic acid or ring opening of the polymerization lactides. So, next figure shows the reaction mechanism for both the polycondensation of LA and the ring opening polymerization of lactides. In direct condensation, a solvent is used and higher reaction times are required. The resulting polymer is a material with low to intermediate molecular weights. Lactide is obtained by the depolymerization of low molecular weight PLA under reduced pressure to give L-lactide, D-lactide or mesolactide. So, let us understand what is the scheme basically. It is a schematic representation of the PLA synthesis. We will start with the lactic acid. So, two routes has been shown here. Okay. Condensation, it gives low molecular weight pre-polymer and upon addition of the chain coupling agents it gives the high molecular weight PLA. Another route is the condensation, lactic acid to condensation, okay. Then it gives the low molecular weight pre-polymer. Upon depolymerization then it gives lactide, that is what we just discussed. Okay. Now, this lactide when you ring open it, okay. So, undergoes the ring opening polymerization reaction, it gives to PLA, high molecular weight PLA. Okay. The different percentages of the lactide isomers formed depend on the lactic acid isomer feedstock, temperature and catalyst. Polylactic acid can undergo cationic ring opening polymerization. It has been found that trifluoromethane sulfonic acid, okay, and methyl trifluoromethane sulfonic acid are the only cationic initiators to polymerize lactide. The polymerization proceeds via triplet ester end groups instead of the free carbonium ions, which yield at low temperatures an optically active polymer without racemization. Now, the chain growth proceeds by cleavage of the alkyl oxygen bond. The propagation mechanism begins with positively charged lactide being cleaved at alkyl oxygen bond by an ascent to attack by the triplet anion. The triplet end group reacts with the second molecule of the lactide again in a ascent to fashion to yield a positively charged lactide, that is opened. Then the triplet anion again opens the charged lactide and polymerization proceeds. Anionic lactide polymerization proceeds by nucleophilic reaction of the anion with the carbonyl and the subsequent acyl oxygen cleavage. This produces an alkoxide end group which continues to propagate. Ring opening polymerization of the lactide needs a catalyst, but it results in a PLA with a high molecular weight. Depending upon the monomer used and the reaction conditions, it is possible to control the ratio and sequence of the D and L lactic acid units in the final polymer. some sort of process optimization of the reaction conditions. The ring opening polymerization of the lactide can be carried out in melt or solution by cationic, anionic and coordination mechanisms depending on the initiator utilized. The most considered active initiator for the L-lactide ring opening polymerization is the stannous octet, which causes a low degree of racemization at high temperatures. It is catalyzed by transition metals such as tin, aluminum, lead, zinc, bismuth, iron and yttrium. PLA is chemically synthesized by heavy metal catalyzed ring opening polymerization of lactide, which in turn is derived from fermentation lactate. However, the trace residues of the heavy metal catalyst are unfavorable for certain applications, in particular medical and food applications. For this purpose, enzymes are attractive targets because they are natural non-harmful catalysts that can derive the reactions under mild conditions. In addition, highly specific enzymatic reactions and or whole cell systems bearing them may be capable of synthesizing polymers with a fine structure from inexpensive raw materials. The appropriate strategy would be the discovery of a PLA producing microorganism. There is no information available on PLA production using natural strands. People are still working on this particular aspect. However, engineered strands have been used extensively for producing LA based polyesters. In that case, the lactobacillus strain could be useful in establishing the one step process for the synthesis of the LA based polyesters. So, with this I conclude today's lecture. See, in our next class we will be discussing about succinic acid, propionic acid, acetic acid and butyric acid. So, thank you very much. In case you have any query, please register in the Swayam portal, or you can always drop a mail to me at kmohanty@iitg.ac.in.
Health is wealth. जो तंदुरुस्त है वो धनी है. Different languages, different cultures enunciate the same principle. Nowadays, one may find individuals who are paying attention to their health in terms of regular exercise and proper diet. But the state of health of an individual is dependent on the society's health. And to discuss this question, a complex question, with us we have in the studio today Dr. H.V. Sardesai, a most widely known and respected physician in Pune. Dr. Sardesai, at the outset, could you give us an idea about the state of health prevailing in India vis-a-vis developed nations of the world?
Yes, it is rather an unfortunate situation that diseases which we may consider communicable and therefore have a social bias have a very high incidence in our country. I will give you the incidence of typhoid fever, which is exceedingly common here. In UK, United Kingdoms, you have one case of typhoid fever per million population in the year. Whereas in India, though the incidences have varied, the minimum incidence is 1000 and maximum incidence is 20,000 cases per million in 1 year. And this necessarily is due to the fact that there is inadequate sanitation. Take the example of neonatal tetanus, the tetanus which is there in newborn child, almost 100% fatal. Only 3 cases of neonatal tetanus were detected in the entire Europe in the last year, and they too came from countries which were not really advanced. In India, last year we have reported cases of 87 cases of neonatal tetanus. We have reasons to believe that many other cases were not reported, and therefore the incidence is exceedingly high. So also tuberculosis, which is a very big problem in our country. In our country, it is estimated that roughly 17 million cases of tuberculosis are going on at this moment of time, and there would be twice that number of people who have had the infection but have not had the disease yet. So that roughly you might say that 1/3 of population in our country has been either affected or is suffering from tuberculosis, and these figures are staggering.
That's an enormously high figure.
Very
high. Would you say that this is a social problem, not an individual one, and therefore society has to do something about it?
Very much so. We all have our personal health, but we also have a social health, and a society is made up of individuals, and unless each and every individual is healthy, the society is not healthy, and vice versa. Unless you are a part of a healthy society, you cannot remain healthy. I mean, the entire environment may be polluted, and however much you may try to be healthy in yourself, you may get infections. You can get infections from the water that you drink, from the air that you breathe, the food that you eat, and all kinds of pollutants will affect you, even though as an individual you have taken every possible care to remain healthy.
Dr. Sardesai, we have definitions of good health on a personal level. Could you give us an idea about a definition for social health?
You know, a society where a person feels secure for future, and a society which has got high standards for entertainment is considered a society which is healthy. So security for future meaning thereby that if I go out of my house for some work, people in my house must feel certain that I will return back home without any difficulty, and I won't have accidents on the way, or nobody will murder me or kill me, or in the houses I can sleep very contentedly that nobody is going to steal or come and make a robbery in my house. If I were to have a society which is unhealthy, then there will be thefts, and there will be robberies, and there are rapes, and there are murders, and everything is going. One part of society is working in a manner which is not in the interest of other portions of the society, and taking advantage of each other. These are all signs of unhealthy society. Similarly, as I said, the ability to entertain oneself. The classical example is when the Romans went for war. With every battalion they used to have a hunchback who used to walk with it. When the Roman soldiers got tired of walking, the general would order the hunchback to run. He couldn't run, so he would be whipped, and he would fall down, he would cry, he would bleed, and as he was doing that, the entire Roman soldiers would laugh at it and say they get greater vigor and march with greater force.
Swayam Prabha. Digital India. Educated India.
We continue our discussion on how to solve the diffusion equation. Welcome. We had previously solved it in a Cartesian coordinate system using separation of variables. In that case, the basis functions in the homogeneous direction were the sign functions if you have 0 temperature conditions at the homogeneous boundary conditions. Equivalently, if you had 0 flux condition, it would be the cos functions. Those would satisfy the boundary conditions in the homogeneous direction. You then have to obtain the solution in the inhomogeneous direction and then solve, okay, in order to find out what are the coefficients from the boundary conditions in the inhomogeneous direction, or the integral or the initial condition in the inhomogeneous direction. We had done that in a spherical coordinate system. First, I had done it for you for a very simple example of a simple spherical coordinate system where there was a variation only in the radial direction, and we had got the temperature fields. If you recall, from this we had found that the Nusselt number has to be 2 in the limit as the for the diffusion problem. And then we had taken a slightly more complicated problem, which was the effective conductivity of a composite which consisted of spherical inclusions. The fact that the thermal conductivity of the inclusion is in general different from that for the matrix implies that there is going to be a disturbance to the temperature field around the inclusions. If there were no inclusions, the temperature field would just have been a linear function of position, but since there are inclusions, the temperature field is disturbed around the particles. That is going to cause a disturbance to the flux lines, which were just vertical lines in the absence of any inclusions, and therefore a change in the average flux. This calculation had two components. The first was to calculate the average flux in terms of the temperature distributions, and then the second was to calculate the temperature distribution itself around a single particle. We had considered this in the non-interacting limit, where the temperature field around one particle does not affect the temperature disturbance around another particle. Okay. The fact that you are disturbing the temperature at one location, that disturbance decays sufficiently fast that it does not affect the temperature at another location. So, we had written the flux as a volume averaged flux over the matrix and the particles. It is more convenient if you write this flux in terms of an integral of the matrix conductivity times the temperature gradient over the entire system, okay, plus over the particles alone, since the conductivity is different, the difference in conductivities times the temperature gradient on the particles alone. Okay. The advantage of doing it in this manner is that the first term just reduces to an average of the gradient over the entire volume. That has to be, of course, equal to the applied temperature gradient, because the average temperature gradient over the entire volume has to reduce to the applied temperature gradient. The second part was an integral over the particles alone, the difference in conductivity times the temperature gradient within the particles alone. Since these are non-interacting, the temperature disturbance of one particle does not affect the other particle. This integral consists of n identical contributions over a single particle, where n is the total number of particles. Okay. And I reduced it to the integral over one particle. Okay. Now, we had to find out the temperature gradient within a single particle, which was placed in a temperature field which had a linear temperature gradient far from the particle. Okay. So, that was our next task. Okay. How do you find the temperature gradient in one particle which is placed in a temperature field which is a linear temperature gradient far from the particle, and which also satisfies the temperature and the flux boundary conditions at the interface between the particle and the matrix. At the interface, the temperature has to be the same on both sides, because temperature has a unique value at each position. Similarly, the flux leaving the particle has to enter the matrix. Therefore, the flux is perpendicular to the surface. The fluxes perpendicular to the surface have to be equal for both the particle and the matrix. And then we had the differential equation. In this case, there is no variation around the z axis. It is axisymmetric. There is no variation in the phi direction, and therefore, this is the differential equation. We had solved this using separation of variables. Okay. We had solved this using separation of variables by writing the temperature as some function of r times some function of theta. In the theta direction, there are no physical boundaries. There is a coordinate boundary at theta is equal to 0 and theta is equal to pi. The differential equation for this reduces to this form. This satisfies the homogeneous boundary conditions at 0 and pi, that the temperature has to be finite at the coordinate boundaries because there is no physical boundary there. Okay. So, therefore, it satisfies those conditions only if this value is minus of n into n plus 1, where n is an integer. And the solutions for these, I said, are of the form Pn0 of cos theta. And these have orthogonality relations. If you multiply Pn0 of cos theta, Pn m0 of cos theta times sin theta d theta, the result is non-zero only when n is equal to m. That is the solution in the homogeneous direction. In this case, the homogeneous direction does not have a physical boundary. It has only coordinate boundaries at theta is equal to 0 and theta is equal to pi. Then we got the solution for the radial direction, and the total solution for the temperature field was a summation, okay, of Pn0 of cos theta times two functions in the radial direction. One is increasing with r power plus n, the other is decreasing with r, 1 by r power n plus 1. Okay. Now, if you look at the boundary conditions, the boundary condition contains P1 0 of cos theta. Okay. So, I have the solution, it contains various terms P0, P1, P2, P3 etc. Okay. Each of these is independent because each Legendre polynomial is orthogonal to each other Legendre polynomial. Okay. Therefore, what I can do is to solve, okay, what I can do is to first of all to expand the boundary conditions as well, okay, in the Legendre polynomial expansion. Okay. The equation is a superposition of different Legendre polynomials. In a similar manner, I can expand out the boundary conditions in the Legendre polynomial expansion as well. Okay. In that expansion, there is a forcing function only for n is equal to 1. The forcing function for n is equal to 0, n is equal to 2, n is equal to 3 etc. are all 0. Okay. So, therefore, if this is the solution and I write down the solution individually in terms of each Legendre polynomial, only for n is equal to 1 will there be a non-zero value as r goes to infinity. For all others, for n is equal to 0, 2 etc., the value of the temperature, the component of the temperature which is the coefficient of P0, P2 etc., that component will be 0 as r goes to infinity. And at the surface we have these two boundary conditions, okay. The temperatures are equal and the fluxes are equal. If this forcing term is 0, okay, if this forcing term is 0, then temperature is equal to 0 everywhere satisfies all the boundary conditions. Okay. And that forcing term is equal to 0 for n is equal to 0, n is equal to 2, n is equal to 3 etc. So, for all of those, these constants will both be 0. It will be non-zero only for n is equal to 1 because that is the only contribution for which I have a non-zero forcing term. Just from the symmetries, I can straight away say that the solution has to be of the form a1 times r plus b1 by r square p1 0 of cos theta, because the forcing for all other Legendre polynomials are identically 0, okay, because they are all orthogonal to each other. The forcing is of their form P1 and therefore the forcing for all other Legendre polynomials has to be equal to 0 because they are all orthogonal to each other. So, just from the symmetry and the orthogonality of the Legendre polynomials, we had managed to reduce the solution to just P1 0 of cos theta in both the matrix and the particle. And then I had imposed the boundary conditions in order to find out what is the matrix temperature and what is the particle temperature. And with that, I had gone back. Okay. Now that I have the temperature field, I know what is the gradient, and from that I had got this non-trivial result for the effective thermal conductivity of a composite material. Okay. In this dilute limit, it is proportional to the volume fraction of the particles times Kr minus 1, where Kr is the thermal conductivity, okay, times this coefficient here. Okay. So, that was the solution for an axisymmetric coordinate system, for an axisymmetric problem, where there was no variation in the temperature in the meridional or phi direction. Now, what about the general case? Okay. How would I go about solving the equation for the general case? Okay, I will just outline it for you here. Equation is of the form 1 by r square d by dr of r square dt by dr plus 1 by r square sine theta So, that was the original equation. and that was the coordinate system. For any general coordinate system, what I would do is to write down the temperature using separation of variables. Okay. How do I go about doing that? Okay. First thing is, I can write the temperature, first separate out the phi separation of variables. Okay. Okay. F of r, okay, h of theta, okay, and I have one more term, okay, which is p of phi. Okay. Insert it into this equation, okay, and divide throughout by f h p. Okay. So, first term I will get 1 by f r square Now, this is still not in a variable separable form. So, what I can do is multiply throughout by r square sin square theta. Okay. So, if I multiply throughout by r square sin square theta, here I will get, okay, sin square theta into 1 over f In this equation, the first term depends only upon r and theta, the second term depends only upon phi. Therefore, each of these individually has to be a constant. Okay. So, take the phi dependence first. This equation is of the form 1 over p partial square p by partial phi square is equal to some constant alpha. Okay. Depending upon the sign of alpha, you will either get p is equal to a e power alpha phi plus b e power minus alpha phi, okay, if alpha is positive. Okay. If on the other hand alpha is negative, okay, if I write this as minus m square, p will be equal to a cos of m phi plus b sine of m phi. Which of these should we choose? Should we choose a positive constant or a negative constant? That comes out of the symmetry of the problem. In the meridional direction, in the phi direction, there is no physical boundary. Okay. When you go from phi, if you increment phi by 2 pi, you come back to the same physical location in space. Okay. If you increment phi by 2 pi, you will go all the way around the axis and you will come to the same location, physical location in space. Okay. So, even though the coordinate has been incremented by a value of 2 pi, the location in physical space is exactly the same. Therefore, the temperature at that location has to be exactly the same. Okay. You cannot enforce that you come to the same physical location when phi increases by 2 pi if you use exponential functions, because if you increase exponential by a value of 2 pi, it does not give you the same result. You can enforce it in the case of sine and cosine, provided m is an integer. Okay. So, the requirement that when you increment phi by 2 pi, you have to come to exactly the same physical location in space implies that d 1 by p times d square p by d phi square has to be negative, and it has to be minus m square where m is an integer. Okay. So, just the fact that there is no physical boundary, the coordinate boundaries at 0 and 2 pi have to be exactly the same, means that phi has to have this form. Okay. So, this gives us the eigenfunction for phi. Okay. You could write it, okay, when it is equal to minus m square, you could write it as I have said, okay, a sin m phi and b cos m phi. A simpler way to write it is some complex constant times e power I m phi. Okay. If I have some complex number times e power I m phi, the real part of that will be cos, the imaginary part will be the sine. Okay. So, both of those are included within this function. Okay. Therefore, the fact that you do not have a physical boundary in the meridional direction imposes discrete set of eigenvalues minus m square where m is an integer. Okay. So, therefore, for the rest of the equation I now have to solve. Okay. I have got one eigenvalue m, an integer, and eigenfunction e power I m phi. Okay. Therefore, I can solve for the rest of it. I know that sine square theta into 1 over f d by dr of r square df by dr plus 1 over h sine theta d by d theta of sine theta dh by d theta, okay, minus m square has to be equal to 0. Because this was equal to minus m square where m is an integer. How do I solve this? I divide throughout by sine square theta. Okay. So, first term I will get 1 over f d by dr of r square df by dr, okay, plus So, now in this equation this first term is only a function of r and these two terms are only a function of theta. Okay. Therefore, each of these individually has to be equal to a constant. Each of these individually has to be equal to a constant. What constant should it be? Let us first look at the theta equation. Okay. The theta equation has the form, okay, d by d theta of minus m square by sine theta into h, okay, is equal to some constant, okay, is equal to some constant alpha into h. Okay. So, I have set this entire term equal to a constant and then multiplied throughout by h to get this equation. When m was equal to 0, I told you that this equation could be reduced to the form, okay, d by dx of 1 minus x square partial h by partial x, okay, is equal to alpha times h. That was when m was equal to 0, where x is cos theta. In this case, when m is not equal to 0, I get minus m square by 1 minus x square into h is equal to alpha times h. Okay. When m was equal to 0, okay, when it was an axisymmetric problem, I told you that the solution is finite at theta is equal to 0 and theta is equal to pi only if this constant has the form minus n into n plus 1. Okay. That applies in this case as well, with one modification. Okay. I told you that when m was equal to 0, this was valid only when n was an integer, okay, when this term was not present previously for the axisymmetric case. Okay. In this case, the condition that the solution has to be finite at theta is equal to 0 and theta is equal to pi, the condition that the solution has to be finite, still implies that n has to be an integer, okay, n has to be an integer, but also that, okay, n is greater than or equal to the magnitude of m. Okay. Okay. Therefore, minus m less than n less than m. Okay. If m is an integer, if it is a positive integer, then m can only go from 0 to n. Okay. So, that means that if n is equal to 1, then m can be minus 1, 0 and plus 1. When n is equal to 2, the m can be minus 2, minus 1, 0, plus 1 and plus 2, etc. Okay. With this, the solution in the theta direction, okay, the solution in the theta direction will turn out to be h of theta is equal to p n m of cos theta, okay, and p of phi was equal to e power I m phi. Okay. Therefore, the product, they call the spherical harmonics theta and phi, turns out to be of the form p n m of cos theta e power I m phi. Okay. Note that n is an integer, okay, and m goes from, okay, minus n. Okay. So, for n is equal to 0, m is equal to 0. For n is equal to 1, m is equal to minus 1, 0, plus 1. For n is equal to 2, m is equal to minus 1, 2, minus 1, 0, plus 1, plus 2, etc. So, those are the solutions in the theta and phi directions. Okay. And finally, we have to come to the solution in the radial direction. Okay. That solution in the radial direction, we know that this term here, okay, has got to be equal to minus n into n plus 1. Okay. So, the solution in the radial direction is of the form and this we have already solved. F is equal to a n r power n plus therefore, the most general solution for the temperature field is of the form sigma n is equal to 0 to infinity, sum over m is equal to minus n to plus n, okay, a n r power n plus note that while we were solving these, we had applied homogeneous boundary conditions in the theta and the phi directions. Okay. While we were solving this, we had applied homogeneous boundary conditions in the theta and the phi directions. Therefore, these spherical harmonic solutions satisfy orthogonality relations, just as in the previous case P1 Pn 0, okay, in the previous case we had integral sin theta d theta, P1 0 of cos theta Pm 0 of cos theta is equal to 2 by 2n plus 1. That was for the axisymmetric problem where m was equal to 0. When m is equal to 0, e power I m phi is 1, and therefore there is no variation in the phi direction. This was from 0 to pi. Similarly, these spherical harmonics satisfy orthogonality relations as well. Okay. In this case, you go from 0 to 2 pi in the phi direction, because in the meridional direction you go from 0 to 2 pi. In the azimuthal direction you go from 0 to pi. Plus z axis is theta is equal to 0, minus z axis is theta equals pi. Okay. Sin theta d theta, okay, times, if you take any two of these, y and m of theta phi, y and prime m prime of theta phi. Okay. These are non-zero only when n is equal to n prime and when m is equal to m prime. Okay. Otherwise it is 0. Okay. So, it is non-zero only when n is equal to n prime and m is equal to m prime, and the value is 2 by 2n plus 1 into n plus m factorial by n minus n factorial. So, each of these spherical harmonic in the theta and phi directions is orthogonal to every other. Okay. For each value of n and m, you have two solutions in the radial direction, one of which is increasing as a function of r, it is called the growing harmonic. The other one is decreasing as r goes to infinity, that is called the decaying harmonic. So, this is the general solution for the conduction equation in a spherical coordinate system. Okay. I had explained to you what the spherical harmonic, what the Legendre polynomial expansion means in the context of an axisymmetric problem in the previous lecture. Okay. In the following lecture, I will try to give you some physical insight into what these spherical harmonic expansions mean. Okay. If you recall, when we did the problem of the heat conduction from a sphere, okay, heat conduction from a sphere, T is equal to T infinity plus Q by 4 pi k r. Okay. This corresponded to this solution for n is equal to 0, because for n is equal to 0, the growing harmonic is just a constant r power 0. The decaying harmonic goes as 1 over r, and there is no dependence on theta and phi. Okay. P0 was 1, okay, and when n is equal to 0, there is no dependence on theta or phi. Therefore, this corresponded to the solution for n is equal to 0. Okay. Similarly, for the case of the heat conduction for T was of the form A r plus B by r square, okay, P1 0 of cos theta. Okay. This corresponds to n is equal to 1. Okay. R power n is r and 1 over r power n plus 1 is 1 over r square. N was equal to 1 and m was equal to 0, okay, for the second problem that we had solved. So, these are all terms in this expansion. So, the first term corresponds to just the 0th n is equal to 0 corresponds to just an isotropic problem, spherically symmetric heat conduction. The T is equal to the n is equal to 1 corresponds to heat conduction with a linear gradient along the z direction. What do the other terms correspond to? I will give you some physical insight into what these terms mean when we continue in the next lecture. Okay. I will see you then.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
Welcome to this our continuing series of lectures on fundamentals of transport processes, where we were trying to solve the diffusion equation in the limit of low Peclet number, where the convection of mass or energy is much smaller than the diffusion. The limit of low Peclet number In that case, the conservation equations, provided the thermal conductivity or mass diffusivity are constants, the conservation equations all reduce to the Laplacian, okay, of the temperature field or the concentration field is equal to 0 in a domain where there are no sources or sinks. And we were looking at ways to solve these problems. In all of these cases, the solution is by separation of variables. You have to identify homogeneous directions in the problem. In the homogeneous directions, you have a natural basis set of functions in which any function can be expressed as. In this Cartesian coordinate system, for example, that set of basis functions was the sine functions for 0 temperature boundary conditions at the boundaries. If you had 0 flux, it would have been cos functions, because the cos of x, for example, has 0 slope at x is equal to 0 and x is equal to L. After expanding these, we used orthogonality relations to determine the coefficients in the inhomogeneous direction and thereby completed the solution. This procedure is exactly the same regardless of whether you are using it for a transient problem or for a steady state problem in multiple dimensions. We had also solved the problem in a spherical coordinate system. If you recall, we had derived the expression, okay, for del square in a spherical coordinate system, okay, and on that basis we had used it, okay, in order to find out the solutions for the temperature field for a sphere in a linear temperature gradient far from the surface of the sphere. If you have an inclusion of a different thermal conductivity within a material and the temperature gradient is constant far from the sphere, what is the distortion of the temperature field close to the sphere due to the presence of this material of a different thermal conductivity? That is a problem that we had solved in the previous lecture in order to find out what is the effective thermal conductivity of a sphere. Okay. In that case, the equation reduced to the axisymmetric equation del square T equals 0, and we had solved that in order to find out what is the effective thermal conductivity of the sphere. Okay. We had managed to get an expression in the dilute limit where the temperature disturbance due to one sphere does not affect the temperature field around another sphere. So, the particles are sufficiently spaced such that the temperature disturbance around one sphere does not affect the temperature field around another sphere. In the last lecture, I had derived, or rather I had just shown you how to derive the separation of variables in a spherical coordinate system consisting of the r, theta and phi coordinates. Okay. This was the expression that we had got in the end. Okay. A n times r power plus n plus b n by r power n plus 1 into y n m of theta and phi, where y n m are the spherical harmonics, okay, which basically consist of a Legendre polynomial in the theta direction and cos and sine functions in the phi direction. I showed you that for n is equal to 0, the solution corresponds to a sphere in a temperature field which is generating some particular heat, okay, per unit time. Okay. This was the solution for n is equal to 0, heat conduction from a heated sphere. N is equal to 1, the same solution that we got for the sphere in a linear temperature gradient. Okay. So, in this lecture I will try to give you some physical understanding of what these functions mean. You can see that for n is equal to 0, you have a constant term plus a term that decays as 1 over r. Okay. For n is equal to 1, there is one term that increases proportional to r, another term that decreases proportional to 1 over r square. Similarly, for n is equal to 2 and so on. Okay. For n is equal to 0, okay, this coefficient m, okay, is just equal to 0. So, there is just 1. For n is equal to 1, m is minus 1, 0 and plus 1. There are 3 solutions. For n is equal to 2, m can have values from minus 2, minus 1, 0, plus 1 and plus 2. There are 5 solutions. What do these solutions physically mean? I will try to give you some understanding of what is the physical meaning of these solutions. But first, we will look at the solution of the diffusion equation in another way, okay? And that is to consider the temperature field due to a point particle. Okay. If you recall, we had solved this temperature field around a spherical particle, okay, with temperature T naught at the surface and T infinity far away. Okay. And the temperature disturbance that I had got, okay, I had got it as T minus T infinity. Okay. The disturbance to the temperature field due to this presence of this surface with temperature T naught, okay, was equal to T naught minus T infinity times R by R, okay, where R was, capital R was the radius of the sphere. This satisfies the differential equation, the spherically symmetric differential equation, because in this case there is no variation in theta and phi. So, this satisfies the spherically symmetric conservation equation. Okay. There is del square T is equal to 0 in a spherical coordinate system when there is no variation in the theta and the phi directions. Okay. I also showed you that if you express this in terms of the total heat generated, okay, from this you can get the heat flux QR is equal to minus K partial T by partial R, okay, which is minus K into T naught minus T infinity, okay, into R by R square with a positive sign here. Okay, when you take the derivative you get a negative sign because you have taken the derivative of 1 over R. Okay. The total heat generated, okay, is at any surface, at any radius R, okay, the total heat that is coming out per unit time at any surface, okay, is going to be equal to 4 pi R square times Q R, okay, which is equal to 4 pi K into T naught minus T infinity, okay, into R. Okay. So, if I use this to express this T0 minus T infinity in terms of Q, okay, what I get is that this temperature disturbance, okay, is equal to Q by 4 pi K into R. Okay. So, that is the temperature disturbance due to a spherical inclusion, which is generating heat capital Q per unit time. Okay. This solution is independent of the radius of the sphere R. Okay. Therefore, it should be valid even when the radius of the sphere goes to 0. Okay. When you have a point which is generating heat of 0 radius, the radius goes to 0, but the amount of heat being generated per unit time is still Q. Okay. So, you are taking the limit where the radius goes to 0. As the radius goes to 0, if the total amount of heat being generated is still Q, that means that the flux goes to infinity. Okay. So, it is in that limit that this is a solution. Now, this solution can also be considered as a solution of the inhomogeneous equation in which you have a point source as the delta function. Okay. I will just show you briefly how that can be formulated. First of all, if we have sources and sinks, the equation becomes K del square T, okay, plus the source, okay, is equal to 0. Okay. So, that is the equation when there is a source of heat. Alternatively, since grad Q, I am sorry, K grad T is the heat flux, okay, you know that Q, the heat flux, is equal to minus K times grad T. Okay. This comes out of Fourier's law of conduction, okay, the Fourier's law for heat conduction. The heat flux is equal to minus K times the gradient of the temperature. So, I can also write this equation as 0 is equal to minus the divergence of Q plus the source. Okay, so, I have just rewritten the heat conduction equation. Now, if I were to assume that this source is equal to Q times delta of x vector, okay, this delta function we have seen before. Okay. In one dimension, okay, delta of x is equal to, in one dimension, delta of x 0 for x is not equal to 0, okay, and integral, okay, minus infinity to infinity dx delta of x is equal to 1. Okay. So, if you recall, we had idealized this as a function, okay, x delta of x. Okay. If you take a function which is non-zero only between minus h by 2 and h by 2, okay, and the height is 1 over h, okay, okay, and then you take the limit, okay, I will call this as some g of x. If you take the limit of h going to 0 of g of x is equal to this delta function. Okay. And since you have this integral condition, this delta function has dimensions of 1 over length. Okay. We have seen this delta function in one dimension before. Okay. We have also seen the extension to 3 dimensions. Okay. If you have a 3-dimensional space, okay, this can be written as delta of x, y, z is equal to 0 for, okay, x not equal to 0, okay, or, okay, y not equal to 0, or z not equal to 0. Okay. So, it is non-zero only when all 3 x, y and z are all 0. Okay. It is non-zero only when all 3 x, y and z are all 0. Okay. And the equivalent of this normalization condition is that integral minus infinity to infinity dy delta of x, y, z is equal to 1. Okay. So, it is non-zero only when x, y and z are 0 and its integral is equal to 1. Okay. So, as I told you, it's, you can take this as a limit of function, okay, g of x, y, z, okay, where g of x, y, z is equal to 1 over h cubed for minus h by 2 less than x less than h by 2, okay, and minus h by 2 less than x, I am sorry, y, and minus h by 2 less than or equal to z less than or equal to h by 2. Okay. So, only in a cube of side h at the origin, okay, this is non-zero and this has a value of 1 over h cubed over there, okay, in such a way that you can see this integral will be equal to 1. Okay. So, that is the idealization of the delta function in 3 dimensions. Okay. And rather than writing it as delta of x, y and z, I would much rather just write it as delta of x vector, okay, where x vector is the vector location, okay, x e x plus y e y plus z e z. Okay. So, if we have the heat conduction equation, okay, 0 is equal to minus del dot q, okay, plus q delta of x. Okay. Okay. So, this is non-zero only within this infinitesimal volume at the origin. Okay. I can write this as the divergence of q is equal to q times delta of x. Okay. And if I take the integral of this over any volume, okay, if I take the integral of this, the left side and the right side over any volume, okay, that volume may include the origin, it may not include the origin. Okay. If I take this over any volume, you know that integral over the volume of del dot q, okay, is equal to q integral over the volume of q times delta of x. Okay. Now, I will go to a slightly more advanced concept here, that is something that you must be knowing. I will just write it for you anyway. This integral by the divergence theorem, okay, can be written as integral over the surface of that volume, okay, integral over the surface of that volume of the unit normal, okay, at each location, the outward perpendicular, okay, okay, of the outward perpendicular times q, okay, the integral over the surface of the outward perpendicular times q. Okay. This on the right side, integral over a volume of the delta function is equal to q if x is equal to 0 is in the volume. Okay. If this location is within the differential volume, then this integral of delta of x times dx has to be 1. That was the property of the delta function. You integrate the delta function over the volume. If that volume contains the location of the delta function, that integral is 1. Okay. If it does not, it is 0. Okay. So, over this volume, the integral is just q. Okay. So, what that means is that the total heat that is coming out of this surface, okay, the total heat that is coming out of this surface is going to be equal to the heat flux times the surface area. The heat flux in the direction perpendicular to the surface is the heat flux dotted with the unit normal. Okay. So, the total heat coming out of the surface is just equal to q, and that is what precisely we started off with. We said that the total heat that is generated within this volume per unit time is equal to q, and that has to be the total heat flux that is coming out of the surface. Okay. So, therefore, what I have just shown you is that the solution of this equation, okay, written in terms of the flux this way. Alternatively, if I write it in terms of the temperature field, I will get k del square T plus q delta of x is equal to 0. Okay. This equation, the solution that I have got for the temperature field, where q is the amount of heat generated per unit time. Note that in 3 dimensions, the delta function has dimensions of 1 over volume. Okay. It is 1 over h cubed, where h is the distance. So, it has dimensions of 1 over volume. The solution for this is T is equal to q by 4 pi k r, okay, where r is the distance from the origin. Okay. So, that is the temperature field due to a point source. Okay. Now, how can we use this? Okay. So, this solution, okay, was the temperature field due to a point source at the origin. Okay. It is called the Green's function solution, but I will just look at it as the solution due to a point source. Okay. If the source were located at some other location x s, where x s is the vector to the source point, okay, x s is the vector. Okay. If the source were located at this location x s and I wanted to know what is the temperature at some other location x, okay, that temperature depends only upon this distance. Okay. The distance r is the distance from the source point to the observation point. Okay. So, therefore, the temperature depends only upon this distance. Okay. So, for this problem, okay, where you have a source at some location x s, okay, k del square T, okay, plus q delta of x minus x s is equal to 0. Okay. delta of x minus xs means that this delta function is non-zero only at the location x is equal to xs, that is the location of the source. It is 0 everywhere else, and the integral of this is equal to 1. Okay. So, this is the heat conduction equation if the source were located at the location xs rather than at the location the origin, okay, x is equal to 0. So, if I were to take the source point at the location xs rather than location 0, then this would be the heat conduction equation. And for that, the temperature field is going to be exactly the same that I have derived here, except that r is now the distance between the source point and the observation point. Okay. In the previous case, the source point was at the origin, so the r was just the distance from the origin. In this case, the source point is not at the origin, it is at some other location xs. Therefore, the temperature solution, okay, is going to be of the form T is equal to q by 4 pi k into the distance x minus xs. Okay, so, that is going to be the temperature field. If I had two sources, okay, if I had two sources in this problem, okay, if I had two sources in this problem, okay, let us say that there were two sources that were located at two locations, okay, x a and x b, okay, and I wanted to find out what is the temperature at some location x. Okay. Then I have to solve the problem, okay, k del square T plus q a delta of x minus x a. Okay. Let us say that the heat coming out of this was q a, the heat coming out of this was q b, okay, plus q b delta of x minus x b is equal to 0. That is the problem that I would have to solve, okay, in order to find out the temperature field at some location x, some observation point x due to these two sources of heat. Now, how do I solve that? Okay. I could write this as the sum of two problems. One is due to the source at the location x a, the other is due to the source at the location x b. So, the first problem I will solve is k del square T a plus q a delta of x minus x a is equal to 0. The second, that is with only one source present at the location A. The other is to solve k del square T b plus q b delta of x minus x b. Is equal to 0. Okay. You can see that if I add up these two equations, okay, I get back the original equation. Okay, if I add up these two equations, I get back the original equation. Therefore, if I add up these two solutions for T a and T b, I will get back the original solution. Okay. So, the solution for T a is equal to 1 by 4 pi k into x minus x a, the distance, okay, of the location x from this source x a. Okay. The solution for T b is equal to 1, I am sorry, this is equal to q a divided by, okay, just as the solution for T was equal to q by 4 pi k times x minus x s here. Same thing, I have two sources. The first one, I have to take the distance from the first source. The second one, okay, I take q b by 4 pi k into x minus x b, where x minus x b is now this distance of the observation point from that second source point. Okay. and therefore, I can get the total temperature as just the sum of these. Okay. And I can do the same regardless of how many source points I have, okay, independent of the number of source points that exist. I can get the temperature as the observation point just by adding up all of those source points. Okay. So it sort of seems too good to be true that you can just do it this way. It turns out you can, but you can do it only if the source is in the form of a delta function. Okay. You can do it only if the source is in the form of a delta function. It is not applicable generally for any source, okay, and the reason for that is as follows. Okay. If I had two objects that were of finite extent, okay, if I had two objects that were of finite extent, okay, with some temperature, okay, T A and T B on this surface, okay, then I can write the temperature equation as K del square T plus the source due to object A, okay, plus the source due to object B, okay, is equal to 0. Okay. I can separate it out into two parts, okay, K del square T A plus S A is equal to 0 and K del square T B plus S B is equal to 0. Okay. So, when I do this first thing, I have to enforce that the temperature on the surface of the second object is T infinity, okay, that the second object is at the same temperature as the surroundings, and when I solve this problem I have to assume that the temperature on the first object. Okay. So, I can separate this out into two problems. Okay. I can separate this out into two problems. Okay. One is where I have object A with temperature T A and object B, okay, with temperature T infinity, okay, plus the second one. Okay. So, the second object, the net flux coming out of the second object has to be equal to 0. Okay. The net source coming out of the second object has to be equal to 0 when I do this decomposition. Okay. And the second problem where I have object A, okay, and object B. Now, object B is at temperature Tb, okay, but you require that the net flux, okay, coming out Qa has to be equal to 0. Okay. Whereas in the first problem I require that Qb has to be equal to 0. Okay. So, this is a valid decomposition. Okay. I can add up, okay, two cases. The first one where the object A exerts a flux, the object B does not, and the second where the object B generates a certain heat and the object A does not. Okay. What I cannot do, okay, is to separate this out into two problems. Okay. Okay. The first one where A is present and B is not, okay, and the second one where B is present and A is not present. Okay. This decomposition is wrong. Okay. You cannot do it this way. The reason is because when I do this decomposition, the physical boundaries all have to be the same. Okay. When I do this decomposition, the physical boundaries all have to be the same. Okay. So, I cannot do the decomposition in the second way, just remove one object and keep the other one present. Okay. This is not possible. However, I can do it this way where I consider only one object to be generating, the other object not generating, and the complementary part. Now, when I do it this way, when one of these objects is generating energy, okay, there is still going to be a distortion to the temperature field due to the presence of this other object, because it may not have the same conductivity as the matrix in general, okay, and vice versa. Okay. Therefore, you still have to solve the coupled problem, just as we had done the heat flux case, the average conductivity of a matrix. You still have to have the problem where two physical boundaries are present and you are solving when one is generating and then where the second is generating. Okay. And that itself is a difficult solution. The reason it works in delta functions is because delta functions have zero volume. Okay. A delta function has a heat source which is generated at a point in 3-dimensional space, therefore it has zero volume. So whether that volume is there or not, it makes no difference. Therefore, the superposition principle will work only when the source is in the form of a delta function. And that is why the solution for a delta function source has a special place in our description of the heat conduction. Okay. The equation that we have here, okay, is what is called a Poisson equation. A Laplace equation with an inhomogeneous source term is what is called a Poisson equation. In this particular case, it is a Poisson equation with a delta function source. Okay. We will look at a little bit in further detail how we can get solutions for this for a more general case, where there are multiple sources and multiple sinks, as well as where there are physical boundaries. Okay. So we will continue this in the next lecture. I will look a little further at these delta functions. And recall, our original objective was to get a physical understanding of the Legendre polynomial expansions. So after going through this in some detail, I will come back and show you what those expansions actually mean. We will continue this in the next lecture. I will see you then.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
This is our continuing series of lectures on diffusion dominated transport, and as I told you, we were looking at the case where we have to solve the diffusion equation, the Laplace equation for either the temperature or the concentration field is equal to 0. Okay. So the equation is basically of the form, okay, k del square T, okay, plus any sources or sinks is equal to 0. Okay. We had considered a specialized kind of a source, which is a point source. Okay. That point source, it is located at a point, the volume of that goes to 0 in such a way that the energy generated per unit time is a constant. Okay. Okay, so you have a point, a source whose volume goes to 0, and therefore if the energy generated is a constant, the flux has to go to infinity. Okay. We had defined the delta function previously. Okay. In this particular case, the delta function is defined such that, okay, delta of x, okay, such that delta of x is non-zero only at x is equal to 0, okay, and it is equal to 0 everywhere else. Okay. The integral of this delta function over the entire volume has to be equal to 1. Okay. So it is an idealization of a function which is non-zero only in at the origin, where x is between minus h by 2 and plus h by 2, and y is between minus h by 2 and plus h by 2, and z is between minus h by 2 and plus h by 2, and within this region it has an amplitude of 1 over h cubed. There are other ways of expressing the delta function as well. This is the simplest way. However, regardless of how you express the delta function, the solutions that I get for this delta function will end up being the same. So I showed you that if we have an equation, okay, if we have an equation of the form k del square T plus q delta of x is equal to 0, the solution of that is temperature is equal to q by 4 pi kr. Okay. So this temperature field is the solution for the Laplace, or rather the Poisson equation, a Laplace equation with an inhomogeneous term. Okay. So I had shown you that when the source is at the origin, you get q by 4 pi kr, where r is the distance from the origin. When the source is at some other location, you just have to take the distance of the observation point from the source point, the vector distance, okay, that in this case was equal to the magnitude of the vector, okay, x minus xs, where x is the observation point and xs is the source point. I had shown you superposition. If you have two different sources at the observation point, you can find out the temperature due to each of those sources individually and add them up, and you will get the source the temperature due to the two sources together. Okay. That works only when the sources are in the form of delta functions, when you have point sources of infinitesimal volume. Okay. In general, if you have sources of finite volume, that principle does not apply in general. Okay. You have to keep the solid boundaries the same. Okay. So, therefore, this source of the delta function type is a special source, and that is the reason that it is useful for getting these equations. Okay. So, I showed you that for two sources you can get a solution by a superposition. Okay. Now, what if you had some volumetric source? You had some region in space, where, let us say, some reaction was generating a certain amount of heat. Okay. A reaction was generating a certain amount of heat. Okay. That heat being generated per unit volume, per unit time, I will consider as Q of x prime. Okay. Okay, I should be careful here because I have used capital Q for an energy per unit time. So, rather than using that, I will use a different notation for the energy per unit volume per unit time. Okay. So, I will consider this as, okay, some source, okay, S of x, that is the energy generated per unit volume per unit time. Okay. And I want to find out what is the temperature at some observation point x. That observation point could be within the source or outside, it does not matter. Okay. So, how do I do that? I already have a solution for a point source. Okay. That solution is T is equal to Q by 4 pi K. Okay. Let me write this as the source point. Okay, so that is the temperature field, okay, for this. So, what I can do is I can take this object, divide it into a large number of small volumes. Okay. The volumes can be defined with centers, okay, at, okay, okay, delta V1, delta V2, etc., delta Vn, okay, divided into a large number of volumes. I label them as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. The volumes are delta V1, delta V2, etc., up to delta Vn. Okay. The centers are at locations x1 vector, okay, okay, x2, xn. Okay. So, the sources within this volume, okay, are going to be of the form S at x1 delta V1, S at x2 delta V2, S at x3, okay, and so on. So, those I can consider to be point sources at the centers of each of these volumes. Okay. These I can consider to be point sources at the centers of each of these volumes. Okay. If the volumes are small enough, the fact that you are combining the entire source at its center does not affect, okay, the problem, because the extent of the volume is much smaller than the distance from the observation point of each of these. Okay. The extent of the volume is much smaller than the distance from the observation point. So, this is effectively a point source. Okay. So, once I have defined it this way, I can straight away write down what is the total temperature field. I just have to add up the temperatures due to each one of these point sources. Okay. So, therefore, the total temperature field will be equal to summation, okay, over all I is equal to 1 to n, okay, of delta V I, okay, into S of x I. Let me use a capital index here. Times the source at the location xi, okay, divided by 4 pi k into x minus xi. Okay. So, I have just added the temperature due to each one of these point sources. The source strength in this case is delta V times the source, that divided by 4 pi k times the distance between the source point and the observation point. That is my expression for the total temperature. In the limit as delta V goes to 0, I can equivalently write this as an integral over the volume. Okay. This is integral over the source volume. Okay. This is integral over the source volume of the source strength at that location by 4 pi k into x minus x prime, okay, where x is the observation point, x here is the observation point, okay, x prime is the source point, okay, x prime is the location on the source, and you are integrating over x prime, which is over the entire volume of the source. Okay. Okay. So, this one here is the source point, and this s is a function of the source point, and the integral is over the source point, and from that you get the value of the temperature at the observation point x. Okay. So, you can do that for any distributed source, okay, for any finite object, okay, provided the source is specified. You can get the temperature field at any observation point by using, okay, this expression. Okay. So, this effectively, okay, so recall that we started off trying to solve the temperature, okay, k del square T plus S of x. Is equal to 0. That was the differential equation for the temperature that we were trying to solve, the Poisson equation with an inhomogeneous term. Okay. And using this delta function construction, we have managed to get a solution for that. T is equal to integral dv prime s of x prime by 4 pi k into x minus x prime. This is an integral relation. This gives us on the left side, this gives us the temperature at the observation point x, okay, the temperature at the observation point x as a function of the source location and the source strength, okay, distributed source. So, this is effectively the integral equation that corresponds to this differential equation. Okay. There is a solution of this differential equation. And you can use this formulation to find out the temperature due to any field. Okay. So, let us briefly look at how we would do it for a simple problem, okay, and that is the heat generation due to a wire. Okay. Okay. So, if I have a wire, okay, of total length L, okay, extending from y equals minus L by 2 to y equals L by 2. Okay. This is generating some heat. Okay. So, this is a finite wire. You can think of it something like an immersion wire, for example, okay, which is immersed in a fluid. It is generating a certain amount of heat, and you would like to find out what is the temperature field around this due to the presence of this wire. Okay. The heat being generated is equal to S per unit length of wire per unit time. Okay. That is the heat that is being generated. This wire is of infinitesimal thickness. Okay. So, it has 0 thickness in the x direction and 0 thickness in the z direction. Okay. And it is a certain amount of heat generated per unit length. Okay. So, we have to solve the equation k del square t, okay, plus, okay. This has infinitesimal thickness in the x and z directions. Okay. So, this is delta of x, delta of z, okay, times s, okay, okay, is equal to 0, okay, where s is non-zero only for y is equal to minus L by 2 to y equals plus L by 2. Okay. Okay. So, S is source per unit length of wire. Okay. It is confined only to the y axis. That means it is non-zero only when x is equal to 0 and z is equal to 0. Okay. Otherwise, it is 0. Okay. So, it is non-zero only when both x and z are 0. Therefore, I have delta of x, a function that is non-zero only when x is 0, and delta of z, a function that is non-zero only when z is equal to 0. And I want to find out the temperature at some observation point x, y, z. Okay. So, therefore, I need the inverse of this equation, which I had told you T of x, y, z is equal to integral, okay, over the source point. That is integral dv prime that I had in the previous example. The source, okay, S times delta of x, delta of z, primes here. These are the source locations. Okay. Recall that in the previous class, in the previous lecture, I have k del square t plus s of x is equal to 0. The solution for that is integral over dv prime of s of x prime divided by 4 pi k into x minus x prime, okay, okay, divided by 4 pi k into what is x minus x prime. Okay. This is going to be the distance between x and x prime. Okay. So, this square root of x minus x prime the whole square plus y minus y prime the whole square plus z minus z prime the whole square. Okay. So, that is the distance between the 2 points. That is what is meant by the magnitude of the vector x minus x prime. Okay. So, this will be x minus x prime the whole square whole taken the square root of. So, that is going to be the expression. So, x goes from minus infinity to infinity, y from minus L by 2 to L by 2, and z goes from minus infinity to infinity. Okay. So, that is the extent, that is the temperature field. Okay. Now, we know that integral minus infinity to infinity dx prime times delta of x prime times any function of x prime is equal to the value of that function at x prime equals 0. Okay. That was one of the properties of the delta function. It is 0 everywhere except where x is equal to 0, the integral is 1, and if you multiply it, this delta function, by any function, okay, some function f of x, okay, and you integrate it from minus infinity to infinity, the delta function is not 0 only at x is equal to 0. So, this will pick out the value of the function at x is equal to 0. Okay. So, that is one of the properties of the delta function. So, in this case I have the integral over x, okay, of delta of x prime, okay, integral over x prime of delta of x prime times some function of x prime, okay, times some function of x prime. Okay. The result is going to be the value of that function at x prime is equal to 0. Okay. The value of that function at x prime is equal to 0, okay, which will be equal to minus L by 2 to L by 2 dy prime integral minus infinity to infinity dz prime s delta of z prime divided by 4 pi k times the value of the function at x prime is equal to 0, x square. Okay. The value of this function at x prime is equal to 0. Okay. Okay. And then I have the second integral over z prime of delta of z prime times this function of z prime. Once again it will pick out the value of the function at z is equal to 0. Okay. So, this is the expression for the temperature where I have to integrate over the y coordinate over the length of this wire. Okay. Over the y coordinate I have to integrate this over the length of this wire. Okay. You can do this integral. I will not go into the details of how the integration is done, okay. But in the end what you will get is s times log of L by 2 plus y plus root of x square plus z square plus the whole square. Okay. Whole square. Now, this is a rather complicated expression. What we can do, for example, is to simplify it by taking the value at the location z is y is equal to 0 along the central plane. Okay. I will take the value of the temperature along the central plane, okay, at the location y is equal to 0. Okay, at the central plane where y is equal to 0. In that case, okay, the temperature becomes T of x 0 z is equal to s into log of L by 2 plus root of So, this is the temperature field. Okay. We do not get very much physical insight from this temperature field. We can get physical insight, however, if we consider two limiting cases. Okay. The first is where the distance, okay, from the source point, okay, that is this distance is of course square root of x square plus z square. Okay, that distance. You could consider limiting cases where that is large compared to the length of the wire L and where that is small compared to the length of the wire L. Okay. So, the temperature as I have written it for you is equal to 1 by 4 pi k. Okay, so that is S by 4 pi k. I may have missed that S over here. I should have a 4 pi k here in both of this. Okay, that comes out of this 4 pi k over here. Okay, okay, into log of L by 2 plus square root of the whole square okay. If we take the limit where the distance from the source x square plus z square is much larger than L square, the length of the wire. Okay. This distance is much larger than the length of the wire, and I have to do a series expansion in the small parameter L by 2. Okay. I have to expand this entire term in the series expansion in L by 2. I will get S by 4 pi k. Okay. I divide both the numerator and the denominator by x square plus z square, the square root of. Okay. So, I will get L by 2 root of x square plus z square, okay, plus root of 1 plus the whole square. And now I can do a series expansion because this L is much smaller than root of x square plus z square. So, these numbers are small parameters, okay, compared to 1. Okay. These numbers are small parameters compared to 1. And if you do that, okay, you can actually neglect this term because it is quadratic. Okay. I get 1 plus x by 1 minus x. Okay. The result of that just turns out to be equal to S by 4 pi k, okay, into L by root of x square plus z square. Okay. That is what I would get by expanding out this log function in a binomial series. Okay. Recall now along the plane that we had in the xz plane, okay, along this xz plane, okay, where the wire was in the along the y axis. Okay. Along this plane we had done an expansion, okay, where the distance was root of x square plus z square. This was large compared to the extent of the wire L. Okay. That was the limit that we were considering. In that case we get a solution which is basically equal to the total heat generated per unit time. Okay. S was the heat generated per unit length per unit time of the wire. So, S times L is the heat generated per unit time divided by 4 pi k into this x square minus z plus z square, which is basically the distance, okay, from I should write this as square root, my apologies. The square root of x square plus z square, which is basically the distance from the origin. Okay. That was the solution that we had got for the point source q by 4 pi k r. Okay. So, if the distance from the source point is much smaller, larger than the extent, okay, if this distance is much larger than this length, okay, the source point actually looks like a point source of source strength S times L. Okay. So, as the distance from the source becomes much larger than the spatial extent of the source, it basically looks like a point source. Okay. So, that is the idea here. Once the spatial extent is very large, you get back the same result that you would have got for the point source. Okay. You can consider the opposite limit, okay. X square plus z square is much smaller than L square, okay. That is, the distance from the source is much smaller, okay. So, if I look at this in the, okay, in the xz plane, okay, okay, the distance here, okay, x square plus z square, square root of, is much smaller than the length of the wire, okay. So, you are going only a small distance compared to the length of the wire. In that case, you have to take the opposite limit, okay. In this expression, okay, x square plus z square is much smaller than L square, and I need to do an expansion in the case where, okay, for x square plus z square by L square much smaller than 1. Okay. I will not go through the details, okay. You can work out the expansion. What you have to do is, rather than dividing throughout by x square plus L square here, x square plus z square here, I have to divide throughout by this L square, okay. I have to divide throughout by this term, okay. And if I do that, I will get the temperature is equal to Q by 4 pi k log of L by root of, I am sorry, Q by 2 pi k L by root of x square plus z square. Okay. Therefore, the temperature field goes as the logarithm of the distance. Okay. The temperature field goes as the logarithm of a distance. What happens when the distance is small compared to L? Okay. The wire effectively looks like a wire of infinite length, because the distance from the wire is much smaller than the length of the wire. So, the wire effectively looks like a wire of infinite length. The problem effectively reduces to a two-dimensional problem, okay, where in 2 dimensions, the x and z dimensions, you have a wire which is generating a certain amount of heat per unit length in the third direction. So, this is the equivalent of the delta function source, the point source in 2 dimensions. The point source in 2 dimensions has a solution which is logarithmic in the radius. Okay. Okay. You can solve explicitly the point source in 2 dimensions by taking the 2-dimensional version of the equation del square t, okay, plus q delta of x is equal to 0. In 2 dimensions, if it is axisymmetric, you get 1 over r d by dr of r partial t by partial r plus q delta of x is equal to 0. The solution set for this turns out to be a logarithmic function. Okay. You can solve that quite easily and verify that you will get a solution that is of this type. Okay. So, in the 2 limiting cases, we get the correct solutions for this case of a wire. And of course, this can be generalized. Okay. In this case, we took a 2-dimensional wire. You can take a surface or you can take a volumetric object. Okay. For all of these, you will get solutions just by inverting this equation, okay. Just by taking the inverse of this equation, okay. The inverse of this equation, okay, the differential equation is basically this integral equation, okay. And we saw that by expressing it first as a point source and then generalizing it to a volumetric source. We will see a little bit more about this. What do you do? This was all in an infinite domain. What do you do when there are boundaries? Okay. We will look at that in the next lecture, then come back to the original point that I had said. What do those spherical harmonic expansions mean? That we will continue in the next lecture. I will see you then.
Swayam Prabha, Digital India, Educated India.
Friends, in the last lecture, we initiated discussion on the estimation of the residence time distribution for a laminar flow reactor. Let us continue with that. So, laminar flow reactor is essentially a tube through which a fluid is flowing, and let us say that the volumetric flow rate with which the fluid is actually flowing through the reactor is V naught, and if the length of the reactor is L, then the velocity profile of the fluid in the radial direction will be parabolic, with maximum velocity at the center, and all the other fluid streams which is flowing at any other r location will be smaller than the maximum. So, this is r equal to 0 and this is r equal to capital R, which is the radius of the cylindrical tube. So, the maximum velocity will be at the center. So, the parabolic velocity profile, as we saw in the last lecture, is actually given by u at any r location is 2 times the average velocity in a cross section, or the cup mixing velocity in a cross section, multiplied by 1 minus r by r the whole square, and that is equal to 2 into V naught, which is the volumetric flow rate with which the fluid is actually flowing through the reactor, divided by the cross sectional area pi r square into 1 minus r by capital R the whole square. So, that is the dependence of the velocity in any radial position with respect to the position. Now, we said that the time that is actually taken by different fluid streams in different r location is going to be different, because the velocity with which they are moving through the reactor is different. So, therefore, the time that they would take, different fluid elements at different r location would take in order to traverse from the entry to the exit of the reactor will be tau divided by 2 into 1 minus r by capital R the whole square, where tau is actually given by V volume of the reactor divided by the volumetric flow rate, which is essentially the space time of the reactor. So, now let us look at a particular cross section. So, if at any radial location, if we identify a small thickness of delta r, so suppose if the thickness is delta r, and this thickness is located at some r location. So, the inner radius will be r of this element, and the outer radius will actually be r plus delta r, and the diameter is given by 2r, where r is the radius of the tube. So, now the volumetric flow rate of the fluid that actually flows through that small element delta r is essentially given by dV. If u is the velocity with which the fluid is actually flowing in that r location, multiplied by 2 pi r dr. So, that is the volumetric flow rate of fluid flowing in delta r. So, that is the volumetric flow rate. Now, what is the fraction of the total fluid that actually flows through that small element delta r? So, that fraction of fluid through delta r. So, that is actually given by dV by V naught, where V naught is the flow rate with which the fluid actually is entering the reactor, but that is equal to u by r, u by V naught into 2 pi r dr, and that is nothing but the E of t dt, which is the fraction of the fluid that is actually going through this small element whose volumetric flow rate is actually between V and delta V, and also the time that is actually spending inside the reactor is given by the time that is between t and t plus delta t. So, therefore, the fraction of the fluid that is flowing through should be equal to the corresponding residence time of that particular fluid element. So, now we know that the time that the fluid element takes to actually traverse from 0 to L, that is along the length of the reactor, is actually given by t equal to tau divided by 2 into 1 minus r by capital R the whole square, where capital R is the diameter of the tube. Now, from here, by differentiating this expression, we can find out that dt equal to 4 by tau r square multiplied by tau divided by 2 into 1 minus r by r square. So, one needs to perform a little bit of algebra to get this expression. So, into r dr. So, that is the expression for dt as a function of. So, when we take the first differential of this expression, this is the expression that one would get as a function of dt equal to r and dr. Okay. So, we can further simplify this by substituting the expression for the time that the fluid which is present in a particular r location takes to travel from the inlet to the exit stream of the reactor. So, that is given by 4 t square divided by tau r square into r dr. So, this is obtained simply by substituting this expression which is present inside this brackets with the corresponding time. So, that is nothing but the time taken by the fluid at r location to travel from the inlet to the exit of the reactor. So, from here we can find out that r dr is actually given by tau r square by 4 t square into dt. So, now we can plug this into the expression for the fraction of the fluid whose volumetric flow rate is between V and V plus V naught and V and V plus dV, and that the fraction that spends the time residence time of that fraction is between t and t plus dt. So, that is given by E of t dt, that is equal to dV by V naught, and that is given by L. dV is nothing but length of the reactor into the area of that small element, that is 2 pi r dr, divided by the time that is actually taken by the fluid in that particular element to travel from the inlet to the outlet of that particular reactor of that particular shell, and that ratio will give what is this differential volumetric flow rate multiplied by 1 by V naught. So, that is the expression for dV by V naught. So, now from here we can now substitute r dr using the time using the time that it actually differential time that the fluid actually takes to travel from one end to the other end of the reactor. So, that can actually be related, and so one would get that L into pi r square divided by V naught into 1 by t into tau by 2 t square into dt. So, all that has been done is we have substituted r dr with the corresponding expression we just derived in a short while ago. Now, L into pi r square is nothing but the volume of the reactor itself. So, L into pi r square is that is the volume of the reactor, and so therefore, V by V naught is nothing but the space time of the reactor. So, that is given by, so that is equal to tau by t into tau by 2 t square into dt. So, that is nothing but tau square by 2 t cube into dt. So, Et dt, which is the residence time of the fluid in the fractional time that is actually spent, fraction of the fluid that spends that time t whose residence time is between t and t plus dt is actually given by Et dt, and for a laminar flow reactor that is equal to tau square, which is the square of the space time divided by 2 into t cube, where t is the time that is spent by a particular fluid element at a particular location from the entry to the exit of the reactor. So, therefore, by simply comparing simply by observation we can deduce that E of t should be equal to tau square by t cube, where tau square is where tau is given by volume of the reactor divided by volumetric flow rate, if you assume that the flow rate is actually constant. So, now the question is, when is this particular expression valid? What is the validity of this expression? Or the question is, when will the fluid start leaving? Suppose I put a tracer at the entry of the reactor. how much time will it take for this tracer to first appear at the exit stream of the reactor. That is, if I put tracer, let us say pulse tracer at x equal or at the entry of the reactor, how much time will that pulse take to travel through the reactor, and what will be the first time at which the fluid will actually leave the reactor at L. And this is important because E of t is essentially the age distribution of the effluent stream. So therefore, the E of t dt is actually valid only from the time at which the fluid is actually at which the tracer is actually seen at the exit stream of the or effluent stream of the reactor. So how do we find this? So we can find this by observing that for a laminar flow parabolic profile, the fluid elements which is actually present at r equal to 0, it travels at a maximum speed. So at r equal to 0, the fluid travels the u of r equal to u max. So that is the maximum velocity. So now therefore, the residence time of the fluid elements which is actually sitting at r equal to 0 or entering the reactor at the center of the reactor would actually spend the least time to travel from the inlet to the exit of the reactor. So therefore, the minimum residence time should actually be equal to the residence time of the fluid stream which is actually entering at this location r equal to 0. So how do we find this? So we know that the time that is actually taken for the fluid elements to travel from one end of the reactor to the other end of the reactor is simply given by L by U, and the minimum time is actually given by L by U max. That is the maximum velocity, and that is at the center of the reactor. So from here, by simply plugging in the corresponding expression, we can find that minimum time that is actually taken for the tracer to be seen at the exit of the reactor is given by L by 2U average, that is the cup mixing average, into pi r square divided by pi r square, and that is nothing but V by 2 V naught, and that is equal to half of the space time. So the fluid elements that is actually entering the reactor at the center of the tube would actually take half the space time before it actually reaches the other end of the reactor. And in fact, the residence time distribution actually starts from that particular time tau by 2, the minimum time. So therefore, the RTD function for the laminar flow reactor is actually given by E of t, that is equal to 0 if time is less than tau by 2, which means that there is no fluid stream which is actually leaving the reactor if the time at which it is monitored is less than tau by 2, whereas for any time greater than tau by 2, the residence time distribution is actually given by tau square by 2 t cube for t greater than or equal to tau by 2. So this is a nice example of how to find the residence time distribution function for a reactor, for a real reactor. So such kind of a method can actually be employed to find the residence time distribution of any reactor where the dispersion is not present. So now what about f of t, the f curve for the laminar flow reactor? So for t greater than or equal to tau by 2, that's the time for which E of t is actually valid, and f of t is given by integral 0 to t E of t dt, and that is equal to 0 plus integral tau by 2 to t E of t dt. And now plugging in the expression for E of t, we can find that this is equal to integral tau by 2 to t tau square by 2 t cube dt, and on integration one would find that this will be equal to 1 minus tau square by 4 t square. So therefore, the mean residence time, which is one of the properties of the residence time function, is actually given by 0 to infinity t of E t dt. So this is the F curve, this is the relationship between F curve, F and the time, and the mean residence time is actually given by integral 0 to infinity t et dt, and that is because between 0 and tau by 2 et is 0. So this integral simply becomes tau by 2 to infinity, the limits will change, and the integrand will be tau square by 2 t square into dt, which is equal to tau square by 2 into minus 1 by t, and the limits are tau by 2 and infinity. So those are that's the limits, and substituting the limits we will find that will be exactly equal to tau, which is what we intuited before, that if there is no dispersion, then the mean residence time would be equal to the space time itself irrespective of the RTD function. And in fact, we have shown this for 3 different types of reactors, the plug flow reactor, CSTR, and that of the laminar flow reactor. Now let us now look at the normalized residence time distribution function. So suppose if we define theta as t by tau, tau is the space time or the mean residence time for this particular case, and so E of theta would be 0 for theta less than 0.5, and it will be 1 by 2 theta cube for theta greater than or equal to 0.5, and similarly f theta will be 0 for theta less than 0.5, and it will be 1 minus 1 by 4 theta square for theta greater than or equal to 0.5. So now if we look at the E curve and the F curve, suppose if I sketch the E curve of the normalized residence time distribution function, then we can observe that the E curve is going to start at 0.5, because before 0.5 it is not valid. So at 0.5 it will start, and so it will look something like this. And the F curve can actually be, again F curve will also start at 0.5. This is the F curve, and it will start at 0.5, and then it will actually it will slowly increase and go to 1. So that is the F curve. So now we have looked at the residence time distribution functions of 3 different reactors. So let us now attempt to put them all together and compare how the residence time distribution functions are actually different for these 3 reactors. So now let us compare the residence time distribution function, the F curve, for CSTR, plug flow reactor and the laminar flow reactor. So if we plot the normalized F curve, then if for a plug flow reactor, the F curve would start exactly at the space time of the reactor. So therefore it's exactly at 1, because it's a delta function, and so the F curve will actually be, so that will be 1. Then for a CSTR, that is the F curve that one would get for a CSTR. Now if you plot for laminar flow reactor, so it starts at 0.5 and it appears somewhere in between the CSTR and the plug flow reactor. So this is CSTR, this is the F curve for CSTR, and this is the F curve for plug flow reactor, and this is the F curve for laminar flow reactor. So one can actually experimentally, if one performs the one estimates the F curve and the E curve experimentally from the methods that we described earlier, that is if we use a pulse or a step input, and one finds out what is the F curve for the reactor, then by simply making a comparison of this chart, one can actually estimate whether the real reactor is close to what type of these 3 reactors that we have actually looked at so far, that is the CSTR, the laminar flow reactor and the plug flow reactor. So such kind of a comparison provides a method for actually diagnosis of the nature of the RTD function for a given real world reactor. So So, that brings us to the next topic, where we want to see how to use RTD function for diagnosis, diagnostics and troubleshooting. So, RTD functions can actually be used for diagnosis of certain properties of the reactor or certain aspects of the reactor, and also to troubleshoot if something undesirable is actually happening inside the reactor. So, how do we do this? So, the RTDs are actually used for diagnosis. So, by comparing the RTDs that are actually theoretically estimated for for certain type of reactors, and comparing that with the RTD of the real world reactor, which may be estimated using experimental methods, by comparing that, one can actually find out what is the class of the real world reactor based on the RTD function. So, RTD function can actually be used for diagnosis. And not just that, it can also be used, RTD functions can also be used in order to model the real reactor as a combination of ideal reactors. So, RTDs play a huge role in actually model real reactors as combination of ideal reactors. So, the RTDs, the residence time distribution function, they play a crucial role in this process as well, in order to model the real reactors as a combination of ideal reactors. So, before we get into the how to do the diagnostics, let us look at what are all the common residence time distribution functions. So, the common RTDs. So, for a plug flow reactor, the residence time distribution is essentially a delta function. So, that is the residence time distribution, and it is centered at the space time of the reactor, and that is the E curve, E of t. And if I look at CSTR, so the residence time distribution is actually exponential, that is E of t and t. That's the E curve for CSTR. Now, if I take a packed bed reactor, now what has been observed? So, suppose if there is a reactor and there is a fluid which is actually flowing through this reactor, one of the commonly observed RTD curve for such kind of a real world packed bed reactor is actually, it looks as below. So, two peaks have been observed. This is one of the commonly observed type of RTD function, where two peaks are observed, and typically the first peak, if there are two peaks and the first peak which actually appears before the space time of the reactor indicates that there may be channeling in the reactor, channeling or bypassing inside the reactor. So, that is the first peak which appears before the space time of the reactor, and the second peak which actually appears after the space time of the reactor, that indicates that there may be dead zones which may be present inside the reactor, which does not serve any useful purpose inside the reactor. So, now if we attempt to depict this in the packed bed reactor, so there may be channels which may be present inside the reactor, through which the fluid which is actually going through the packed bed reactor will easily escape and leave the reactor. And because there is a channel with which the fluid easily escapes, the time that they spend inside the reactor is actually smaller than the space time of the reactor, and that is the reason why the first peak corresponds to the channeling of the fluid stream inside the reactor. On the other hand, if there are dead zones which are actually present inside, where the reactor is virtually inaccessible, then there will be some of these fluids which are actually present. They will spend too long a time inside these dead zones before they leave the reactor, and that is why it appears as a second peak, particularly the tail part of the distribution curve. So, another commonly observed RTD function is that of a tank reactor, a stirred tank reactor. So, suppose if we have a tank and it is well stirred, and let us say this is the inlet to the tank and this is the outlet to the tank, and then maybe there is bypassing through this particular tank, and maybe there are some dead zones which are present here. So, this is the dead zone and this is the bypassing. So, if such kind of a situation is there in a tank reactor, that can actually be observed in the RTD curve. So, in the RTD distribution function, so the typical, so the first peak which appears very close to time t equal to 0 is because of this channeling or because of this bypassing, and this bypassing can occur because of the placement of the entry and the exit fluid stream of the tank reactor, that these fluid streams simply quickly escapes and leaves the reactor, and that can actually be captured, that is actually captured by this sharp peak which is actually present at time close to 0, that is at the initial stages. And then the long tails which is actually, so this corresponds to the Chan bypassing, and then the long tail which is actually present here is because of the dead zone. So, the long tail indicates the presence of a dead zone inside the tank reactor, and this long tail is because this dead zone is actually not available for the fluids to actually go, and they are not exchanging material with the location inside the tank which is well mixed, and therefore the whatever residual fluid which is present here, they will take a very long time before they actually appear at the effluent stream of the reactor. Therefore, these long tail virtually corresponds to the dead zones that may be present inside the reactor. So, this kind of an approach, the detection of the residence time distribution curve can actually provide a lot of information about what's actually happening inside the reactor, and this common RTD that has been explained just now is a good example of that. So, let us now look at the operation of CSTR. So, let us consider a CSTR and let us look at what are all the various types of operations of CSTR, how it can be operated, and what are the distribution curves for each of these situations. Now, this is very important to understand, because if there is a problem with the CSTR and if it falls in one of these operational modes, it helps in diagnosing what is the problem with the actual reactor, what is the problem with the functioning of the actual reactor, and then the methods to correct it can actually be implemented, or actually can be deciphered later, or can actually be thought of, and strategies can actually be improvised later. So, there are three modes of operation. Suppose if there is a real reactor whose volume is known, and let us say a volumetric flow rate with which the fluid is flowing through the reactor is known, then one could actually look at what is called the normal operation, where it behaves like an ideal CSTR, where all locations in the reactor is actually available for the reaction, which means there are no dead zones where the reactor is where the reaction does not happen, and also it's assumed that there is perfect mixing in the reactor and there is no bypass of fluid, which means that all fluid that comes in actually undergoes reaction, spends the sufficient amount of time inside the reactor, and then they leave the reactor. So, and the second mode of operation is CSTR with bypassing. So, if we understand how the residence time curve of a CSTR with bypassing is going to occur, how is going to appear, the shape of the curve can actually provide a clue as to if we understand what it is, then that can actually be used as a diagnostic tool to find out if there is bypassing in the reactor. And then the third operation is with the dead zone. So, now for a well mixed CSTR, well mixed CSTR. Suppose if I put a tracer, suppose if I actually insert a tracer into the CSTR, then one can write a mole balance for the tracer, and the mole balance will be suppose there is a tracer, and the mole balance for the tracer will be V into dC by dt, that is equal to minus V naught into C. Suppose if it is a pulse tracer, minus V naught into C, and that should be equal to dC by dt to minus 1 by tau into C. So, that is the mole balance for the tracer, and by integrating this expression one would find that C of t is equal to the initial total concentration of the tracer Ct naught into exponential of minus t by tau. And we know that the RTD function for this reactor is actually given by the RTD function is given by 1 by tau that is the RTD function, and then the Ft curve, which is the F curve, is actually given by 1 minus exponential of minus t by tau. So, this we have already seen. Now, suppose if we want to compare these three cases, that is the three modes of operation, then we can now attempt to find the RTD curve for these three operations. So, suppose let us start with the perfect, so let us start with the first case of perfect CSTR. So, we use the symbol P for the perfect CSTR, or operation of the CSTR in a perfect mode, that is there is no bypass and there is no dead zone, which means that the CSTR is actually an ideal CSTR. And the volume and the volumetric flow rate are basically the measurable quantities of a real reactor. Let us say we know the volume and the volumetric flow rate with which the fluid is actually flowing inside the CSTR. So, we know the residence time distribution curve and E of t versus t, and so this starts at 1 by tau, and then it actually decreases with time. And then we know the corresponding F curve, that is an exponential increasing function, and then it goes all the way up to 1. So, this is the F curve and the E curve for a CSTR. So, now if the residence of the space time of the reactor tau, if that is very large, then the decay of this exponential curve and the corresponding concentration curve is actually going to be extremely slow, which means that if the space time is large, then the tracer actually spends a lot more time inside the reactor, and therefore the decay of this E curve as a function of time is going to be very slow. On the other hand, if the space time is very small, then the amount of time that the tracer spends inside the reactor is going to be very small, and therefore the E of t and the time curve is going to have a sharp slope at small times, and which means that it is going to decay faster. So, now let us look at the second case of bypassing CSTR operation under bypassing conditions. So, suppose we consider a CSTR where bypassing is known that bypassing is present. So, we refer to that as BP. If VB is the volumetric flow rate of the fluid which is actually bypassing the reactor, so that is the bypass volumetric flow rate. So, VB is the bypass volumetric flow rate, and let us assume that VSB is the volumetric flow rate which is actually going through the system volume. So, that enters the system volume. So, therefore, V naught, which is the volumetric flow rate with which the fluid is actually entering the reactor, should be equal to VB plus VSB. Now, if we assume that Vs is the volume of the tank, then we know that VSB is actually less than V naught, because it is only a fraction of the total volumetric flow rate with which the fluid is actually being pumped that goes into the reactor. So, therefore, clearly tau SB should actually be greater than the space time of the reactor, which means that the amount of time that this fraction of the fluid which is not being bypassed, the amount of time that it spends inside the reactor is actually larger than the actual space time of the reactor itself, based on the overall volumetric flow rate. So, remember that tau is actually defined as V by V naught, where Vs is the volume of the reactor and V naught is the volumetric flow rate with which the fluid is actually flowing through the reactor. So therefore, because this tau SB is greater than tau, the CT, the concentration curve, and the E curve, they are going to decay very slowly. So, as we observed a few moments ago, as we actually discussed a few moments ago, because the residence time of this fluid stream which is actually going through the system volume is actually larger than the space time, the decay of the concentration and the E curve is going to be slower when compared with the case of a perfect operation, that is, there is no bypassing. Okay. So, in a similar fashion, now we can actually look at what is the possible residence time distribution under this condition. So, what is the possible? So, various possible residence time distributions have been considered, and one of the possible distribution is that it will be Vb divided by V naught into delta t minus 0. That means this is the component or a fraction which is actually bypassing the reactor and leaving the fluid stream very soon after it actually enters the reactor. That plus Vsb square divided by V into V naught, that multiplied by exponential of minus t by tau SB. So, that is a possible residence time distribution function